Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Are we live? It should be live. Hello? Oh, yeah, I think we're live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel if you ever miss anything. But good morning. It is Friday. We love Fridays here at the Cult. It is going to be a fun one. But today's actually pretty wild. We're waking up to the Amazon earnings. That's what we got last night. The market is reacted. That's not too good. However, you got a little bit of a two-sided escalation here out of China. China has came back again. They're now announcing some more scrutiny over some of their tech stocks, the ride sharing, as well as manufacturing cargo distributors, I believe. I'm going to go over it with you. We have all of that news. And then the United States has actually stopped processing any foreign China IPOs. So it is going to be a very, very key one here today. The market is reacting to it. Even NVIDIA just got some news here right before we went live here related to their ARM deal in China, not reviewing that deal. So it's a lot of what we've been seeing every single week. You saw some of this last week, but interesting that it's coming here on a Friday. So we are going to see how the markets do, factoring in Amazon earnings as well. And you're coming off of the Robinhood IPO. So it is going to be good, baby. It is going to be good. Ooh. So I hope you guys are ready. We're glad you're here. Hey, good morning. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. We got a couple things that we're going to need to go over here. So let's see what we got. First of all, future slide after Amazon outlook misses. China pushes ahead with tech and IPO crackdown. And I almost forgot the debt ceiling. Oh, you got the debt ceiling as well, too. Ooh, so yeah, there's the Treasury by the end of this weekend here. They're actually going to start taking extraordinary measures to stop the debt ceiling from getting a little out of hand. Pretty much, they're going to be limited by the end of this week. You still got the eviction moratorium. There's a lot of politics going on here, so it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. I hope you guys are doing good. Good morning. How are you? You did, and the PCE data did come out here. I believe we got the quarter over quarter, but where is it? The PCE deflator. So it's not the same thing. We still need that official one. We're going to get consumer sentiment and all that. And it'll show us what we got, but we will see what happens, baby. We'll see what happens. So here are your top movers here. We already caught a lot of them from earnings. I mean, yesterday, Pinterest is going to be one. Robinhood, AMD following up. Where's Amazon on this list? I'm surprised Amazon's not up there. That was talked about a lot. But let's see where we are. So future slump, NASDAQ contracts underperforming after Amazon's earnings outlook. Disappointed treasuries. Amazon disappointed. It's Friday. Good morning. Treasuries rose and the dollar strengthened. Oil and gold slipped. Bitcoin fell below 39,000. Amazon tumbled more than 6% after results. Other e-commerce companies such as Etsy, Wayfair, Chewy, and Shopify fell along with those that benefited from the homebound customers like Peloton and Zoom. Amazon is also facing the biggest ever EU fine for a data privacy breach, $746 million euro penalty for violating data protection rules. Pinterest also declined after a decline in monthly users. More IPO upheaval rattling U.S.-China ties. The SEC has stopped processing registrations of U.S. IPOs and other sales of securities by Chinese companies. Reuters reported in Beijing, the Politburo said it will improve the supervision of overseas share listing, though it did not say how. In other news, China ordered more than 24 tech firms, including Alibaba and Tencent, to step up data security protections and said it will punish ride-hailing companies and cargo transportation platforms for monopolistic behavior. DD fell pre-market here, but this is a very, very key one. Again, think about what you got earlier this week. It went from, China was just reassuring investors 2 days ago. We're going to talk about this one, but this is it's a very, very big surpriser here, especially how soon it's coming and the fact it's coming on Friday instead of over the weekend. That could say a little bit there. So then Evergrande's crisis deepened after a court froze assets of a listed onshore subsidy, spurring another sell-off in its bonds over the past year. People familiar said, and 10 senior bankers and junior employees left. You say clapped in the morning? In the morning, I'm still clapped. We back. Oh, that's good. Get the clap in early. You know what I'm saying? Get the clap in early. Get it in early. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Clap again. Oh, what? What happened? I got a playback error. Did I get one? I think we're good. I got clapped. I even got clapped. We're good. Well, good morning. It's a good morning. It's a good morning. Where are we? The Fed's favored inflation gauges were still elevated in June, but didn't show any signs of revving up too fast. The PCE deflator came in at 4%, same rate to which May's print was revised. The core reading picked up 3.5 to 3.4, though that was slower than consensus expected. Personal incomes went against estimates, rising 0.1 after a sharp fall in the prior month, and spending rose more than forecast, notching a 1% gain. The Euro economy area rebounded. No issuers of U.S. high-grade bonds today. Robinhood got some support from Cathie Wood. The ARK Innovation ETF bought almost 1.3 million shares yesterday at Robinhood's closing price at $34.82. That gave the ETF more than a $45 million stake. The debt dilemma. The Treasury will move to avoid breaching the debt limit today as Congress lacks a plan to avert default. The ceiling will be reinstated on Sunday. It was the last set in 2019 at $22 trillion and will adjust to the current level of debt when the suspension ends. The Treasury's cash balance was $537 billion as of July 28th, and Janet Yellen said it will fall to 450 by tomorrow. See the Debt Watch section. No repocalypse risk. That's the view of Credit Suisse Zoltan after the Fed said it will establish a permanent standing repo facility. And then New York's transit system. They're going to be the number one beneficiary of the infrastructure bill. They're getting $11 billion. The Delta variant, there's news coming out today. A lot of people are talking about it. They're saying that the Delta variant could spread as easily as chicken pox. I think that's what the CDC said in a presentation. Global commodity prices are back at 10-year highs. So especially after yesterday and some of the infrastructure stuff, you still got commodities ripping. Let's see. Again, the Treasury is set to start dipping into its toolkit to avoid the debt limit as Congress still lacks a clear plan. At noon today, the Treasury will use its first set of extraordinary measures, suspending the sales of securities that help states and municipalities invest bond proceeds. The debt ceiling, which has been on hold for 2 years and represents the total amount lawmakers permit the government to borrow, will be reinstated on Sunday. So this week, pretty much at the end of today, we got a lot of stuff. This practice has become routine and expected and somewhat ordinary, but that doesn't mean it's without cost or consequence, said Shai Akbas at Bipartisan Politics Center. A default is extraordinary unlikely, but the scenarios are a little bit unpredictable because they're subject to political winds of the day that could take us to the last minute. Again, in all instances, it was able to avert a government default. However, in 2011, the U.S. still received its first credit downgrade from the S&P amid Republicans' refusal to increase the debt limit. So that is today. By the end of this week, pretty much on Sunday, you are going to have the debt limit is back from something that we haven't seen it or been in effect since 2019. So that one is key. Amazon slowing down. What else do we got? Peru has a new president, the stronger GDP. It shows activity is back to peaks in six quarters. Euro banks, Japan factory output bounced. Hong Kong court sentenced Tong Yin Kit, the first person convicted under a national security law imposed by Beijing, to 9 years in prison. The wheat futures in the U.S. are set to cap hefty monthly gains as droughts and deluges hamper global growers. CVC, more earnings. Abivai raised its adjusted profit guidance this year and beat on profit and revenue. I haven't looked at that. Pinterest is bouncing. Abivai doing decent. I mean, considering the market. Guidance was a bit lower. T-Mobile raised its forecast. MicroStrategy will start a CFO search and continue to deploy additional capital into its digital asset strategy. Let's see. Nissan Caterpillar says margins shrink as incentive costs. Apple is brought up in the China news. Let's see. Piano, Coca-Cola Kickstarters. In 1619, the House of Burgesses held its first meeting in Jamestown, Virginia, making it the first elected legislative body in the New World. Legislators first was setting a price floor for tobacco, followed by laws against gambling and drunkenness. They also made observance of the Sabbath mandatory. That's today. That's today in history. Look, what a fun time. What a fun time. We're at 620. So as far as other pre-market moves here, Amazon falls nearly 7% after reporting sales and gave forecasts that fell short of expectations. Atlassian team gains 12% with analysts optimistic on the enterprise software company after reported fourth quarter results that beat expectations. CPRI gained 7% after the handbag and apparel maker boosted revenue forecast for the full year. Caterpillar dips more than 2% after the company's finance chief said rising costs will put a dent on margins going into the third quarter. CVX rises 1.3 after reporting adjusted earnings per share for the second quarter that beat average estimates. DD and Full Truck Alliance, YMM, shares sink more than 4% as China said it deepens the anti-monopoly supervision of ride-hailing companies. Which one's that? YYM? Is it the YYM? Oh, no, YMM. Oh, that was the IPO. Damn, so they're just coming straight for the IPO ones. You think China is going to clap for the IPO ban? Well, they already did. So today was weird because you literally saw both sides escalate today at the same time. So you had China crack down on Didi and these other trucking companies, and then China also made another push. I'm forgetting what it is off the top of my head. They went after Tencent and Baba again and some of the other big companies, and then we also decided to ban the IPOs. So let's see what we got. Edward Life Sciences, EW rises 3% after boosting its sales forecast for the full year. Pinterest tumbles about 20% after reporting fewer users logging into the visual search engine for the second quarter. Procter & Gamble gains 1.4 after quarterly results topped estimates. T-Mobile slips 1% after it reported second quarter results. WY shares dip 1.8 after forecasting that profit in the Timberlands and Wood Project division in third quarter will be significantly lower. They ain't gonna sell Timberlands? Damn, that's crazy. On Friday? That's crazy. That's crazy. Zynex ZYXI falls 7% at HC Wainwright, led by Yi Zhen, cut the share price target to 22 from 25 after the maker of electrotherapy devices reduced its full-year revenue forecast. What else? Dexcom. Atlassian. Dexcom is up 5. Amazon down 6. That's crazy. Amazon down 6. So those are your pre-market movers. Again, U.S. equity futures retreated with stocks on Friday as investors worried about slowing growth at mega-cap technology companies. Treasuries rose. NASDAQ 100 stocks slid more than 1%, slid in pre-market as sales outlook missed expectations for Amazon, and Chevron and Exxon and oil companies did well. European equities dropped from a record, and Asian stocks slid amid China's regulatory crackdown. Markets have been whiplashed this week by China's tightening and regulatory grip, a slew of earnings and outlook for stimulus, and traders see more volatility on the cards. Amazon's outlook adds to cautious forecasts from Facebook and Apple, stoking a debate about whether tech stocks' pandemic-related outperformance will give way to a cyclical revival. The dollar was steady on course for its biggest weekly drop since May, and then the treasuries rose. Here's a quote. The earnings season has delivered strong results so far. However, some investors are concerned with earnings growth will slow from here, said Lewis Grant, Senior Global Equities Portfolio Manager at International Business of Federated Hermes? It was a case of better to travel than arrive to the FANG stocks. On the other hand, the economy is reopening and we move past peak infections and consumer balance sheets are strong. That should support the cyclical end of the market. Investors piled into equities in the past week, according to Bank of America. Note citing EPFR global data. B of A strategists recommend owning defensive and quality names in the second half of the year as policy flip-flops will end in market correction. Pinterest tumbled after analysts. That was a big one, and that's it. That one was it. And the China pressure on the crackdown, we will go over that one, but that's pretty much taken over the headlines here today. Let's see what we got. Are you ready? It's Friday. And we got some early escalation news. I thought it was gonna be just like last week. They hit you on Friday with the news though. So that's it. They raised the premium coming into the weekend. So interesting take here. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad some of you know. You know what time it is. You know how awesome it is, huh? I hope you're ready. And I hope you know you live in the greatest country in the world. And you got opportunity left and right. I hope you're ready to take advantage of it. But the only way we have this opportunity is because people have fought for it and people have sacrificed more than most of us ever will. And that's what we do here before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, do anything. We must pay homage and show love and respect to the people. The key word is the people, you know. We go and we give our pledge of allegiance, but it is the people behind the flag. So God bless you all. We want to give a huge shout out to all of the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. We love you guys and God bless you. Thank you for doing what you're doing. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the public service out there, baby. We love you as well, too. God bless you and thank you for being here and doing what you do. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Stand in the dance! Oh, it's game time, baby. Hard. Let's go. Let's go. Good morning. Happy Friday. Good morning. You're in the game. You're in the game now, baby. Wow. How do you feel? How do you feel? Oh, yes. So, get ready. We got about 2 minutes here. I'm going to be looking at, I got a little list here. I'm going to be watching Amazon, Baba, XOM, Caterpillar, Pinterest, and NVIDIA. I want to throw up some of the bank stocks there, so we'll see. I'll throw up XLF and then maybe even WIN. But we're probably going to get a lot more news today. How it's going to play out will be very good. Robinhood went green. We'll see. I mean, on a day like today, it's going to be interesting. And then we have to manage some of those SPY contracts. So we have a credit spread right off the bat that we need to manage, and then it should be pretty straightforward for there. I would just be on the lookout for any big moves here. You're going to get a lot of digestion because of the Amazon earnings, and then you have a lot of background news and everything else going on. So get ready and happy Friday, baby. I hope you feel good. I hope you're ready. You got some time. You know what I'm saying? You got some time today. It's about to start. Then it goes to the weekend. Whew, then you got the news, the Amazon, the earnings. Get ready. Get ready. What time is it? You got about 50 seconds. Shout out to everybody who has liked the video. Y'all holding down the channel. We love you guys. God bless you. If not, I hope you got a long term at the very least. At the very least. You know what I'm saying? Amen. It's going to be good. I was thinking that's pretty much it. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Again, Pinterest, CEI, Nikolai, Hood, X. We're going to have a fun one. Market's about to open here. About 10, 20 seconds. Call out any plays if you see it, and good luck. I want to see it. I'm going to see that SPY play. Round 1. Fight. Amazon down 7. Let's see. 4. Is that 438 on the SPY? Oh, wow. That plays up 30% now. So we could close that one out for 100. Hopefully, if the market doesn't bounce, we'll be good on there. If you do get an immediate bounce, that one won't be too hot. So we'll see on that one. There's Amazon down 6. $470. Damn, the Amazons are hard. They're going to be expensive. Apple pop. Where's Pinterest? Did Pinterest go up? SPY at 438. Oh, we're already down 0.5%. NASDAQ is already down 1%. Charge point pop. Again, watch some of the other companies there. Bonds have not moved too much, which is actually kind of good. The bond move isn't like insane. There's a SPY coming up. There's Pinterest. I don't know. Pinterest will probably correlate with Amazon, believe it or not. It's people worried about the user growth in general, or kind of the reopening trade slowing down. Tesla's strong. Look at Win. Those are some of the older plays from the China stuff. Tesla is actually only down 0.38. That's really, really good for the NASDAQ. I don't know. The Pinterest ones, I'm not too sure on that one. Hood team, Atlassian, yeah, they had a move there. Let's see. Facebook coming up. Where's PayPal? PayPal's kind of down. Pinterest is coming down here again. Let me see. I want to sell the Pinterest one. I don't know. I might get clapped on that one. I have a credit spread idea with the Pinterest. Maybe I could keep it small. Oh, sorry. Pinterest coming up. All right, we'll come back to that one. Tesla coming down. PayPal still down. SPY coming straight up here. Again, we still have that one credit spread. It says I'm up 18%. We fell out the money. Remember, we were down on that one. So unless we get a straight rocket, that won't be good. Amazon's selling off again, though. This one's going to be a hard one. This one be selling the calls into Pinterest. 43 cents, 215. I think we'll pass up on that one. I like it, but I don't know if Pinterest. I think it's easier to sell the put. AMD going the green. Where's NVIDIA? Amazon, Tesla dropping. SPY coming up here, though. So tech is still down 1%. Dow is only down 0.03. And NVIDIA wants to bounce right here. HPI, Amazon at the bottom. Just sell the puts on Pinterest. I feel like Pinterest might 20% here. I'd wait on that. I think I'll just wait. Facebook still down. Apple kind of coming down here a little bit. Let's just price on Apple. Pinterest still kind of wants to come down. NVIDIA's getting some steam. AMD's getting some steam. Amazon's still at the bottom. Qualcomm, Roku. Nucor's still up. That's great, actually. There's Apple, Pinterest selling off even more. I could have done that. Roblox, what's the move? I don't know. I have to take a look. Bounce looks, I mean, you're getting a lot of things selling off here on the tech, but SPY is just coming straight up. Duolingo. I haven't even looked at Robinhood. Hood is down another 3%. Walgreens up 0.5%. So Dow names are doing very good. Dow's about to go positive. Damn, why is that? It just has high collateral. Very, very high collateral. TD lagging. Why can't Uber just dump? Uber getting a lot of back and forth. Again, China going after the ride-sharing companies. eBay getting clapped. Uber's not down too much. Pinterest still down about 19%. The plays are interesting. Amazon still down 7%. The SPY has just bounced straight up. You literally got almost a full point there from open, but the NASDAQ kind of recovered. Dow Jones went positive. X is moving. There's Ford. How about Win? Win went straight up. How about Baba? There's Pinterest bouncing off the bottom. Levi's, GM. Airlines clapped. Apple is still selling off. Apple's selling off pretty big. Low key. Apple's down 1%. That's leading the way there. Come on, Snap. Pinterest made a move up. Snap looks pretty good. Pinterest making a move up there from the bottom. Amazon about to go down a little bit more. Let's see. QQQ, red candle. Apple's still selling off there. I think that one's going to get a little interesting. Amazon looks like it's chilling out a little bit, so that's decent. Spotify went up. XOM I'm interested why those puts went up. Nucor's back up. Yeah, Nucor just went up. Nucor back about 1%. We're going to hear a little bit more of the infrastructure stuff today, probably. Ford came down. I like the Ford calls. I mean, yesterday I did. I still like that play. I think it might just have to be a delay. And today's pressure doesn't help a little bit, but we will see. Apple still at the bottom. Josh, good morning. Good morning, Manny. God bless you. Google on the low. Amazon? I don't know, man. Do you sell a... I wish you could sell Amazon. The Amazon Premium is just too hard to sell. I mean, you could sell the Amazon Premium, but you have to sell it naked. The collateral is going to be high on there. I'm trying to see if there's an easier play off of it. Then we have Skyworks, Apple off the bottom. Yeah, like Skyworks is down 9. I think that's what's affected Apple a lot here. So watch if Skyworks drops again. Let's go Snap. Let's see the SPY. I mean, you've literally first 10 minutes here, all you did was go straight up. It started off a little bit more, you had a little bit more fear there off the open. Yeah, Snap is about to go positive. It wants to. It's fighting. There's the Skyworks GPS, eBay buttering. The AMC. Oh, yeah, eBay down a lot. I think even Walmart struggled. And then AMC, there's your chart. Interesting. The Amdonian killing it. Oh, yeah, 1.9. AMD keeps going. NVIDIA switched gears there. I think that says something about it. Let's see. ASON. Damn, NVIDIA's already down 2. And he must have hit mainstream. Ooh. So I haven't found any of the other credit scores yet. Credit spreads. Yeah, China, they did have that news there with the China review deal. And then you're seeing a little, it looks like you're getting a scattered result. Even then, you can't underestimate. Skyworks is down 9%. So I think that's affecting, it's at least affecting Apple a little bit. Amazon's coming up. Even Amazon too. SPY's starting to make a move, bro. You're almost wiping out that whole loss. Yo, these guys are crazy, man. That's been a straight up move. Yeah, you came in with both. Surprisingly, honestly, with some of your bigger names, that means a lot of your value stocks are moving right now. I would really have to say that. Let me see. You got 336 names up on the SPY. Dow Jones, you got 20 names up, 10 names down. So you still got some good relative strength today. Roblox going green again. Is it being a safe haven? Yeah, Roblox just went green there. Amazon bouncing a lot, actually. Snapchat just went green. Hoodhead News. Win is went positive now, too. Pinterest entry point. Have not made a move on that one. Pinterest is down. Pinterest dropped again, though, back to 17. And there's the NVIDIA. Damn, those went up a lot. So 439 on this SPY. That went straight up. You opened at 438 flat. So you've almost went up one point on the SPY in 14 minutes right off the bat. U.S. July M&I Chicago Report Index 73, estimate 64. Michigan sentiment due at 9 or 10 a.m. So in like 15 minutes. There's pins, might come back down again. NVIDIA is trying to fight there. AMD has been a real leader here today. Amazon kind of wanted to bounce up there. There's Apple. Uber's on the high. I think there might be a Biden press conference, but there's a couple of political things happening. I mean, from the debt ceiling that gets frozen today, then you need the eviction moratorium, and then we're going to hear any updates he gives. Datadog has earnings next week, so that's on the lineup. But they're doing good. Again, 115 is the level on them. NVIDIA looks like it's struggling to come up here, or it's fighting. Tesla getting a movement off the bottom. Pinterest just hanging out there. Facebook also going up. Got good volume coming in on Tesla. Yeah, Facebook's only down 0.5%. They're all still red. Nasdaq's still down 0.75% there. SPY only down a third. Small caps are up 10, and then Dow Jones is only down 0.102. Tesla green, metals popping. NVIDIA making a move up there towards the top. New core's looking solid. How about Boeing? Boeing's flipping. Boeing's about to drop. Amazon towards the high? Who are these guys? Is that NVIDIA about to go positive? Kind of got 0.8%. Most Fridays have closed. Facebook 362 weekly. Is that for today? There are no bids on many options. I've been looking at some of the credit spreads and some of the moves. I mean, it's a pretty lopsided move. You're getting a lot of push and pull here. I mean, to watch the indexes go up, you're seeing a move into the value names and some of the more stability. And then you're also seeing a move into Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Hard! Oh, my gosh. Wow. Happy Friday. Wow. Happy Friday. Oh, man. You guys feel that? That felt like an earthquake. That was a peach quake. Does that make that peach quake? Okay. That was good. That was good. We like it. We like it. Good morning, Mr. Frizzle. Good morning, the rest of Chad. Good morning at Mr. S&P 500. Good morning, Mr. Dow Jones. Good morning, Mr. Small Cap. How are you? So I'm talking about big move on peach futures. SPY's coming up again. Fourth, it's just literally unrelenting. I'm surprised. I had that credit spread. We got a lot of the profit back. I was up on it this morning. I'm like, this thing, I'm waiting for the first red chill out, but it has not happened here in almost 30 minutes. Or 20 minutes? 20 minutes. My 21st birthday. Shout out to Cole, baby. God bless you, Luke. Happy birthday. You made it to 21. Don't ruin your life. Get a long term. Amen. 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 Square. No, Square's not moving too much. Moss on the high. Mm-mm-mm. Oh. Oh, nice. I'll take it. I'm going to take those for next week. Mm-mm-mm. See how that one plays out. Mm. Tesla. So I did that play right in front of you. I don't know if you guys are watching or paying attention, but I grabbed NVIDIA puts for next week. I got more than one. I spent about like $21. So don't trade that. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. It was pretty much the same price. The puts were up 50%. Then they dropped in price. But the idea is here kind of they reacted a little bit to some interesting news. So I want to see how that could carry over into the weekend. Yeah, NVIDIA, especially when some of the other companies are going up and then like AMD's outpacing and then Skyworks is still declining. So we got our third or fourth red candle here on the day. Tesla's rocketing. Abby for long-term deposit. Nah, it keeps going up. I wish. I mean, I like it a lot, but that one has been overpacing, so I want to use something, There's a lot of stuff at a discount right now. Yeah, Abby is really expensive right now, especially compared to what we could get at a good price. Facebook on the high. Walgreens moving up. Amazon, I mean, it's still staying at 7%, but it's not too bad. SPY bouncing again a little bit here. It just keeps going. Not too bad. DD went up 3%. Baba shot back up. Baba was down 3.5% this morning. Win was down 1%. They're all up. JD barely up. Tesla getting good volume. Apple bounced. Skyworks still down 8. Netflix on the high. Pinterest starting to move. Airbnb up. Yeah, Airbnb looks solid again. Yesterday, with the Hilton earnings, that one was very, very good. Expiration on the video was in next week. MO straight clapped. Weren't they up 2% yesterday? Down 0.5%. Datadog, there it is, finally. A little guppy. See a guppy? Huh? We got 38% now on those other plays. I swear they were up more, though. We'll see. Snap creeping out the grave. Let's see. Yeah, Snap is barely positive here. And a lot of stuff have some very interesting moves off the open. It was looking a lot more weaker, so you've gotten a lot of momentum here in the first 25 minutes. Data Kelb is very good for you. Oh, there was major snap outages last night. I heard about that. Mm-hmm. And like people even at, what was it, like Rolling Loud or Lollapalooza? They couldn't post on Snap. The Snap servers went down for a couple hours. The learn credit spread. I did not take any of them today. I probably could have. Was that 362? No, not worth it. Tesla's still going. SPY coming back to 440. Dirty dog. Oh, I thought I was going to close out that credit spread. I should have closed it out in the morning. Now we're down 60 on that one again, but it expires today. So however deep it runs in the money or out of the money, that's going to be the key. Datadog pop. If Datadog could get above 115, that'll be golden. Oh, shit. It's at 113 on volume. Yeah, Datadog's moving slow, but those are nice. And the premiums have been holding. Yeah, Roblox up 0.5%. Where's Amazon? Tesla's still going. Hey, Che, you got Perla on the candlesticks. And it's her birthday this Sunday. Happy birthday, Perla. God bless you. Amen. Hard. There you go. Get the younger generation learning the game, baby. Get them learning the game. We love it, especially on a Friday. There you go. Amen. Amen. How do you know when to do credit spreads or debit spreads? Usually it's into the momentum. It's looking for a good price. You know, you want to make sure you find a good credit to collateral ratio, and then also, going in a certain direction. I still have the Ford calls. We explained what we're going to do with them on the watch list yesterday because I really did like that play, but it turned 50% against us off the bat. So I have a specific strategy that I'm going to be executing with it. Dole indicated to open at $15. Dole is the juice company IPOing. They're like, we're not afraid to IPO in this market. Everybody like juice. How's Hood? I haven't even looked. Airbnb on the high. Hood is down another 1%. I remember Kathy Woods bought in this price. That was the news. She bought like 34 something at close. Apple's coming down again. There's Skyworks. Where's Amazon? Well, Amazon wants it. NASDAQ only down 0.5%. Dow's about to go positive. SPY's still down like 0.3, but the Dow Jones NASDAQ has recovered about half the gain so far today. Amazon, where's Shopify and everything else? Shopify still down. I know eBay, any eBay e-commerce stocks, they're all clapped through Amazon. APT on the high. Dole is the banana play. Spot running. Yeah, Spot is up 2%. It's coming back to where it was before the report, so that's actually pretty good. High ticker kind of gassing here, but I don't know if those are the inverses. TLT starting to come up. HPI halted, APT. Dole is an IPO. Yeah, I think, is it the juice company, though? But there is an IPO today. It's lit. UVXY at the bottom. I don't know if that'll pick up, but bonds are starting to move up for the first time here. It's canned fruit and juice. Dole orange juice sucks. I like that. I thought it was good, man. I always like some of that. You know what I'm saying? We love it. Got 3K in the long term ready to deploy. Just don't love anything right now. No worries. I mean, that's the beauty of the schedule. You know, you still got all month to shop if you don't feel ready with it. Amazon, Apple, everything's getting some steam here. NVIDIA coming through the top. TLT's even starting to move. So let's see how. I think we might get a little bit of a shakeup. It's been 30 minutes so far. You playing Dole if it meets criteria? Maybe. I mean, if it looks really good, but other than that, you know, it's not really. I mean, I don't know how familiar I am with fruit juice and fruits. I think it'll be interesting. I'll look at it. I'll take a look at it. I think it's the best I could give you right now. Tesla above 700. Where are we at now? 680. You might be able to test it if this crazy momentum continues for the next few hours. Micro. There's Apple. Amazon's still going. Where's Pinterest? Did Pinterest recover? Nah. Tesla's still going, though. XLNX on the high. NVIDIA is starting to make a move. Coinbase on the high. Man, crypto is doing so good till we woke up to the... I don't know. Did crypto bounce actually with the market? No, Tesla's really, really leading the way. I would even argue it's the number one on the SPY right now. Bio, it's out of all the bigger name companies it is, but you got Bio leading, Clack, Equix, DXCM, Charter, NVR, Align. So it's a lot of other, you know, smaller names leading, but then you got Amazon weighing down 237. So that's why a lot of things are moving right now, but you just have you know, I think the market looked like it was down a lot simply because of Amazon. Tesla and Spot. Accenture closes purchase of Ethica Consulting. Let's see, you're about to get 690 on Tesla. If it starts to get a little rampy from there, you may be able to see 700. We'll see. AMD all-time high. I think, did Pinterest just bounce? No. Intel even going up. SPY still going, bro. It's been 30 minutes of literally you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red candles that weren't even really declining. Very excited. Snap chilled out a little bit. Facebook still red. I think it's all because of Amazon. I think Amazon is pushing the market down like 200 points. And then you have a lot of other stuff moving right now. Abivi on the low. Tesla on the high again. Let's see. Where's Amazon? Amazon's still down 6, but I mean that's a $100 recovery since just this morning. The market too high to buy? Not. I mean, no. I mean, you have a lot of other names, just like today. You know what's moving the market up. You have one big name bringing things down, but there's a lot of stuff that's running, and over the last few weeks has been able to really get a discount. Like what? Like Uber, like Airbnb, like anything with the value name on it. If you want a comparative to the beginning of the year, Altria, Walgreens, Coinbase. I think even DraftKings really good. Now Pinterest 20%, UWMC. Depends on what area you're in. Even the airlines. Airlines are the cheapest they've been in 3 quarters or 2 quarters. So you could go down the list. Datadog on the high. Alibaba ripping now too. So Alibaba's down 3. It might come back up to 1. It's down 1.34. Tesla chilled out a little bit there. We'll see. Apple never broke through the top, so Apple's momentum, the tech momentum, is kind of limited. Baba is going, though. China Innovation says media reports on espionage are inaccurate. I don't think we got any other news. China is emerging market. Stock clout is bringing .com moment. Pretty picture won't load for you guys. China's clampdown on U.S. listed companies having a bigger effect on emerging market stock investors than it would have had years ago. The country standing on the MSCI Emerging Index led to this conclusion. Chinese stocks rose as a share of the benchmark for 10 straight years before slipping in 2021. Last year, the combined weight rose above the S&P's index peak of 34 for tech stocks in March when the dot-com era ended. MSCI's index ended the year with China weight of 36.3. Abivai had a good quarter. I mean, Abivai's hard to get above these levels. I mean, Abivai's also been trading at a premium. Interesting to see it sell off here, though. They were up pre-market. PIN's credit spread. You can. I was looking at some of them, but I think Pinterest could go either way. It's just down 20%. So it looked like it may, looking at everything balanced, but then a lot of things are down. It's kind of it's an interesting scenario. Apple's coming down a little bit. There's Amazon. SPY is still going up, though. So, again, you can see it here. You're just getting the push from some of these other names here, all collectively kind of adding up to it. Jeez, I should have covered that credit spread there in the morning. So I'm down 80% on it now, but we were down a lot more yesterday. But I fell out the money on it. That one was expiring today. It's gone straight up. I'm waiting. I need to wait for the first drop, and we'll see the premiums. DraftKings 50. Is F floundering? I don't know what floundering is, but it sounds good. Floundering. I mean, it was still up. I mean, it held the 5% move, but it is chilling out a little bit. I think we'll see maybe after GM earnings. But I do like it. Qualcomm about to pass the earlier drop. Qualcomm could continue. That'd be good. OGN. Nucor's still up. No, I'm in Roblox. White House economic advisor Rouse speaks in online panel. Rouse says Biden's economic plans will decrease inflation. That don't sound correct. It came down a little bit. This is like your first real candle for the most part. We'll see how long it lasts. But then I think Amazon might go up. I think I think the companies with bigger weight might make a move here, while then the rest kind of slip. Can you write off stock purchases? Depending on how long you hold them. So if you could do an earmark account and hold it for over the years, and if you put it and turn it into like a retirement account, there's tax benefits. But if you're like flipping it or you don't hold it for longer than a few years, I think it's even like 40 years or retirement. You could put it, you could allocate stocks for retirement, and they have a different write-off ability. AXL pop. $7.11. Tesla fighting pullback. It's looking great. I mean, it has to get to 690 first. Apple's coming straight down now. Not straight down, but it was showing a little bit more weakness there. And then Pinterest still hanging out. Neo sell-off. Neo's up 4. Tesla. What's the other? It's Blink. All the EV names are doing actually pretty good. Poor Pinterest. I know. But it just means could be another good entry. I mean, again, a lot of good names that we would have loved a year ago. You know, we saw them go up a lot, and then now to see some of these come back and give us a discount, it could be good. May. 2 million, one day. What is this? I'm trying to see. I'm looking at those NVIDIAs, even the Qualcomm. I want to see the chip makers here. Then some of those Baba name or the China names. Where is it? What's a YMM? You know, full truck. Full truck is still down. Where's Didi? I see it's hot today. Spy wants the 440 tall leaps. No, I'm not too comfortable with it. With any of the China stocks. I mean, I would probably go with short-term plays if anything, and I would just flip them back and forth. Like you could have, the back and forth even on Baba has been amazing. Red leaps on Uber and eBay. That is, which company do you like more? Do you hold any in the long term? Facebook coming down. Biden going to talk masks. Let's see, actually. When is he going to come on? Pelosi is having a news conference. Then Ford CEO goes on Bloomberg. Then Fed Lael Brainerd, she speaks tonight. The news briefing is later towards close.
Celebrating record-breaking accomplishments on the passage of the appropriations bills, thanks to the virtuoso performance of our great chair, Rosa DeLauro.
I actually want to put this up here. I want to go to the bathroom, but I also want to see. I'm not going to go to the bathroom for a long time, but I want to just listen to it because, again, you have the budget talks today, and you have the eviction moratorium.
Actually having an impact on the infrastructure legislation as well. Our chair, Peter DeFazio, is just a maestro at all of this. He knows issues that relate to infrastructure better than anyone. He's been at it for decades on the Committee of Jurisdiction, and now so proudly for all of us as its chairman. But he also knows how to save the planet, and the combination of those two is absolutely essential at this time. And Richie Neal, my goodness, everything goes through Richie Neal's committee. Thank you for the child tax cut. Thank you for so many other things that I'm sure you will tell us about. Richie said, you know, everybody goes out and makes investments and then comes to us to pay for them. We want to initiate some of our own ideas about this. Child tax credit, family and medical leave, child care, so many issues. Thank you to the Ways and Means Committee, and the list goes on. We're also joined by our distinguished chair and vice chair of the caucus, Congress, Mr. Chairman Hakeem Jeffries, Vice Chair Peter Aguilar, and the chair of our DCCC, who knows why we have to make sure the American people get the message, because it is in their interest. With that, I'm very pleased to yield to the distinguished. I have to say it right. Chuck said I didn't say it right yesterday. Distinguished Democratic leader, Majority Leader of the House, Steny Hoyer.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. The Speaker said it. The last time the economy grew at this pace and it was so good, Ronald Reagan said it was good morning in America.
Yo, why is she so swaggy, though? You see this swag?
Oh,
yeah. That's you, girl. I got you. Hey, man. She's swaggy as hell.
Infamously started out with a tragedy for our democracy. And yesterday we dealt with that in a bipartisan way. House Democrats have gotten an extraordinary amount of work done, this Congress, on behalf of the American people. And one of the most important things we've done is enacting the American Rescue Plan. Reached out and lifted up millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Americans.
Okay, so we'll keep up any headlines. I wanted to see what Nancy was going to say. Again, they're talking about a draft bill of infrastructure draft circulating Senate, but there's a couple of key political events. That's what I'm kind of waiting for to see. So look at that. Spy play came right back up. This one's going to be a difficult one to finesse here. Do I could either go for break even right now or we try to push a profit? We had 20% on it earlier. Let's see, buys Roblox, Qualcomm dipping. I think a lot of things are moving now. Tesla even gave up some steam. Okay, our political theater. There is some political theater, but again, the debt ceiling issue is very, very important because that is this weekend, and also the what's it called? The how you say the the debt ceiling, and what's the other factor I'm missing? I'm blanking on it. So heavy. The eviction moratorium. There it is. There it is. The evictions. So those two things right there. I mean, it could impact quite a lot. You would be surprised. You would be surprised. And we have not sold any premium today. I've not been able to find a play that I actually like. I think there's a decent amount of uncertainty here, but hopefully you could see, you don't have to force them every time. I want to get a good premium, so I really, really do, but I'm just not. Any of the plays we'd want to make, they moved either really, really big in a direction like Pinterest. I mean, it can fluctuate either way. The Amazon for earnings are really expensive, and then the other ones, and then the SPY put I'm already holding. The SPY calls, those are going to be the only ones. Debt ceiling, no ceilings. What? That's crazy. Word on the street is there'll be another lockdown for Delta. That's Delta. I missed the days. You remember? Not the lockdown days, but you remember that one time when everybody's mom's dad, cousins, brothers, boyfriends, sisters, friends, boyfriends, wives, husbands, friends, cousins, I know them really well. They all worked at the CDC or whatever. And then they said there's going to be martial law. You remember that? Y'all crazy. Y'all forgot about that. So I remember everything. I got a text, man. Trust me, it's from a good source. Everybody say, remember that? So I'm like, it's good times. Good times. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. We hit nearly martial law in Europe. Y'all don't even have V8s in Europe. You know what I'm saying? So y'all more restricted than us. But I feel we had some different things. Power printer. You don't know your golden days till they're gone. You never miss it till it's gone. Pinterest coming down. There's Apple. Tesla is still looking fire. SPY is now at VWAP. If it's either going to trade above or below here, I think this is going to be very, very key. Let's see. EA, Facebook on the high now. Facebook was on the low, but Apple's starting to slip. Facebook's actually moving. Yeah, Airbnb again. Hilton's earnings yesterday should be good. Walmart's coming up now. Walmart was down yesterday. Where's NVIDIA? Let's see. Everything is just teeter. I was an epic move here. So this is your first downside move, but that was an insane move off the open. I think you guys were calling out TLT. Oh, yeah. TLT moved a lot. Where's Visa? They were up yesterday. Banks aren't doing too bad. Banks are actually looking decent. Walmart on the high. Let's see if Amazon switches gears here. That could get ugly. Let's see. It's chilling at VWAP. What's the volume on the SPY right now? 12 million in the first hour. You're slightly above average. VWAP is ticking up. AHPI, that was running this morning. I don't know if there's news. I didn't check. Draft bill includes enhanced reporting for digital assets. So watch, that was the hiccup yesterday with that bill. Maybe watch Coinbase. eBay's on the low. That's just the e-commerce effects from Amazon this morning. Yeah, Facebook. Coinbase started to move off that. Again, the draft bill, it's 2,540 pages. It includes enhanced reporting for digital assets. That's part of their plan. PayPal dumping. Oh, shit, huh? That'll hit PayPal a lot harder. I think it might inadvertently affect their crypto and everything else. But PayPal already does report a decent amount. So SPY's picking up now to the downside a little bit. You broke below the VWAP, coming back to that first leg we had this morning. All I grabbed was the NVIDIA puts today. That's it. And then riding out those SPYs. Volume is picking up quite a bit. I don't know if this could be because of the draft bill, or it could just be in general how we're moving, because that crypto thing is going to be an issue. That's what happened yesterday. Is she done? I haven't. Let me check the Nancy thing again. She might be clapping. She's still on, I think. Yeah.
48
She's not
states
speaking,
have
though.
either proposed or passed. 48 states have proposed, and I think 28 states have.
Yeah, I think it's a little breath there. Again, you're still getting some strength from some of the other names. You got Facebook weeklies. Nice. It's going straight up. Straight up. It's lit. Yeah, Facebook, they were negative that whole time. Sava, Kasava, I think they had news yesterday. That candle looked a lot more aggressive than what it was. It's kind of chilling out here. 1 minute at a time, slightly below the VWAP. Your sentiment for short term is slightly bearish. I mean, I think it was just really responding to China and Amazon today. I think it's kind of more neutral in general. I think it's just more news dependent. I think you're going to get more volatility. I think ups and downs or a lot of back and forth coming into the, it's going to get volatile once August starts. But I don't really have a direction, more or less. We've been playing both sides on a lot of different plays. We've been selling some puts, selling some calls, making some of the plays on the run-ups, all of that. But I'm not really, I don't see anything imminent if that's the case. Now, September sell-off, maybe some people have talked about it may skip this time around, but it does look like, I just know we're going to get more activity August, September. Remember you said you want everyone to have great credit scores this year? Hey, man, started this year with 550. Now I'm at 700. Ooh, you listen. You did it. Ooh. That's what I'm talking about. 700, baby. That's a 50% increase. Volatile for August because usually like seasonality, it's usually volatile, and even bonds, you get more rolling over, reposition, and maturities, and there's actually a lot more moves there. Your son Dylan has had some philanthropic work. He donated to some of the other schools that needed it. Hell yeah, bro. Look at the chat. Look at the chat on Friday. Y'all got a lot. Yeah, y'all raising your kids, doing it. Enjoy it. So hopefully you enjoy Friday. I mean, today. At least it's both exciting and slow at the same time. But let's go. I like it. It's good vibes. Good vibes. Ooh. So I got what? What's 57 minus 19? 38 cents. 38 cents. Trying to see. So I could close this one out forever. We were down on this one like $1,000. But then today, now that it fell out the money, you guys are watching that here. So we'll see how this one plays. You say 47? I thought it was 30 something. I just forgot. I don't even know the numbers. 57 minus 19. 38, 38. So that market's coming down now. You're getting right back to the open. SPY is now down about 0.5%. This time the SPY is down 0.5% and NASDAQ is doing a lot better. And then Dow has lost a lot of the strength that it had here this morning. So 38. Yeah, we're making $100 on that if I close it here. I could wait till the end of the day, but I don't know. I'm kind of scared the market might close at 440. So essentially on that play, is if the market, my break even's like 440.38. If the SPY closes there, we break even. If not, I could walk away with like 30% right now. Oh, it's coming down a little bit. eBay at the floor. What's yours is yours. You had him listening. Amen. Amen. Good work, Dylan. It's good teamwork. That's good father-son teamwork. Aligning with the goal. We love it. We love it. Yeah, eBay. I have 2 eBays up there. There's Apple. There's Amazon. So I put in an order to close it at like 29. Getting a little greedy there. We'll see. I don't think it's going to fill. I'll cancel that. We'll wait. Because, again, as long as the time decay is going to work heavily in my favor here. But we just need to make sure it doesn't rocket back up. September sell-off being skipped. Some people have talked about it because there's been just a lot of movement. And then now with like a real kind of reopening and everything else, they're thinking it's going because essentially you skipped some of the summer slowdown. You know that, right? Like our volume should have really peaked at the beginning of July. And I mean, you kind of saw it, but not really. I mean, you had good volume through this whole, start to summer. So it's created an interesting reaction amongst a lot of people. I think it's hot on stocks, e-commerce stocks for sure on both directions. China volatility plays, playing it both ways. That's super hot right now. Anything related to anything getting good news or getting specific political news in the sense like a real policy winner, like the infrastructure play materials, those are killing it. FLGC breaking out. Twitter just hanging at 71. So Amazon's starting to pick back up on the low. That's not good. Damn, I could have made a lot on those. Damn, the Amazon ones are expensive. Happy Friday. Good morning, Connie. You think hood will go back to 38? I think anything could happen, but today's going to be important. If you compare it to like the Uber IPO, I think it reminds me a lot about the Uber IPO. So depending on how that moves from here after today, we'll really be able to find out. But that does suck. I mean, you see today, day after Robinhood IPO, it's an interesting one. Have we had a little up and down like that? I don't think we've had a little pop and drop like that in a minute. A little horseshoe or a wishbone is what you call it. That's weird. The VWAP is ticking up off of that. Amazon's annoying. Dow Jones down 0.28. Small caps are about to flip. Remember, SPY and NASDAQ matched up for a little bit. The baby news plus hood IPO death cross. Oh, yeah. 100%. We saw it coming, man. We saw it coming. Oh, come. There it is. All right, I closed out the credit spread at 28. I only made $110 off of it. Or $100 on it. I just wanted out of that one. We were losing on that one for 2 weeks. Hopefully you guys saw that. Oh, no, believe me. We were down. We were down 1,800 on that play at one point. So that was a premium that went against us. We sold it awfully. But to walk away with that play without rolling over, I get all the cash back and then walk away with an extra $100. We will take it. We will take it. Yeah, Facebook making another move here towards the top. Ford, I'm going to be waiting. I'd watch the watch list there. It's a simple answer, but I mean, you know, what I say on the watch list, but it's just very simple. We're going to be writing it out. But you know, the question comes up a lot, but you've seen me execute the same exact play on it, but don't put in, you know, that I went bigger on that one. I believed in that play a little bit more, but it's a short-term weekly. It got clapped. I'm pretty much trapped in it now, but I still I like it, and then I'm going to look to try to get more depending on where it moves in the next few days and with some of the other earnings. Those credit spreads, yeah, they really came back to life. That's why I was watching them, but to get out of it, you know, we were down a lot on that one. So now, the only other premium sell we need a saving grace on is Sam. That one expired, but that one's at the danger zone. We're still down on that one. Yeah. Still down 1,900. It says 1,500 in general because we've made more money from the other credit spreads. So it's not down as, remember, we were down like $3,000 on that at one point. So the time decay is still helping a little bit. PG on the high, Procter Gamble. No, they're up 3%. I think they had earnings. They're doing really nice. Nvidia low. Yeah, they switched gears again. I mean, we got that one play earlier. I don't know where it's at, though. It's actually up 18%, so we went down on that one for a little bit, but that one flipped gears. Yeah, PG is looking really good. Hood, big pop. If day 2 is good for Hood, it's going to be amazing. Oh, shit. It is actually popping. Walmart to require masks for store workers in high-risk counties. Yeah, Hood is actually moving 400,000 in volume, and it's going PayPal on the low, though. PayPal's starting to sell off. Venture capital firms are turning to India with China's tech crackdown. Bank of America says it may take 5 years for Fed's reverse repo volume to return back to normal. Yeah, PayPal's still going down there. What was that play we were going to sell? Was I going to sell the 272s? No, the PayPal's, you can't even do anything on that. NVAX and Myrna on the high again. Oh, why did T-Bio drop 16%? Interesting. Peru's currency slumps to record low amid political concerns. Twilio price target raised by RBC Capital. Probably already came out. You can't find. That's weird that T-Bio moved like that. AMD still moving up to the high. Damn. Still up 3%. Yeah, AMD cost still printing. Bank won't be making those billions. Atlassian is still running. That team still up 24%. Myrna making another move. SPY bouncing there through the VWAP. Airline's still down. Oh boy. Amazon's still down. Tesla's still getting some of that steam. Go pop. Go. Airline wireless stuff. Let's see what we got. Just says option volume rises 3 signals since July. We got 25% on the like button. Smash that like button, baby. Improve the ratio. That go in flight is try. Hey man, it's better than nothing, man. It's better than nothing. I can still use my Instagram while flying. I need that, man. I need that. It's an hour flight, but we need that Wi-Fi. Plays on Tesla. I mean, where is that? What's it called? I'm actually up now on that strangle both ways. We're down 30% on the puts, but they're holding value. But then we got 67% on the calls. So if Tesla goes, it's about to hit 690 here. If it could do that, it could do very, very well. I mean, the 700 level is where everybody goes crazy. Can't wait till the long-term deposit. Low ticker picking up again, though. Watch out here. So you got that little move again to VWAP. It's coming down. Tesla and a lot of things are still holding up, but you're getting a lot of movement today, and it's hard to see it through the indexes just because with how heavy Amazon's weighing on everything. Best Friday. God bless you, Jumi. Stay blessed. Tesla through 690. It's making that move. Tesla. We might get more Delta news over the weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if we did. But I don't know. You know, Wall Street had the freak out 2 weeks ago, but the Fed didn't mention them. The Fed didn't mention Delta. All the Fed mentioned was vaccines, and at the same time, you didn't hear anything about the China with the Fed too. I'm more worried about the China news, but overall, I don't think it's. I think as long as it's in a weird way, the Delta news has a positive effect. In a weird way, this is kind of my opinion on it. Just because as you're even seeing data as Delta starts to be talked about more, as they're going over and running things back there, is leading to more people being vaccinated, and then the vaccination rate is positive for that reopening trade, and it falls in line with the Fed. So I think there might be news, but if it leads to more vaccinations, it kind of cancels out, if that makes sense. But I think the China stuff is going to be important. But China did something different today. China and the U.S. both escalated. They both escalated over today, not over the weekend. I was expecting it over the weekend, but we'll see. This was interesting. So that's crazy. I'm looking at some of the numbers here. India really got clapped here in the middle. That was in May and everything else like that. But that's crazy. The case numbers were very, very small in the beginning. I'm looking at some of these numbers. I'm like, wait a minute. Why does this look so much like? Because this was the end of the year. So this was the run-ups on the end of the year in the United States and other places. This is why UK has been freaking out lately. You can see the UK has been really coming up. We're starting to move there. And then India had the launch in May. See, and then here's the worldwide vaccination rates. The U.S. came down. Again, it came down a little bit here. India, that's been going up. United Kingdom, but we're seeing this play out worldwide. China? China has data on this? Oh, no, total. So, yep. BTBT. Ship tied to Israeli billionaire attacked off of Oman. 2 killed. SPY coming down again. Get ready. Watch some of the bigger names there in the movements we saw. Then NVIDIA again. Tesla's still doing good. Thankfully, we closed out of that SPY. Then the Nvidias are up 20%. I think we had a good timing on that one. And then where's that win? Ding, ding, ding. Those wins are down 45. Killing me, win. Killing me. $7.27. New gave it up. Let's see. Amazon ticking up a little bit. I'm looking at got a couple ideas here. I just want to see how the market's going to play out. And then any news, I think any of the political news is going to have an effect. We still got to worry. You got debt ceiling, evictions, and then infrastructure. Not to mention the digesting of the reopening trade now after Amazon scaring growth, and then the Delta just doing Delta things. BT again. Isn't that one a crypto play? China. Yeah, I still have the Eric plays. We made those free. Tesla wants it. SPY's balance in here at VWAP, though. We're at an interesting scenario. eHealth price target cut by RBC Capital. Huntsman expects free cash flow of approximately 40% 2022. Tesla, VIX calls. I averaged down on wins, but this time I got ones with more time. So that covers earnings now. Griffin Coin. Welcome, my friend. Griffin. What a name, bro. What a name. Griffin. So that one I could have got there on a bad timing as well. Because if, we spent the first hour coming up here, next 30 minutes dropping. So some things are kind of in the middle. But that one I'm looking into for next week. Just, again, that gives me earnings as well as just any of the China exposure. China brought up some other industries this weekend, so we'll see. But I grabbed a win August 20th. I grabbed some puts. I only spent $150 or a little bit more. We do have a dividend portfolio. That is our long term. We'll see. I'm not logged in today, actually. Who's Griff? It's Griffin? Peter. Peter Griffin. This one's a good article. I'm old enough to be my best friend's mother, but that doesn't stop us from being equals. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. The XRP news. There's been a lot of good crypto news, but it's been it's even today did very, very good up until we opened up with the China stuff. So overall, I mean, it's looking nice. I think crypto is subtly doing good off of the Robinhood IPO, simply because I think Robinhood IPO, with them focusing so much on crypto and them saying that how that's part of their plans, I think it speaks a lot to it. Covered call strategy is nice. I mean, you just got to know, don't cheap yourself out with trying to get these like small little, credit here, credit there. You want to do it very, very strategically and not too much. Good friends, old enough to be my pops. It's good to have mentors with experience. Oh, no, I agree. I think this came in as one of those news questions that we see. Hood is green and it's battling. We'll see. Even Tesla's battling too. Even Amazon. Why is XLNX now 1 point sign if merger will give each share 1.7? XLNX is 150. Because when is it gonna? It's all depending on when it goes through and everything else. Because if the stocks move in between, then you could end up owning less. IRS enforcement will be in next reconciliation package. That's coming out right now. How old is the oldest Chad? I think 86 years old. Maybe a little bit older. I've had somebody reach out to me who's like 86. It's pretty dope. Another guy reached out to me. He bought Apple shares in 1990. I said, I don't believe you. And then he sent me his E-Trade, and I was like, holy shit. He did. I was like, he really did. And he held it. And then he held it. I was like, damn, that's nuts. That's nuts. Oh, yeah. I was like, bullshit. And I think it was worth like 4 to 7 million at the time. It's probably worth like 10 million now. Good for him. Well, all he did was hold it. He didn't. His initial investment wasn't that big, but he just held it since the 80s. SPY chilling out right here. I wonder what those SPY premiums are at now. I just want to look. Let's see. I closed them out at what? Like 29? 28? They're still at the same price? Oh, no, they're at like 25. So I wouldn't have even made that much after this. Now, if it comes down, we'll see. SPY's taking another leg. Pinterest selling off again. Pinterest hitting another low. Keep Tesla up. Tesla's rocked, bro. If Tesla does an inverse today, that'd be crazy. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaks on Senate floor.
Pass restrictive law.
Pelosi still talking? Come on, girl. PayPal down 2.8. SPY's starting to come down here again. You're only about 3 or 4 candles away from where we open, and this open was pretty ugly. Actually, where are we at? Let's see the rest of the world. Around the world, around the world. Sorry. Everywhere's red, but not. You don't have a lot of the 2% moves. So again, a lot of stuff is still trading. That's why everything's still moving. It's moving now. Only at 2% down in what? Where is that? The Philippines? Yeah, no arrows. Arrows are 2%. SPY's starting to drop here now. We are switching gears. Spotify doing good. Teslas are surprising. Sam is doing decent. Datadog. And Nvidia's need to go up more. Yeah, SPY coming down. You on the high in Myrna. That sucks. I wish T-Bio was going up, though. That's so weird. Next week, Bob. The macro news, there was a lot today. I mean, in the sense of we have a lot of domestically in the politics, and then United States says stop processing China IPOs, and then China has clapped back at us with they said that they're going to be going after trucking companies and ride-sharing companies like Didi, and then they also did something else today too. Why am I not hyped today? Oh, I'm hyped. I'm taking it all in. We've been I already did like 2 or 3 plays watching that. I'm trying to see what direction we go from here. I think today's a very fascinating day. You got a lot happening, and then not to factor in the Amazons too. It's getting real froggy out here. It's Friday. Good morning. Happy Friday. We love Fridays, baby. We love Fridays. I'm actually excited. Y'all feel good? Y'all feel good for Friday? Today is the monthly close as well, too. That is correct. Ain't that crazy? Any news on Ford? Not today, I don't think. Tesla's about to break out again. Foresee another correction. Gonna depend as we get into the next month, but it all has to do with it's all has to do with policy. I mean, you have a policy with China as well as the domestic policy that we have here with everything from that budget is a big deal, and then the infrastructure bill. What plays that? Pinterest. Myrna still going. Tesla as well, too. Nvidia hanging out there. Amazon, not as much. We got the win. Apple, just everything's kind of pinned here. What a day. You're getting a lot of lack of movement and then a lot of movement at the same time. I mean, and it's all because of the weighting here. Amazon is really affecting a lot, so you're not really seeing it as much. Ford sell it off. Altria came down. DXCM's on the high. Damn, Dexcom. Anticipate more selling. I think, today it becomes a little bit more interesting. I think it's a little bit more confusing. We'll see by the end of the day. But with China and these actions coming in on Friday instead of after Friday, I would have expected something over the weekend. So that's where I'm a little bit more concerned. But it's hard to say. I mean, it really, there's so many different news events on the table right now that depending on what we wake up to Monday, it could change everything for the good or bad. If they get the budget deal, they start announcing some infrastructure news that ends up being good. They're able to get the eviction moratorium or anything, of those natures. And then if China doesn't escalate, you could wake up to a pretty bullish move, or you might get a delayed earnings reaction from Amazon and everything else. I mean, the best thing I would try to do right here is instead of anticipate, kind of, let it play itself, if that makes sense. Let the course run and see what happens, and then we could go from there. Yes, be ready to react. Be ready to react, but then also, you gotta monitor it. That's what I'm saying. Like, keep your finger on the pulse, but I wouldn't try to administer medicine or a prediction until we really have a clear idea with it. But we know where to look. It's going to be some of the China plays. It's going to be China related, and it is going to be related to infrastructure, as well as if the budget deal does turn out bad, or if they have to do the extraordinary measures and that debt ceiling gets bad, that's going to start the clock on a whole nother issue. Verizon, AT&T was up. Caterpillar had earnings. I think it was good, actually. They're down 4. I think they was good, but they did mention some pressures with their margin and everything else. SPY starting to squeeze. Here, back at the VWAP, we'll see. Tesla's still gassing. The Tesla is working very hard, man. That Tesla move is so surprising, though. It has really, it didn't do much on earnings. It chilled out, and then all of a sudden, it's really, just running the court. PayPal potential to bounce. Where's Robinhood? Pinterest on the low again. So that one's continuing to sell now. Coin turned around. Again, Coin, it had some of the negative news with the crypto bill, but it came up. Robinhood is dancing between break even, or red and green. Viacom A shares on the low. Ultra on the low as well. You thought Tesla was TLT? They kind of look the same, though, but TLT is only up 0.5%. TLT could have been a lot worse today. And then I think the real issue here is the dollar. Dollar thankfully came back up. If the dollar dropped today, that would have been ugly. SPY coming back up to VWAP, so we're still chilling out here. We started over at what, like 438. Now we're at like 439. We were almost up back to 440, so you're really just chilling in the middle here. Tesla's what, 691? So V Healthcare is the real reason we're still holding anything on the SPY. XLV. I think Bio was the leader today. Oh, yeah. Healthcare's been absolutely killing it. Costco keeps getting new goodies. Tesla last chance. Coinbase moving again. You're getting some momentum here. Still a lot of stuff dropping, though, too. It's a very big push and pull today. That Amazon earnings has left the watering hole scattered. That's why you just got a lot of different things running at a lot of different points. Investors lose $1 trillion in China's wild week. A blow-by-blow account on trading desks from Shanghai to New York. There are moments where you just think, oh my God. It began with the record crash in Chinese stocks on Wall Street and only got crazier from there. The nearly $1 trillion sell-off ignited by Beijing's stock ban on profits at tutoring companies has triggered a new round of soul-searching about investment case for Chinese assets in the Xi Jinping era. After a week of wild market swings and tense calls with clients, some investors have decided China just isn't worth the trouble. Others spot buying opportunities after valuations sank to the lowest level in decades as Xi's Communist Party attempts one of the biggest economic policy shifts since the 1980s. Almost everyone agrees that the regulatory onslaught has further room to run. So here it is. You guys want the breakdown? Here's one of the breakdowns here so far. SPY coming up. Tesla came down. But this started on what? This was June 2015. 2015, regulatory crack on leverage financing. Then they do circuit breakers to curb volatility at the end of the year. Then come back into beginning in 2018, U.S. said to levy higher tariffs on China goods. This is your trade war. And then global stocks plunge as U.S. trade war escalates. So this was leading into 2019. So this was September. Then China COVID outbreak. That was in what? Oh, they gave it January 17th. Right? Then everything went up. Now Hong Kong to levy stamp duty. That was when? That was in February 2018. That's when they started really taking over Hong Kong. And then now China clamps down on education sector and then everything else that we got. So you're seeing a lot of these moves. You know, every single time you've gotten some sort of reaction to everything. And they kind of come in twos. July 24th. Yeah, bro, it's a huge breakdown. It's literally minute by minute or day by day. So again, you know, think about it. This all started on that Saturday or that Friday, I think. They closed, Hong Kong closed, then New York, the Golden Dragon. That was the first drop we saw. Then you had Saturday, they ordered Tencent and the music stuff. This was all last week and then leading into Monday. Then Tuesday, one by one. So, I mean, you're getting to really see how this all played out, but that has been a very, very big key here. Pelosi still speaking. Oh, baby girl. No, I don't think she's speaking anymore. Filibuster. So SPY back down to the VWAP. Tesla now gave up a little bit. Robinhood is positive. New York Times delays return to office. It's funny, you're getting there's some pickup here in some of the vaccine stuff, but some people are getting a little bit more concerned today. It kind of feels like last weekend, 2 weekends ago, but not as scary because we've kind of been here before. Space falling nice. S on the high. Sentinel 1. So you know this, they don't give you the right to own the company. They use offshore accounts. Yeah, that's why anything that says ADR on the back end of it, that's what it is, an American Depository Reserve. So enter in Baidu, you'll notice ADR comes out. ADR, ADS, any of those terminologies, it's in the company name. Most people just ignore it. YY, you see sponsored Inc. ADS right here. JD, sponsor ADR, Baba, holding sponsored ADS. That's what they are. This one, I don't. It's not about knowing a lot. I mean, this is just. I mean, think about it. There was issues like this 10, 15 years ago. So, once you're, back 10, 15 years ago in the early 2000s, before an iPhone existed, when people would talk about Chinese companies had a very bad rep. They would blatantly lie. So a lot of people were very skeptical of these. Even the 2014, 2015 Baba IPO, this was a topic of concern. People were saying, Alibaba was one of the biggest IPOs to ever hit the market before we've seen some of the craziness we saw this year and last year. But people were worried about that. So it's a bittersweet to, the new round of investors are getting, the new generation of investors are getting educated. So this is part of something, a lot of these adages in the markets, they don't come from nowhere. Sometimes it takes time for the truth to be discovered, but a lot of people on Wall Street were aware of this, but a lot of people lately in the last 5 years, people have ignored everything just because, the risk wasn't that high as it used to be. And, there was, people were going for yield. People were going for the gains. But China is definitely on the menu for today and coming into tomorrow. But, you got a lot of different factors here on Friday. So we'll see how we close today. If it does close green, it could be good. If we close red, it could set us up for an interesting down Friday type of move. I mean, that'll show you the sentiment. PayPal dump. Yeah, they're down 3. DOW opens at 15. IPO is at 16. It priced at 16, but it only opened at 15. And then a lot of names are kind of slowly edging down here. I'll never invest in China stocks again. But you'll see, I mean, do you realize how crazy today was, though? You don't remember 3 days ago, Baba had an epic bounce. You know what happened? China literally, like, think about what China did, bro. I don't think Xi Jinping, I think he's kind of spiraling here just because he came and you had this big drop, then we had the bounce, and then because what people were saying, China said that China called the banks and they said, listen, this is an overreaction. It's not going to be that big. And then now China escalates and then America escalates 2 days later. So you're getting whipsawed for a reason. But that's where it's like this situation is that a little bit more crazier. Dole. I don't know what the offering size is. Mm. $26 million shares. Puts on Baba going into the weekend. I think they're a little bit expensive now after this move. We'll see where we end up on Friday, but I did average down on the win play, and then I got Nvidia. Nvidia got mentioned into it this morning by being called the or with their review not getting updated there. So we'll see, but nothing directly on China. I want to see how we close today. Do I surf? No, I don't surf. I'm not good at balancing. And like I'm good at mental balance, but not like physical balance. It's not really my thing. FedEx on the high. Market makers trying. No, Nvidia has a lot of buyers. I mean, a lot of people from the split and everything else. People are really, really active on it. Get out there, champ. Something to learn. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. Like I do gotta start doing the flamingo pose. Yeah, we could balance the portfolio too. That's good balance. But even then, that gets hard too. But the surfing is hard. My sister surfs. My sister drives around with her surfboard. She's a real hippie, bro. I'm telling you. So, like, every time she comes from San Francisco, she refuses to fly. She's like, I'm going to drive. And then she drives and she brings a skateboard, a surfboard, a tent. Like, she's just like a hippie. I'm like, how am I related to you, bro? That's like, I don't get it. See, you're from San Fran. There you go. There you go. See. Mm-hmm. She sounds dope. Yeah, y'all, she sounds cool. I see this. I'm just like, what? Everywhere she goes, she has a surfboard in her car. Bro, she'll drive down to come visit, and she'll literally just have a surfboard. How you gonna drive 7 hours with the surfboard? I'm like, what? That's crazy. That's cool though. Yeah, I'm glad y'all like it. That's good though. See, that's why we're family. We're family. You see, I give her shit for it. We laugh. She tries to get me to go. That's good. I'm glad some of you can relate. Some of you are like, yo, that's dope. Some of you are like, yeah, man, she rips the gnar, bro. I'm with it. Totally with it. Coffee tumbles the most since 2010 as Brazil frost concerns ease. Get pitted. Total dud, no volume. Priced $1 below the pricing limit. Don't knock it till you try it. I've paddleboarded. I've never surfed. I've wanted to try to surf once, but that shit man, I've seen my sister just get smacked in the face with the surf. Like I think she's gotten hurt multiple times surfing. That's why I'm like, I've skimboarded. I could skimboard. You know what I'm saying? We can that's a nice game. That one that's like surfing light. I like that one. That's the trial version. I could do that. I paddleboarded, and then I fell, and then I cut my foot on a rock. So that was nice. Teach me in La Jolla. We'll see, man. We'll see. I don't know. Same thing about dirt bike. I like dirt bikes. I could do dirt bikes. That's more my type of activity. I could, I don't really identify with the surfing. Get me a F350 and a dirt bike. I could do that one. That I like. I have more redneck tendencies. I'm not a redneck. We are far from rednecks, but like there's something like dirt bikes I'm down with. A big truck driving it off like a hill and like that. I don't know why I'm so into that. That I could do all day. I've never done it though. I've only been on a dirt bike I think once. Whoever said the grass was greener must have never seen the other side. And if China don't ban ya, sure sound like a lie. Sorry. Tubular. That's a banger, bro. The only Californian welcomed in Texas. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all got a lot of that, though. Can you sing in Arabic? I can, but some of y'all might get scared. It starts to sound like a... Never mind. It's nice. Believe me, man. I have a lot of friends who came to my house back when I was little, bro. This was before y'all would before y'all would cancel shit, and before like people were like culturally more aware. Like imagine like 15 years ago, people coming. Imagine, man, 15 years ago, going to a field trip with a bunch of white kids, and my mom blasting this Arab like Mala. Oh man, bro, they would look at me like, what? And then they would tell their parents, and even their parents are like, what are you playing? Why are you listening to that terrorist music? I'm like, what? This is church music that my mom gave me, man. What do you mean? Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, y'all don't want that. If y'all ain't Middle Eastern, y'all get scared as hell by that music. I've already experienced it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I experienced that for sure, bro. I was that kid. Without a doubt. My mom, you think Mama Answers cares? Mama Answers in 2021 still insistent on praying for you guys. Trust me. Back then she said, "What? What do you mean? It's good. You must worship." I'm like, "Mom, it's 2005. They don't like this." Do you know what happened a few years ago? They all think. Oh, that's good though. Beautiful music though. Beautiful music. The Middle Easterns, they're singing it incorporates a quarter note. So a lot of like American music doesn't have like quarter notes in it, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful if you know. I'm funny. I'm being honest with you. I'm not funny. I'm actually sharing with you my trauma to cope with it a little bit better. So it can't hurt me anymore. That's it, y'all. If y'all thought I was gonna hurt y'all 10 years ago, they would listen and they'd be like, "Oh shit." Yeah, semitones. It's great. Let your sister know you bought 2 more goats. All right. I mean, get a surfboard. We'll put you. I say I'm gonna make you guys. We should make a cult bachelor. Like that's it. It's gonna be like Bachelor mixed with the game Wipeout, and then you have to bring goats, and then we'll make you guys go through courses, and then whoever wins, you can have a shot. Sounds like a good plan. Colt Island. So Spy chilling out here. Apple is that real? Got a little bit of volume. Where's Tesla? Win is slowly edging down. Nivda. Mm-mm-mm. For the love of Habibi. Push-ups? Holy shit. It's already been 2 hours? No way. Finally Googled Shukran. So Shukran for always showing love. Shukran is Skorak Habibi. Anaba Hibak. Overstock below 70. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful, but new guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. But we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Feels good. Wow. Wow. Next, I need you to relax the jaw. Relax your shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Some of you guys are scrunched up with your shoulders pinned near your neck right now. I need you to drop them. Relax the shoulders, fix the nerd neck, chest to the sun, tuck the hips in, flex the core. How you feel? How you feel? You feel good? Feel good, chest to the sun. You look good, actually, man. Damn, that core looks good. You look tall, too. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You look really good. I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry. But relax your jaw. Hey, legs in front of you. What are you doing? Why are your legs wrapped behind your chair? Why are you sitting crisscross applesauce in a computer chair? Huh? I see you. Stop it. Stop it. Come on. Okay, next, relax your jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath. Go. Bradley Frizzle, we got our peach today. Why am I doing what you say? Why is that so? Why did that make me laugh so hard? Why is that so funny? Why am I doing what you say? Have any of you ever had that thought when you're just sitting there like with the push-up time? You've just that cry. You're like, why am I doing what he's saying right now? I'm going through all of these steps right now. What the? That was very funny, bro. That was very funny. God, I'm doing it too, man. I'm doing it too. I'm getting my resistances here now. You know, that's really funny, actually. He said, why am I doing what he says? It's good, though. It's good for you, though. It's good for you. You know, if it hurt you, I'd ask that question. But, you know, get the body moving. It's a good suggestion. Oh, and this was the start of the cult union. So funny. He said, why am I listening to what he says? Why am I doing what he says? Oh, man. Hood wants his spies coming down. Graduated kettlebells. Those are intense. I think you could get ripped with just the kettlebell. Kettlebells are crazy. Hood wants it. Tesla is still holding up. But SPY is coming down. AMD not doing too bad. Hood going up. See, Amazon hasn't even dropped there in a minute. What would he have gotten better on that play? That SPY play came down to 18 cents. I would have made another $100 if I waited another hour. I was just too soft. I didn't want to risk the biscuit. Can't trust this market. ASON refused. ASON dropped the other day. We dropped a lot. In 8 bio opens at $10. Another IPO. Surprised there's IPOs here today, especially after some people pulled out because of Robinhood. I mean, ASON, Derulo. Ooh. Ford, Boeing dropping, SPY's coming down a little bit. It's getting a little active. It's not hitting a new low just yet, but we've really been stuck in this. We're just stuck in here, this little range until something develops. Boeing's hitting a low though. Dole just tanking. Jeez. I think Snap found its support from a couple months ago. Robinhood's looking good. Snap turned around. Yeah, Ford is just getting pummeled. I'm surprised. I thought Ford was going to go crazy. I really like that earnings report. Maybe Ford next week. Oh, wait, yeah. If it's a delayed continuation, it could be good. They surprised everybody. Time is flying. I mean, it is Friday, baby. Pinterest on the low again. I'd wait. Keep an eye when like Amazon and some of the bigger names move. I think you're just getting a lot of the decay from everything else. Disney on the low. XLF hitting the low. I don't know what those premiums are at. ASON, Derulo. Those XLFs drop 50. Dude, those next weeks are dirty. If you buy them into the premium, you get clapped. Airlines hitting a new low. Intel drop. Win is hitting a low there for the day. Yeah, people are still afraid of the China thing. They confuse the shit out of everybody. You realize 2 days ago, China was setting up meetings, calling investors, calling their investment banks, and they were saying, you have nothing to worry about. It's an overreaction. We're going to support the market, essentially. That's what they said. And then 2 days later, they come back and they say, yeah, we're about to clap DD even more, and we're going to clap this, and now America won't let anybody raise money from China. So they really, I mean, I don't, you know, when you have a communist type government, the credibility thing, it's a little bit different. You know, imagine if Powell lost credibility. That's like Powell coming in 2 days and saying, hey, we're not going to taper. And then 2 days later, he's like, yeah, we're going to taper. It's not. You would be like, whoa. Hold on. I don't know. T-Bio, I thought it would have been up here because some of the other ones went up. TLT is up right now. TLT is hitting a high. It's not as big as a move on the bonds. I think the dollar's more important, but if we do break out of this range, I mean, it's going to say something. So SPY slowly edging down here now. Let's see what those NVIDIAs did. NVIDIA is only 15% from today. The wins are up 13. The old ones are down 30 now. They were down a lot more earlier, so that's a good sign. How do you trade on Webull? I'm not going to answer this question because I don't want to make a joke and have you misinterpret it. I've never used them, so good luck with that one. But there is other platforms available like TD Ameritrade, which is great, or even Robinhood. It's a good IPO. I use E-Trade and TD Ameritrade and Robinhood. I use all of those. I've used almost every brokerage except Webull. Okay, good IPO conditional. I thought it was decent. It was decent, but historically, for any IPO that size, it was the worst debut in history. Pepsi, Uber, don't compare. Do you use WeTrade? No, I use E-Trade. He's like, all right, what about WeTrade? Okay, what about WeBear? What about WeTD? What about WeHood? I'm like, okay. Hood is still down 8%. So TLT dropped a little bit there. Market still kind of is very, very calm today. I thought you would have got a little bit more pressure. So, I mean, I think it's kind of showing you how the market feels. Remember, you did get good economic data and Powell. So today could be a lot worse, but it's a lot more calm, especially 2 hours in. Make trading fun and educational. We love it, man. God bless. It's Friday too. I'm sure give it a couple more minutes, hours here. We should be able to make it should be fun here once we get an idea of how the market's going to react, or it's just gonna turn into a bloodbath. It's going to turn into a bloodbath, or it might have I don't know about epic rally. Not too sure, but I think we might just chill off. But the fact that today could have been worse and it's not, I think that's a good sign. Can you switch from IRA from Fidelity to TD without losing your positions? Yeah, you can, but you should be able to switch it as long as it's not through your employer. If it's through your employer, they may have a specific one. So that's it. Good economic data. Home sales down, credit spreading up, refis up. That's not good. It is in the sense that it meets the it's like good and bad. Some of them missed expectations. Like, I mean, the last time the United States economy had a 6% GDP was a very long time ago. And then the housing sales are down month over month, but year over year, the numbers are actually still rising. And even then, even year over year numbers that are down, it's still an elevated amount. But it's good data. It wasn't the best. A lot of it falls in line with what Powell has been saying. That's at least my opinion on it. I mean, you're free to have your own opinion on it as well too. But the data there's a lot of data that has came out, and it's good, but it's not the best. In the sense that you're seeing improvement, but it's bad enough where it's showing that there is opportunity. I mean, it really highlights what Powell said. Progress. There's progress in the economic data. It could be a lot better in some areas. Some areas is very good, but there is at least progress, and that's where you're seeing. So, I mean, like the jobless claims yesterday, that came in above expectations, but people just like the fact that it's still coming down. But I personally think jobless claims and continued claims is a very weak spot in the economy right now, but it's still coming down. He said progress last FOMC. He did not. I mean, compared to the statement on I don't know if you watched the watch list or you were here. We had the side-by-side statement. He said, some industries were severely affected by the pandemic, and then this time they referred to them as having progress. But he said he made progress. The economy has made progress towards the goals that could allow the tapering. He has not said anything before that. He did. If you could find me the statement from June that could show that statement, but I mean, I have the document. Where is that one? Sauce. It wasn't in his doc in the speech. He may have said it in that sense, but what people are, the FOMC is a statement that is they choose their words very specifically for a reason. So you haven't had full unanimous agreement on progress then, if that wording makes it better for you. But the announcement that to say that the economy has made progress towards their goals, the Federal Reserve has not admitted that up until 2 days ago. Give the recipe? What are you saying? But that's why, today, just in general, though, it could have been a lot. I thought it would have been a lot worse here. We'll see how we close. So that progress implies tapering. Oh, yeah, 100%. He's implying that it's on the way there, or it's at least, I think it kind of eased the market. I mean, think about it. We've been looking ahead you could see the taper from a mile away, or that they should do it, but Powell and the Fed has moved very, very slow. Very, very slow. So it's kind of, I think it could have been a concession where he was just kind of giving it out there. But for the most part, I think it's, it limits the amount of options that could happen from here. So the timeline and what people are looking for, it's really, it's getting to a certain point where you can reasonably expect what's going to happen in the next 3 to 6 months, assuming nothing changes. And that's why the economic data is so important. Yesterday GDP came in at 6%, but it wasn't, it was expected to come in at 8%, but that's what shows, there's still progress in that sense. What's the date today? 7:30. Where is it? Am I playing the new Halo? Everyone keeps asking that. I haven't even looked at it. But yeah, so this is what I was saying, the economic. This was the GDP number, and you could even see, looking at the quarterly gain, I mean, damn, we were at 33% coming from the bottom, and that's, this is the biggest gap here. You could see 08 wasn't even nearly this size, but 6.5% GDP. You haven't really seen that since 1996. No, that's 06. 06 and 03, and then coming into the early years of the 2000s. Those are the only times, we haven't gotten to 6% in a while, at least in the modern monetary theory era of quantitative easing and everything else. We have not gone to this level. So that's why it's a good response, but it's also bad at the same time, in the sense that it missed expectations. It was up there. You are coming off of, a big, baseline effects, all of that. But it's still, it's highlighting something there. Coinbase is doing good, I think, today. Some moderate Democrats oppose eviction ban bill. Consumers need to consume. That's where I think the other data was that the consumer credit, or like the consumer balance sheet, they seem ready to consume, but we'll see. That's going to be the unfortunate part, is every month from now, we know we really just need to watch the trend of the data and where it's going. and how that plays out. But a lot of people are still banking now, or like the final end of the curve is banking on the consumer, the U.S. consumer, to come in and do what they need to. Senate suspends vote on bipartisan infrastructure. Timing of resuming unclear. That sucks. So that's gonna, bro. If they delay that, and then it leads to a delay with the eviction, and then the other thing, the debt ceiling. This is not good. This is not good. SPY coming to another low. The Halo. How do I get the Halo beta? Coin being held. I think Coinbase benefited from Robinhood yesterday. The fact that Robinhood, a lot of Robinhood's growth is actually tied to what's it called? It's tied to crypto. So I think it was good. Invite only. You could give me your. Can I play it on my PC? How did Coinbase benefit? Because Coinbase has a higher valuation, but a lot of 80% of Robinhood's revenue is. Oh, you're saying it's from order flow? I think their biggest growth came from growing segment came from what's it called? The crypto and Dogecoin. I think they made a third of their revenue from the Dogecoin. Or something on the third of their revenue or a third of their growth. It's on PC. Ooh. Let's see. I might want to try. I'll try it out. I'll see. We'll see what we could do. We'll see what this weekend does. We got some real estate work. Real estate. That's the crazy part. When you looking at this. Remember, I was saying it a little bit earlier, but think about it. It's already August now, but real estate is, you've almost had one full year of real estate prices at these levels. So that's why I was even, really when it gets into 2022, before long, you're going to look at some of these purchase dates. And then when you see like a 2020 purchase, it's not going to hit the same as looking at it in this year versus once you're in 2022. Call put just flipped. 38 calls, 62% puts today. There's a VIX. VIX is at 18.5. It's right there. What's the difference between revenue and growth? Revenue is how much they're making, and then growth is the rate to which they're making that money. How is it growing, right? Like your revenue could be $1 million. That's on your top end. Revenue is not, and revenue does not factor in expenses, operating costs, anything like that. It's just saying, the total gross money that you bring in through operating business, and then growth is comparing, how much are you earning, quarter over quarter, year over year, or even comparing your segments. So it's saying, if you made 1 million last year and you made 2 million the next year, you grew, 100%. That, that's highlighting your growth. And then if you made, let's say, $700,000 of it last year came from one segment, but then you made an additional $1 million, and then you got that $1 million from what you were already doing, and then another segment, you come out with a new company or a new product, and that was able to make money. That's the growth. And then the rate of the growth is showing you, where you're improving the business, all of that. Zoom had something with it today. But Zoom is it's interesting because Zoom I think fell into that reopening trade and got affected kind of how Amazon did, but they're not down as much, especially when you're getting some of these concerns. Why is this thing barcoding over here? You see this? That looks sketchy. Mm. NVIDIA is worse. NVIDIA kind of Zoom looks more barcode sketch than not. NVIDIA kind of looks like Amazon. What do we think on PayPal? I wanted to sell the puts on it. It's at an interesting range. I'd see how it trades, kind of at some of the other levels, but they got that SEC probe as well as their earnings they missed. So I think it can move a little bit, and then I think after Square's earnings too, you'll get a better idea of where that stock's gonna go. One more red candle. Wind dropped a little bit more. Where's Baba? Ali. Prince Ali, 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 Baba. Strong as 10 regular stocks that don't get clapped. Oh, yeah. Xi Jinping will ban all the stocks. He'll tell you where you can walk. He'll say that you cannot talk or he will suspend everything you trade. Prince Ali, 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 Baba. Okay, I'm sorry. America. I'm sorry that I get quiet and then I randomly bust into that. I don't mean to surprise some of you. It just goes I'm looking at something and I put in the stock and then something happens. It's a good song. Very, very good song. Spy, bro, it just slowed down so heavy, it feels like. We got 12 million the first hour. Now second million, you're at 23. It's slowing down. It's going. It went from above average in first hour to calmed right now. Americans hospitalized with COVID tops 45,000. Oh, I forgot. My sister got it. My sister got COVID. I forgot to tell you guys. She got surgery, and then she got 3 days into the recovery of her surgery, she got COVID. She said it's crazy. She tested for it. It said SARS. Her test said SARS-2. And I was like, what? She said it's a nightmare. She said it's pretty bad. Sushi Coin Sister, yeah. COVID is SARS. SARS-CoV-2. No, it said something. I think that's why I was like, I have to see what it says. Yeah, I think it says SARS-CoV-2 is the actual designation. Strong as 10 regular men, simple as the. SARS is the virus, COVID is the disease. This sound like trying to explain cousins and uncles. I'm like, okay, man, I'll just call you Ammu. What is the? I mean, we have the COVID tracker. They have very, very Very good data on here. A lot of people look at it. Let's see. So we went over this in a little bit, but let's see the hospitalizations. I mean, this data, where do they get it from? I think it's, I don't know what it is. Cases, or I don't think does it show hospitalizations? This is United States right here. Europe is the one that's been going crazy, low-key. In the middle of all this, and China acting crazy. Crazy. Mm. Tesla. Oh, wow. It did. It bounced back a lot faster. Oh, 430A. Tesla was my first short squeeze. That was the first original short squeeze, if you think about it. Before the stock split and all of that, that was when it really started to go crazy. Tesla's ripping up now. Jeez. Getting a lot of momentum. I think it's probably bringing up this SPY. Overstock short squeeze 2020. Right after Pelosi bought calls too. Bro, she's just, in tune with the market. You know what I'm saying? She puts in that work. She's been trading. I mean, she's been working in government since Gerald Ford. So, I mean, she's had years. She's got this down to a T. Since 1865. Are her investments public? Yeah. Anytime she makes new ones. I don't know about her like old stuff she's holding. They do have some reporting. Like she has a lot of crazy houses. Like she has mad real estate. I think Nancy Pelosi's house might be like 20 mil or something. She has a nice crib. And then she's been holding stock longer than most of you have been alive. I mean, if you it's crazy. Yeah, it is Paul though. It is her, technically it's her husband. He works in Wall Street. He's a fund manager. How quickly can you find Republican senators are buying puts before they tank the debt ceiling talks? It'd be 30 days. But, dude, I'm surprised. The debt ceiling's tomorrow or on Sunday. They're already starting to take extraordinary measures. This is like the check engine light coming on. So you could drive for a little bit, but who knows what's going to turn into. But the risk, we don't know who's going to tank what. But I think the risk elevates as long as you have multiple situations that are not figured out yet. So like you have the debt ceiling, you have the infrastructure bill, and then you have the eviction moratorium. So and then the overall budget. So depending on how long those take, if those start to delay and that starts to pile up, it's going to start really raising the risks of the CBO and the debt ceiling. Seems like comes on, idle gets rough. It hasn't. The idle's not rough just yet, but the check engine light does come on after this weekend. HOLX, AHPI, that's been running all day. Allied Health Partners up 70. Isn't that the one related to the deal? I feel like we've seen this so many times. And I feel like I say the same thing every time. Oh, shit. And then probably by the end of the... I forgot. It's already the end of the month. So we're going to get some balancing here. I mean, even coming into Monday it might be a little interesting. But we still haven't got too many updates. It hasn't been 45 days yet since the quarter end. It's only been 30 days. Well, the Kong is reset in August. I believe so. It's going to be, I mean, if they're willing to work on it, they will. But you will, they're slow. I mean, that's the point where it starts to hurt them. Is that, you know, they were doing things a lot faster, but if you notice, they're kind of going back to real political speed that it used to be. That's kind of normalizing because now, you know, if you have to figure out 3 different events and then now you have all these, you know, all the political drama now, everyone's going to tie it into one event to another. If the first stuff, if they can't agree on stuff quickly, I mean, the odds of the debt ceiling deals getting tanked, that could be crazy. That's where it starts to get real interesting. Premium erased above 700 again. SPY still had a little bounce with Tesla, but not enough to take it up there. Amazon kind of coming up. PayPal is just bad earnings, then SEC probe today. Then just moving there. CME, I think CME had something. I forgot. Otherwise, I haven't looked into it, but I know there was news on it a couple days ago. Alibaba stuck in her head. Good. Good. It's good for you. It's good for you, man. And we've already been here, man. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. But I need to go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for this Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad you're here. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. Tell me this. What do you think is going to happen this weekend? Are you going to get more China escalation or more political baby drama? What do you think? Huh? Let me know. I'm going to go pee. You can talk to me. Talk to me, baby. You a pretty little chat, baby. Yo, chair. Chicky chair. Ooh. Yeah. Sorry, I'm sidebowling it. Gotta get ready. Gotta stay in the game. Bearish Monday. Edward Life Science price target raised. Definitely political. I'm too high to say shy. Bait, you think both? Don't leave. I didn't leave, man. I'm here. A little bit of both. Baby mama drama. More Delta news. That one, yeah. That one was not added into the question, but I think it's very much on the table. Got a lot of things on the table. Bearish August. I think a volatile August. I think a lot more movements and everything. You don't talk to your homie Mike Robinson now. What do you mean, Mike Rob? What do you mean we talking now, baby? Echo variant. eBay put credit. Is it because it's down a lot? I could see that, but wasn't eBay doing good? But eBay's part of the e-commerce thing with Amazon. So that's the thing. If Amazon keeps coming down, so will, what's it called? But I mean, I like it. I mean, I don't think, we got saved on that SPY credit spread. We got to walk out for that. We've been on a good credit spread streak. So, I hope you guys saw me today. I was looking for plays, but, think about it. I've been doing one every single week, almost every single day for the last like 4 or 5 weeks now. But, it's kind of, it might be good to not force it on now, because if we come into next month, coming into next week and the market starts to move, and then it kind of sets things up, we might be able to sell something better. So kind of going slow and making sure we get the right opportunity, because I like eBay, but I know it's going to be linked to a lot of stuff. It's not, you could sell into the momentum, but depending on where, or I'd probably sell some more with time on it. I think if you sold contracts with time, I'd be a little bit more worried about the ones on the short terms. We love eBay. We love eBay. Amen. Uber volume. And we got long-term deposits. How do you feel about it? Is anybody going to hold cash? Should we buy on the first day? Do we wait? Till earnings? Oh, man. Long term. You guys ever heard of the long term? You guys ever heard of the long term? This is a long term right here. We started this one, small amounts. It goes, we got big one too. Look, are we still up today? How they still let us go? How are we still up today? That's crazy. Why does my mic sound different? I'm standing up right now. Standing up today. I'm still recovering from my workout. So, I'm trying to move a little bit. Oh, man. This is long term. We build it. I think I might need to make a long-term video today. Or I might need to give you guys an update over the weekend on maybe my new favorite long-term stock. I got a couple. I don't know. So that we're gonna get one more deposit here by Monday. So let's see what happens. Will that be good? What is there any questions I could answer for the long term? I could highlight some of my favorite companies that I like coming into the rest of the year. But is there any long-term questions or topics you would like addressed? Political drama. What's your return without the deposit? 55% in the last year and a half. Let's see. Oh, the audit. We could talk about the audit in the video. Yeah, we still deposit 200 in the small one and 2,000 on the other one. Just the difference between long-term and growth. We made a video like that at the beginning of the year before the whole growth rally. So it's still up on the channel. But we'll see. I'll keep all of this in mind. The audit, how to figure out when to average down. I think Airbnb. It's one of the companies I like. I mean, I have a couple that I'm really into, and I want to see. I may even want to add to them separately. Meaning that remember Snapchat before Snapchat popped? I told you guys I was going to put $2,000 a month into Snap, and I started just focusing on Snap as well as the other. I kind of did it a little bit separately too. We started buying it on Robinhood and all the other ones. So, difference between value, we'll answer that. Growth versus value in current market conditions. Right now, it's everything, and this is what we'll talk about. It's all about what you're holding. You have to go to your portfolio and decide look at what you got and decide where you want to allocate, because right now, you had everything move. So growth and value have both made a move, and both of them are still at highs. So you have to you have to figure out where you're at and look at what you own and what you want to own. And I think the biggest mistake a lot of traders are making with the long term is that they're not building out positions in the sense that, you know, they're going hard on someone's early on, then they're watching it and then it doesn't move, and then they either get disappointed or they get excited. But then, you know, actually building up positions and making sure you don't get too many companies. So that's why I think looking at your own portfolio and where you're at, I think it'll take you a long way. And that's why, because when you build, that's the whole point. You know, think about the long term. We build out positions. But why are, you know, think about the term building. You know, you are building so that it can, when it's you put all of that into the foundation when it's time to really, you know, start adding the windows and the roof and building floor by floor. You built such a good foundation and base that now it could run for you. You know, we came in as Snapchat with a good amount of money, and now, you know, Snapchat is at this pivotal moment. Some of us are sitting here with 30, 40, 50, $100,000 of Snap just by building out a solid position. And then, you know, I wish we had more time to build it, honestly. So that's why, you know, some of the stocks, I may have a couple companies that I like, but, you know, it's not about always adding new companies to your portfolio as much as it is, you know, balancing your portfolio and building out something. So here's the long term, and this is what we're talking about here. You know, here are all of both accounts combined. See, we got 53% still. We're still doing great. So essentially, whatever we deposited, we got it. We got that back, or we got half of everything just sitting there. Big candle on hood. Ooh. Is it worth averaging up if you have nothing else you can average on? Like if you're up on everything and there's nothing else, then yeah. And even then, even I've been down on some names, and then I was up on others, but I still averaged up if it was value. Like I did that with Altria. But this is what I'm saying, you know, in this portfolio, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names that are down. I could use this to build out something. You know, and or there's even names that are barely up now. This is why I'm liking here, because names like Airbnb we're still down on. DraftKings we're barely up on now. We really like that one. Altria, that went up. But like Airbnb specifically, that's a good one. Where's the other one? And then Uber. Airbnb, Uber, and Spotify we're still up a lot, though. Averaging up, it hurt your returns. It does, but it also gives you, you know, you get a much bigger move. That's the idea, you know, building up positions. That's why I'm excited here. You know, over the years, we've been able to balance this out. You know, you see how big Snapchat is in our portfolio, but now, you know, we got $11,000 in Abivi. We built that position up. You know, Abivi makes a move. We're getting fat dividends on it, and it's working for us. Same thing. Now I got 7,000 in Altria. So wherever I go from here, you know, these positions are going to start getting bigger. And now think about that over the years. You know, it's going to, you're starting from a good base, and who knows, over time we build it bigger and bigger. It could take us a pretty far distance, and that would be the goal. Hood is still ripping. So basically just horn. I feel you. Amen. If you don't have dividend reinvestment possibility, that sucks if you don't, but you know, it's not really going to be a deal breaker. You could always do it on your own. However, you do have a lot of options to get dividend reinvestment. So, you know, it's very accessible at this moment. That's like saying you can't get a mask. You're like, what if I can't wear a mask right now? Everybody has masks. You can get a mask at a gas station. You could go anybody to get dividend reinvestment. But even then, the presence of said drip is not going to be a deal breaker, but you should, you know, it's good. You know, it'd be very good. How do I have so much energy all the time? You mean, is this guy on drugs? Is that what you're trying to say? Don't get me excited. I got one yesterday, and I was like, man, thank you. I just had to ask for it. So that's, it was good. It was good. You know what I'm saying? I was like, thank you. From the Horn of Gains, the Josh hype is bad. I'm telling you, man, I was getting sad. I was getting sad. Like, do you know what it's like, bro? To just be like some Bible-toting dude who wakes up and talks about finance in the morning, and then someone's like, "Oh yeah, how do you have so much? You're on drugs." That was a compliment, and then they stop saying it to me, and then I'm like, "What happened? Did I not? I gotta get high." You know what I'm saying? So okay, I'll calm down. But still, no, it was great. It was great. Today, no, my voice is from it's the posture. It's the posture and the working out. I got a good workout the other day. But it's good. Little tired too. I think Fridays. Fridays have been getting me clap kind of low key. I feel good. I'm like, man, I gotta wait for the weekend now to get back on the game. The weekend whack. I know. Hopefully get a good workout. Hopefully good properties. That's it. Properties are still hot. It's like hot and slow right now. It's so weird. It's just annoying. And everybody is just, some of these deals are just, what the beep. Lots of moving. Yeah, the weeks have been exciting. We've been starting off the weeks very, very excited, just because there's been so much going on. That inventory is popping up. It's very, very good. Yeah, Hood is popping back to 36, so I think we're positive now on Hood. There's a lot of volume coming in. There's property at 21 close in August. Let's go. 15 candidate appraisal. Going to flip the house. Keep the 30 acres to put rentals on. Ooh. Ooh, another horn. If you already got a horn, I can't give you one. I can't double dip on the horns. It's a policy that we had. You're going to have to get Supreme Court approval after the first horn. So you need Congress to decide on that. But that is hype. Yeah, so you're getting your first house, and then you're going to flip it. I flipped my first house. So let's go. Let's go. Stay in the game, baby. A 7-year relationship? That's not a relationship. That's a divorce now. At that 7 years? That's crazy, man. Sorry to hear, but the Colt is with you. The Colt in the long term is with you, my friend. He'll be good. Where's Caterpillar? Waiting for the meat. Oh, yes, baby. Let's go, Yaniel. Horn. See, that's a good one. Shout out Trevor, too, baby. We'll tie that one in there. I like it. How you get 0 down? You gotta, if you could qualify for a normal loan, you could get 0 down right now in this market. God bless the Colt. Atos. Atos is that? Oh wait, is Atos the? That's not the health company, is it? No, okay. I thought it was the other one. There was one that was a SPAC. Atos, probably drug approval or something. My mom got a real estate license. Let's go. For kind of making you mad. Well, give it some time. I mean, that good news. You have good news working in the favor. So, eventually it just might take some time for that seed to take root and sprout. With zero down payment, how do agents make their money? They don't make their money through the loan. Agents make their money through what's it called? Through the seller pays commission. High on the high on the high hype on the high. High on the hype. Baba's up. Chest to the sun. Is it illegal to ask the buyer for commission? What do you mean to say the buyer? Wait, what? To ask to have the buyer pay commission? I mean, you can, but I don't think you would get anybody to do it unless they didn't know how real estate worked. You know, that's because that's usually this when the seller pays the commission. That's what most people don't realize. Like if you're a home buyer, you are not, it costs you nothing for an agent. You're not paying your real estate agent. So whoever you select as your real estate agent, no money goes out of your pocket to pay them. The seller of the house is actually paying the commission. So when a seller goes to list the house, they set aside money from the proceeds. They do about 5 to 6%, 2.5% to each agent, the selling agent and the buying agent. So that's the incentive to work there, but it costs the buyer nothing. That's why it's saying, like, if you wanted to charge your buyer commission, you're the industry standard right now. You could go find a free agent technically in that sense. BRKB, it's been holding up pretty decent actually, and I'm sure we're gonna hear from Buffett soon with what he's been acquiring. But you see, it's held up pretty decent. The seller prices commission in it. Kind of. Some people do, some people don't. But for the most part, most sellers are knowing, whatever they price at, they still have fees and commission, all that. Excuse me. How you feel about Zillow and co-phasing out the need of agents in 3 to 5 years? Nah, it's too hard. Real estate is it's just not like stocks. It's not like NFTs. It's not like crypto. If you don't know how to do a lot of this stuff, I mean, you need an agent, and people are just really dumb with it, even the agents themselves. So, dealing with people, imagine, a 70-year-old selling their house, dealing with another 70-year-old agent. They're not going to really trust anything. Maybe in 10 to 15 years, maybe. But, yeah, it being a hard asset and kind of just what needs to be done, it's still very archaic. It's just not, real estate has so many steps that you need to accomplish to get the property that it's not going to be as easy to automate or to kind of, have these companies, substitute it. Whereas there's a lot of different options people have now, and it's one of their biggest financial purchases. So they have a hands-on approach to it, and they're also weird about it. It's more complex than Uber replacing taxis, yeah. EXPI, they're great. We do work with them. I think they're awesome. It's way too many middlemen, and don't underestimate like the consumer. You know, a lot of you would want, last thing you want to do is give your house to like Zillow and not really deal with a agent or kind of, imagine selling your house and you're just clicking buttons. It may seem nice, but most people, they already don't know what's going on with it, but you'd want to get a little bit more involved, and then you'd want, you want a certain level of support out of it. Workhorse out CEO. Didn't they just get a new CEO? Air Transit resumes flights today. Air Transat. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, wow. Feels good. Feels good, huh? Next. I need you to drop your shoulders. Fix the third neck. Oh, man, I yawned. Those eyeballs. That got me. Drop the shoulders. Fix the nerd neck. Chest to the sun. Tuck the core in. Flex the hips. Flex the core. Tuck the hips. That's what I meant. My bad. Legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. There you go. There you go. You look good. You look taller on Friday. Amazing. Amazing. Next, I need you to relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Ooh, it feels good. Dragon breath. Dragon breath in resistances. Dragon breath. I stood for most of that hour. That felt good. I got to stand for an hour. Barely sat down. I was standing for most of the time since the last push-ups. I just sat down like 5 minutes ago. So I was like, damn. Hood is showing some life. Let me see. Please hold. Please hold. We good. Bob, do you hear me? I just did the dragon breath while sitting on the toilet and regret it. Yeah, that could happen. Hold on. I got a croissant sandwich. I need to eat. I need to eat today. This is a rare. It's early. This is a rare sighting. I'm eating at 9:30. You know what? Very rare. Here, hold on. You guys are gonna. I've noticed lately. Chat has been really great. You guys are awesome. So God bless you. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling positive. I hope you got that chest to the sun. But I've noticed the intolerance towards chewing. Some of y'all still lately. I feel like with Delta and everything, everybody, like even I think Lending Tips or someone got mad at me. They're like for chewing. They're like chewing, just chill. So I'm gonna mute it for you, okay? I don't want I want y'all to have peace. It's Friday, okay? So relax. It's a good day. If you hear a chew or two, I mean, I'll stop it. You know what I'm saying? But we love you, okay? So just have a good day, okay? Have a good day no matter what. I'm still here too. Where we're gonna see how it plays. I'll interrupt in between. I'll tell you how it is. I'm on my second bite right now. This is amazing. I wish you were here to enjoy it with me. You could have heard it all here. Hold on, let me finish eating it. Okay, I just swallowed it. That first one, amazing. It is a croissant stuffed with turkey and a tomato. Have you ever had a tomato? It's a tomato. Tamanado. Oh, sorry, I forgot to. Hold on. Okay, I'm on bite number 3. It was a little bigger than expected, but I'm able to still talk. But it's very, very rude of me, so let me finish. Hold on. Okay, I swallowed the third bite despite the size of it. I was able to, it went down easier than I thought. And I think I just realized, like, wow. But there's like a law of diminishing returns. I'm already on bite number 3. It does not hit the same way as bite number 2. So we're going to ease here into bite number 4. And let's see what happens here. Okay. Bite number 4, we have not lost any utility on the economic scale of utils. I just had a sip of a carrot juice with mango. It's Friday, okay? It's Friday, and the market had one crazy move at VWAP, and we're chilling out here. It's gonna begin to taper into the last few bites. Yeah, we got taper. I might start to taper here. I already have 4 bites. It was a lot. Hood is still going. 4%. Still needs to get up to 38, though. That seems like a long way away. Okay, please hold. I'm going for bite number 5 now. So just wait for it. I'll let you know. Okay, so bite number 5 is fighting me a lot more. I'm still chewing it. So hold on. This one is a little more difficult than expected with the S&P moving. So hold on. Wow. Well, the bites aren't transitory, but I am I mean, when I'm looking at the sandwich, we've made substantial progress for sure. I mean, I still think there's a couple of headwinds available still, but yeah. Yeah, Robinhood's still going up. Tesla 695. 695. That sounds pretty hawkish. We're gonna begin tapering. We're gonna begin tapering. Man, spy man. I got freaked out by that spy play earlier this morning. It's still at 18 cents though? No way. I guess I wouldn't have made that much. Crazy. The premiums are still high on the calls. My thoughts every day. You can't watch. What are my thoughts on GME and AMC? I like AMC the best out of that list of two. GameStop, I think just, you still got a strong base of holders. Buy side imbalance, but I think AMC is actually tied to the economy, and I think AMC can really, if they take advantage of the position they're in right now, I really like the long-term outlook, although it is still, it's a stupid premium right now. You're speaking. I bought it at $3 a share, or $5, I think. So, I should think. Someone say bite side imbalance. Strong bite side imbalance. Oh yeah, if you saw this sandwich, you could see the bite side imbalance is hard to ignore. So let's go in here for bite number 5. Wow, bite number 5. It went off without a hitch. That was great. It came in great. Good morning. God bless, baby. Amen. Robinhood 36.47. I don't know, man. It's kind of early here. This is kind of looking like Uber's IPO looked a lot worse day 2, but if that starts to gas up there, that could be decent. That would be decent. Bite-sized yield curve. Oh yeah. The 2 and 10s. The 2 and the 10th bite. Very important to watch out for when you're looking at the bite yield curve. Through half the sandwich in first 10 minutes meets criteria. Honestly, we're all just really weird with this whole conversation. We've carried this on for a while. And I think some people are just really confused. I think a lot of people are really confused. China's going to come in and say the croissant is no longer edible and needs to be removed from the menu. Amen. Amen. Dude. China's situation is wild. That's why I'm saying if you compare it to like any other situation, like, do you realize that joke? I just got real philosophical with your joke. That's it. You really, you guys, I was like, man, that's the irony of all of it. If you even applied the China logic to the croissant, it is still ridiculous. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then you got people like, oh, we should still buy the croissants, though. I think China is going to start allowing them on the food pyramid. What? It's crazy. Okay, we're going for bite number 6. Hold on. I might have to just turbocharge this and down it. Put's getting expensive on what? I mean, the SPY calls still at premium, but those wins are slightly up. Our Nvidias, they were up a lot more earlier. You had a lot more pressure here earlier in the day. I took a seventh bite, but I failed to disclose to investors. It just happened too fast, so I have to file that in an 8K. My bad. But now we're moving on to number 8. Well, I did file the 8K, so just please don't try to charge me for insider biting. You know we don't want that. Yeah, the education privatization. It is to reduce education costs. That's what they said, because the cost of living, housing, all of that. That's why they don't want it. It does discourage people from having children if they have to pay for high costs, and then also what it does for the wealth gap. But the problem is, like, if you look at China, like, some of this stuff makes sense, but then a lot of stuff they say it just so it sounds like they do it so it sounds good. Like, you have to realize, like, they're saying it's an equality push, and it sounds good to the world and on paper, but I mean, you could really see, you know, what they're going at, and the way they're doing it. You know, it's not like they're trying to work on it. They're kind of more, I think, is the term gaslighting. I think China, I think that's what it is. I don't even like that word. I really hate to say it. I don't want to sound like a pseudoscience, you know, a person who just found out what a medical term meant, or a psychological term. But I really think it is, you know, a lot of it is China gaslighting, more or less, where they are, you know, they're going to say, oh, this is why we did it. What do you mean? Like, why would we do it for any other reason? They're making it seem like it's, you know, it's working, but it's not. Please hold. With Hood and Tesla moving together. Oh no, we're back at VWAP. I mean, we might still rock it from here. If it could get back to 439. Apple's on the high now too. You think you're adding Pinterest? It's on my it's on like my secondary list. Like, there's a lot of stocks. Like, you know, people ask me to buy a lot of different companies, but Pinterest is high up on my list. It ran too fast for me. AKA it just got really expensive. We could have bought it really cheap. So depending on how it plays out here, you know, I'm gonna give it a couple more weeks with everything, but that one is, you know, it's on watch. AMC Holy Veil Clap. Tesla's going for 700, man. I think it might be there. I thought 700 was going to be a mission today. So again, we have 9% now. Excuse me, playing the straddle. Yeah, hard to justify pins over Uber, especially when I have Snapchat, but I agree. I like Uber a lot. Uber is competing with Airbnb and even what's it called? There's one more, DraftKings. Like DraftKings, Airbnb, Uber, those three are very, very competitive in the future, and that's why. And the fact that they've all dropped, I would say Spotify too, but sadly Spotify still needs to get clapped again for me to reconsider adding more. I'm down 10K on the other spot, but in the long term, we're up on it. Still 50%. Elon Musk says Tim Cook and I have never spoken or written to each other. Here it is. He was responding to Clayton. Did he tag Tim Cook? Cook and I have never spoken or written. There was a point where I requested to meet with Cook to talk about Apple buying Tesla. There were no conditions of acquisition proposed. He refused to meet. Tesla was worth about 6% of today's value. Flex. Flex on him, Elon. See, I like that part of Elon. You know that? I was so happy. You know, man, y'all don't feel me. Y'all new Elon fanboys. I was with Elon. Man, watch. You see, that was what I liked with Elon. That's what I liked with Elon. When he came back, he was in the gutter in 2018. You know, I liked his comeback. I liked the comeback story. He just turned into a Doge villain. That's all. But that's it. You know, then he started, y'all don't realize. You know, that's the part. I'm just, you know, I'm a tough critic with Elon. You know, you got to make sure. I love the underdog. I really do. I'm an underdog fan. Big fan of any underdogs out there. So if you are an underdog, I'm rooting for you. I hope you know that. You know, and then when you become not the underdog, I hope that you don't become the overdog, if that is the correct terminology. You know what I'm saying? So let's go. Amen. Don't be the wolf. Long term, would you front run earnings or wait? I am going to just stick to my schedule. That's what I realized, to just keep my ass in check. As long as I wait till the first of the month, the second, I'll see where it's at. If I really like the price there, I will buy. If not, I might wait till earnings, because again, I want to, you know, thankfully I want to see where the market does go from here. But earnings, I really, you know, that's the key. I would encourage you to buy a company that you want, regardless of how the earnings is going to do. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Do you realize what I just said? Can I say it again? Can I say it? Can you really listen and understand that? Especially that these are the type of long-term plays I'm looking at right now. When I'm saying some of these companies, I mean, I'm looking ahead, and you know, I don't really care about what, like, the earnings will be cool, and you know, especially if it goes from like negative earnings to positive, that is going to help us a lot. But you know, I want to look at companies, and the companies I'm really liking right now are the companies where I don't give a shit how they report. You know, like that's what it was like when I started buying Amazon. I didn't give a fuck about what the earnings were, because the earnings was stopping everybody from buying it. You know, at one point they were burning $2-3 billion a quarter negative. They were losing money. They were building out the cloud. They were building AWS. When I bought Amazon, AWS didn't exist, and everybody thought AWS was Jeff Bezos being Elon Musk. They thought he was going crazy. They thought he was buying stuff, doing all of this. So, and then he started. People were just saying, no, don't do it. They're saying he's burning the money, and then AWS is now, you know, it's the size of, is bigger than Uber. So it's still very, very good. Very, very good. So that's why, you know, any company with this deposit, any of the deposits, you know, I really encourage you to find companies that, regardless of their earnings, you would still want to own them. Federal government uses AWS. AWS wasn't liked by everybody, though. When they started making AWS, investors sold off the stock. They were like, what is Jeff Bezos doing making a cloud server? He's making all of this money from Prime membership and products, and then he's taking the money and then spending it on a cloud company. Like people were so batshit confused. They had no idea. They were really mad, actually. A lot of people did not like what he was doing with it. So, but that's why, nobody could have foreseen, what it did. I just learned about the Nifty 50 the other day. I kind of feel like we're in that type of environment. There will be things that survive, but everything is so elevated in price. Yeah, I could see that. I think the Nifty 50 is a interesting thing to discuss. The Nifty 50. That was well, think about it. That was leading into that was in the 60s. Here's your Nifty 50. In the United States, the term Nifty 50 was an informal designation for 50 popular large caps on the NYSE in the 60s and 70s that were widely regarded as solid buy and hold growth stocks or blue chips. This is where it first kind of developed. These 50 stocks are credited by historians for propelling the bull market in the 70s, while their subsequent crash and underperformance through the early 80s are an example of what may occur following a period during which many investors, influenced by positive market sentiment, ignore fundamental stock valuation metrics. Most have since recovered and are solid performers, although a few are now defunct or otherwise worthless. Howard Marks reports that about half of the Nifty 50 compiled respectable returns for 25 years, even when measured at their pre-crash highs, suggesting that very high fundamental valuations can be fundamentally justified. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. House Democrats floating 2-month eviction moratorium extension. New badge alert. Oh, 1 year. Whew. Hard. Okay. Yeah, Musk is clapping at Apple. Musk says, where is it? Musk says Apple App Store fees are a de facto global tax on the internet. Epic is right. Oh, Tesla credit spread? My contracts are for September. Let me see. What, the 780s? SPY's still hanging at VWAP all day today. How'd Zoom go down on lockdown talks? Zoom is down because of Amazon. So with Amazon, wait, my crazy story hit. Are you subscribed to it? I don't see it. But or is that what it is? Is it Elon? But Zoom is going down because Amazon, with Amazon's core business, the e-commerce slowing down, and then them guiding lower. The problem is that some people are starting. That's why eBay dropped. People are worried that shopping habits now and people's like return to normal maybe occurring faster than expected. Because remember, people went inside. They had the lockdowns. It led to people buying off of Amazon. People started using Zoom. People were buying a lot more different. Consumer purchase habits shifted. You stopped spending your money on services, and then you started spending your money on items. So now, and then even Zoom. So the fact that after Amazon's report and guidance that, okay, we're expecting a slowdown and kind of a shift back to the mean, some of the stay-at-home stocks and all that, they got clapped today. And then something like Zoom. I have Apple up twice. I got distracted. I want NVIDIA and Win. Those are our only other plays today. I wish I would have got a credit spread today, but today is weird. I clapped on Uber credit. GLD. The foreign currencies have been going nuts. That's why I'm saying I hope you guys have been paying attention to the watch list. ERVP, low ticker picking up right now. There's a lot of is this Eritech, Egyptian Pharma? Low ticker picking up out of nowhere here. But UUP in the currencies, the effect of the dollar here, this thing is the one that's subtly moving, and that is where I think you're gonna, it's gonna start wreaking havoc on a lot of stuff unless it chills out. But whatever happens with the dollar can have an even bigger effect. It's tied to China. Essentially, if our dollar starts coming down here, this is gonna really go against what China wants. I honestly think, I told you that we had a what's it called occurring, right? We said that the trade war has already began a couple weeks ago. You just don't realize it. It's the same. I think it's subtly turning into a currency war. Infrastructure bill resumed. OPEC raises output by 420 barrels a day in July. You got some oil numbers there. Russian energy minister asks government to order gasoline ban. What's oil doing right now? SPY coming down there. Low ticker picking up. PG on the low. They were leading earlier today. I know. What was that on the low? That BA. No, I'm saying U.S. Senate suspends vote on $1 trillion infrastructure bill. I don't know if that was from Washington Post. Amazon could buy pins, maybe, but I mean, if it would have to go down a little bit more, otherwise, I don't know how people would take that. It's expensive. It would be good for them, but Pinterest isn't cheap. Costco for long term, I really like, but it's just up so much. Amazon wants to go. Tesla's going to be the real move if you get to 700. Senate votes to continue the bill. That's weird. Oh, yeah, I see that now. That came, there was just an old article. Somebody was talking about, they released the article talking about the delay. And now they just started. The politics, and depending on how this week plays out, the speed to which they solve stuff, and if you see agreement or not, that's going to say a lot. LRCX. Lamb Research, is it delaying? They'll drag it into next year. Well, no, they have to, unfortunately. If they don't, I mean, the costs are really, really high. So, like, with the budget and the debt ceilings, that will lead to, like, potentially another default or another downgrade like 2011, or it could lead to a default, which would be even worse. A technical, and it's already been warned by the CBO. Mm. Sava clap. That one has been, I think, all day. Yeah, just getting even worse. So weird because Cassava, they were doing good and they dropped. Same thing with T-Bio. It's so weird. Myrna and NVAX held up, but two of the other ones, I mean, is Cassava related to COVID, or is Cassava the Alzheimer's? But I know T-Bio, that one was just weird. Yeah, it's Alzheimer's. Bad report. Trump tax returns can be released to Congress, DOJ says. What does that even mean? Oh, his tax returns. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I'm excited. That'd be great. You could learn a thing or two. Just got field Tesla credit spreads. Sava's still dropping. TLT kind of chilled out today. They have to keep everyone distracted. I mean, this is probably, you're probably going to be entering your most like eventful week here in politics, low key. I think that if we'll find out, they could if they squash it early, they could avoid dealing with a lot of political drama. But if not, and we start running into budget, debt ceiling issues, all of that, it's going to be wild. Much going on. Cassava still dropping. So let's see here. Let's see what we got. Show us how. Tell us when. Look at you back then. Look at you now. Sava buy rating at 124. Australia said it will continue lockdown until everybody is vaxxed. Trump tax return is getting released. That one's going to be fun. The DOW IPO dropped. It was pretty whack. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it came in $1 below and then fell even more. Robinhood, bro. Look at Robinhood just putting on. Where did all of that the volume was like dead, and then all of a sudden volume just came in. Infrastructure deal gets enough votes for debate to start in Senate. I don't know. That's crazy. So they gotta negotiate the infrastructure bill. They're taking that to debate. They're trying to talk about the 2-month eviction extension. If not, they literally have till tomorrow, right? Saturday, yeah. Tomorrow's the deadline. And then now also by the end of this weekend too, you also get the debt ceiling coming into place. There's no DaBaby news today, unfortunately. That's why the market really has stayed pinned. You haven't gotten any real movement from there. I didn't grab any credit spreads today. I shopped around a little bit. Couldn't find any. I just grabbed 2 naked plays on Win and NVIDIA. That could set us up for next week, but still a little risky. And then I like some of the plays yesterday that got clapped. Sounds like a Monday problem. Could it be packaged into the infrastructure? It may. It really depends on how they go about it, but it would, they are 2 separate things to a degree, though. Any Cuba, Haiti? We haven't heard about Cuba That's it. We heard about it for 2 days. That's crazy. Is that sad that I didn't even think about that? Yeah, what happened there? Oh, that's sad. Too much China. China distracted us, bro. That's it. I got too focused with China. I even forgot about Cuba, bro. Then the headlines disappeared. That's crazy. The date was next week, August. It's a live leak doesn't exist anymore. Damn, bro. Yo, what? How come live leak doesn't exist anymore? That's whack. Yeah, they got pad. I didn't know that. Nah, that's crazy. Fed reverse repo facility tops $1 trillion for the first time. City doesn't anticipate impact from China's crackdown. 6.1 magnitude earthquake in Ecuador. That's crazy. Bro, where was I? That was in May, 2 months ago? They literally shut down Live Leak. What the fuck? I never really used it recently, but I remember I used to go on that website a lot when I was a kid. Probably not the best place for a kid, but I remember that was always where you could always find some videos that just weren't really on normal websites. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Telegraph is what you're looking for. Oh, yeah. This is a good article. Fuck them. Hunter Biden defends his overpriced paintings amid ethical concerns surrounding six-figure sales of his art. Hunter Biden has a sharp message for his critics on Friday as he demanded his overpriced paintings amid ethical concerns of sales. President's son addressed the controversy over his work, which estimated gets $500,000 apiece. In an interview with podcast Noda, when asked about his response to it, he said, "Other than fuck them, yeah, I never said that my art was gonna cost how much it would be priced at." He continued. But yeah, there you go. Hold on. Okay, I'll be right back. And then we might get into the PHILO here. Please hold. I think I have a tonsil stone. I was just like, ugh. I ate too much. So I don't eat during the day. Please hold. And Gates and Buffett. All right, hold on. I'm still getting rid of this. Shout out to Chad. We good. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. So you gotta be careful eating. Okay, please hold. God bless the colt. God bless the colt. Gates and Buffett. Can suck it. Woo! How y'all feel, Chad? How y'all? I didn't poop. No. I need to poop. I didn't poop though. I need to digest more. I gotta digest. I gotta give you something to digest. It rhymes with PHILO. Oh, you feel? Oh, you feel? Y'all don't like the Hunter Biden news? Well, listen, man. Let's just love each other. You know what I'm saying? And just imagine if you had the opportunity, and like if you started painting fucking pictures and someone paid you $500,000, you would be like, all right, I like this. I like this, you know? So it's easy to not like it when you see, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But if you be like, you know what, this shit, you be like, this crazy. I'm going to go cook up a half a meal real quick. Let me go make a smiley face. Why am I out of breath from the bathroom? Am I out of breath from the bathroom? I'm just excited. I'm excited. I had to run upstairs. I had to go get some Q-tips. I had to go inspect my throat to make sure there was no tonsil stones. And then I had to run back down and pee-pee. And then I had to run up here. And then y'all still like fighting over Hunter Biden. You know? Real estate's an NFT because there's no pieces of land exactly the same. Twig, it's non-fungible, kind of, to a degree. Yeah, tonsil stones. I don't know about that life. Oh. Yeah, only the real ones know. Hey, man. Hey, man. Link ripping. Hood on the high again. Link is not ripping. Maybe it's delayed. Ricky loves the horn. He just comes in. He's like, horn. Amateurs can chain link. Oh, that chain link. Sorry, I didn't know we were on crypto mode. I didn't. Chain link. Walmart must get vaccine by October. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally here. The great PHILO famine of 2021 is coming to an end. The great PHILO famine, the great PHILO drought. Oh, we've made it till Friday. Oh, we made it through China. We made it through earnings. Oh, dude, the great PHILO famine is over. Amen. Honestly, though, man. Honestly. I was saying this yesterday that I kind of don't want to give you PHILO that much. And it's not because I don't have the PHILO. It's not that it's not like, honestly, it's a daily activity for me. You should see it, man. Y'all should. One day, you guys will be around me. Maybe I hope not this intimate, where like everything I do, like I'm listening to some weird shit, man. When I'm in the shower, I'll be shaving, I'll be walking around the house, I'll be out in public. So it's important, but what I'm saying it for is honestly though, I really wanted to make sure it hits different. And I know it's gonna hit different, man. It's easy to take it for granted out there. So. I'm glad that, a lot of you asked for it and now you get to have it. But, God is good, baby. And please don't forget that. Above all else, man, everything to God be the glory. I got my own little PHILO yesterday, too. I was thinking about that question. Somebody asked me yesterday, they're like, what's your goal? And, what are you planning when you plan to retire, do all of this? And I answered the question and I told you guys, how I feel about it. I think I'm working here. And I want to see a lot of people become successful and have that paid back in a different way. I'm not ever really expecting anything, but the answer, the part that made me think about it was that all of it is to God be the glory if God is willing. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what you do. If that's in God's plan, and I hope all of you know that, what's yours is yours, and that's why I realized I was like, come on, who am I to say, that it's not gonna be me who does it, So that's just that's a thing to think about. You know what I'm saying? But that's not your philo. That's not your philo. I'm prepping you. It's the great philo famine. We had to, we gotta ease into it. There's a lot of different things to talk about. So today I'm gonna talk about the goal. Goal. The goal. Goal. We need to talk about the goal. So I think you might like this one. I think you might not like this one. Or you may like it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I need you to go towards it. That's the goal. So let me tell you this. I was thinking about this, how this all happened. There's the Olympics, there's sports. I got to lending tips would send me videos of lending son. I see a lot of different things, and I don't know what really gave me this thought, but I was thinking about one of the funniest things you see in sports is when somebody, in a sports team, when they run towards the opposite goal. Like even in Space Jam, there was they started bouncing the ball. I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but they scored against themselves. That was one little scene in there. But can you guys relate to that? Have you ever seen that? Have you ever watched a little kid's game of sports, and then a kid gets the ball, but instead of going it to his goal, he goes to the opposite goal? Or sometimes in sports, you'll see that happen where somebody does the opposite thing. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you scored on your own goal first year and you still remember it. I do it in FIFA. Oh yeah. See, it always tends to be funny as well as very humbling. Right? And honestly, I just think it's pretty funny in life in general. You know what I'm saying? Think about those WTF moments when you see somebody do something, right? They're usually making this simple mistake of doing the opposite of what they're supposed to do, right? You'll see somebody, you trying to fill up a Tesla with gasoline at the gas station. Or you know what I'm saying? Just these little moments, you ever see, what is that person doing, right? It's wearing a hat as a skirt or something. I don't even know. Are you getting the visual of what I'm talking about here? Do you feel me? How this is just a naturally funny thing? Or that's what categorizes a lot of different, that's an interesting one, right? Okay, I hope so. I hope you're feeling me on this one. But that's kind of what I want to talk about here. But with your actual goal and what you want and what you're going for. Because I think I'm here to tell you right now, we got to wait through this philo famine, but I think I'm here to tell you today that you're about to get that thing that you wanted. Okay? So every single one of us wants something different, and I hope none of you misinterpret that because some of you think it has to do with money. It has to do with the play. Nah, I know there's some people in here, you want something very simple. You're looking for something very simple or something that has affected your life. It would mean the most to you. And amen, God willing, amen, 100%. But this is what I'm here to tell you about it. I don't know when you're going to get it. I don't know when it's going to, I'm not giving you a time frame. But when you do get the ball, when the ball is in your court and you get that pass and your opportunity is there, I want you to run towards the goal. Your goal. I don't think they feel me, man. I don't think they feel me. I want you to run towards the goal. You see? Because this is what I started thinking about that. And I looked at my life and I got to be humble about it. I got to see the areas where I really failed. And I look at it and I laugh. Honestly, somewhat ashamed when you really think about it. And I'm sure a lot of you might have gone through this where you look back and you're like, damn, I always wanted this. And then when I got it, how many times have we been given the ball, taken the ball, and then ran towards the opposite direction? Oh, come on. Y'all don't feel me then. Y'all don't feel me. I've done it. And I just think it's very important right now to understand that, because it's like we I could just picture like a little kid playing a sports game. He gets the ball and like he runs toward, he's going to get the ball, and then there's God, right? And we ask God for a lot of things. We start going towards an area, and then right, what do? It's like we hit God, and right when we get it, we like treat him like a checkpoint. We're like, all right, thank you, take it, and then we start running the opposite way. Oh, come on. Come on. I hope you feel me on this, because this is what I really want you to be reminded about, like right now, is that once you get the ball, you're like, how many times are you like, okay, once this happens, I'm going to do this, right? Once this happens, I'm going to do this. I'm going to start, I really want to focus on the savings. I want to focus on investing and building. I want to be responsible. I'm going to start having a good impact on the people around me. I'm going to start showing them love. I'm going to love my neighbor as I love myself, right? You say you're going to do all this stuff, and then you get this opportunity and you get towards there. And then right when you get there, you kind of start, it's like a new set of concerns comes up. And then you start thinking about something else. Then it goes from I want to save, I save, right? If you don't understand what I'm saying, it's the people who say, I have no money. They're like, once I have enough money, I'm going to invest. And boom, you get enough money. And instead of going about it the right way, instead of actually investing and doing what you're supposed to, you use that money to go gamble and YOLO. Then you get money. You went from never eating outside to the minute you get money, you start going outside and partying now. You ran towards the goal. You got the ball, and right when you got the ball, what you were looking for, it's now in your court. You took it, and then you started running towards the opposite basket instead of running to where you said you wanted to go. That's what I'm talking about. Because it's funny when we see it. And we see it, you can see it with little kids, you can see it in sports, you can see it in so many different ways. But my whole reminder here is so that people don't lose sight of this. Like, I really believe it. I really believe a lot of you guys are going to if you were able to make it this far, I hope you understand this. If you've made it this far, we've gotten so many learning experiences, especially together with everybody who's really, been connected to this. If you've made it this far, a moment is coming. I really hope you can see that, because it's been so much time already. Don't let it slip by. All this time has gone by. Your opportunity is now getting ready, but now the real, that's why I'm saying that ball is going to come. You better have your hands up ready to catch it. But then at the same time now, are you going to run towards the goal when you get it? Because we've already done this several times, both in the recent history, and I'm sure all of us in our private lives and everywhere else, you could look back at it. A lot of people are taking the ball. They work so hard. They're ready for this opportunity. Then we make this simple mistake of, okay, God gave us everything we wanted. Oh, wait, who's God? Wait, where's the goal? Wait, I need to do this now. And then you turn around. It's ironic. It's like running a mile in one direction. You're touching the wall, and instead of running through that wall to get to where you want to go, you're turning around. You're just touching the wall and then leaving. So that's what today's PHILO is. I had a couple of other PHILOs I could have given you, but I think this is pretty important right now, and I'm excited about it. I hope you are too. And hopefully it doesn't make you feel a certain way about it. Because like I said, you might feel ashamed. You might feel a certain type of way. But at the end of the day, it's a blessing if you could realize it now. If you could genuinely realize it, like, hey, okay, I do have some stuff, or maybe some of you are in the middle of it. Maybe you're getting what you wanted, or you're in a different position. And I think we all are to a degree. We could always find stuff to appreciate. But the question is, are you still going towards the goal? You know what I'm saying? I just don't want it to be repeated again, and then it sets you in this cycle. That's what some of you are saying, you want to break this cycle. I don't know really how to break it. I don't know what causes it. But I think thinking and awareness could help, where you really have to just get down to the point of saying, And, am I going to run towards the opposite goal? It's funny. Like, again, if you saw anybody else do it, if you saw someone else doing what you're doing, you would feel a certain way about it. So I hope you're excited by it. I hope a lot of you take the time to realize that you're probably doing better than you think. You're probably heading in the direction. But the question is, did you keep running to the goal when you got what you wanted? Or even as you're getting what you wanted, are you able to recognize the positive steps that are taking you where you need to go? But then are you actually, sticking to it? Saying, I said I was going to do this, but now I'm getting what I want. Am I going to continue? Maybe ask yourself, why'd you stop? I don't know. But above all else, I think the simple analogy of watching a basketball player score on his own goal, a soccer player kick the goal into his own goal, getting the ball, wide open pass, catching it. The touchdown's right there, but instead you choose to turn around and run the other way. The crowd would be laughing. People would be pissed. People would be laughing. All of that. It's a very simple visual because, now apply this to the real stuff in life now. Your behavior, everything else. Are you running towards the goal? Are you getting what you wanted? Is there things that you asked for? And are they there? But then did you get it and you stopped? You started, you started out for God. Then you got what you wanted. But now God don't come up as much anymore. You know what I'm saying? Or yeah, it was all about doing this for that. But then now that you got this, it's not really about that as much anymore. Because something else happened. And then you had another, set of experience. And then you start relying on other things when that's not what you said you were going to do. But it's exciting. I really think if you could focus on this, it just makes you feel a difference. It gets you a growl. That's how I felt about it. That's how I was like, damn. Okay, I can see that. Now, and it's like, all right, now, that's why I said, I was sitting there praying. I said, God, I'm going to get to the goal, but I'm not turning. I say, I'm going to run to you now. When it's not about what I get. And then, I know I'm going to deal with it just like we all have. But I say, I'm going to run towards it now. And I'm going to get that ball and I'm not going to go the other way. That's my goal. I'm going to keep thinking about it. I'm going to be constant with it. I'm going to remind myself. And that's why, too, even staying humble, you got to be focused with it. Imagine how humbling it is if you get the ball and you go the other way. That's why that should humble you. That should humble you every single time. It's the most embarrassing thing in sports. So you should humble yourself. And that's why when you go for it again now, it's saying, okay, I did take a ball and I did go the opposite way. So I should focus as I'm moving towards this direction. So I hope you guys are excited. I hope you're ready. I hope you feel blessed. And I hope you have a little bit of a glare in your eye. You know what I'm saying? Like just focused in on it. Like a little just eye tilt where you're like, you're focusing in because it's like I see the ball, but I'm also focusing on the goal. And once I get it, I'm going to be so aware and thinking about it now that I don't instinctually get the ball and then run towards the opposite goal. I'm going to get the ball and I know where I want to take it. I see the basket. And that's exciting. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you have something to think about this weekend because this is a good PHILO. Because you could think about your goal. You could think about your past goal and buckets and what you hit and what you didn't hit. And where are you going to take it? And everything you said you're doing it for, it should match up once the opportunity is in your hands. You see what I'm saying? I don't think y'all feel me on that one. Because you got a lot to think about this weekend. I'm glad you had a 3-day PHILO of waiting. Because you got to think about why you're doing what you're doing. And you have to think about where you're going. What is the goal? So I hope you guys run towards it. Because I know a lot of people, the moment is going to come up So get ready, baby. Get ready and take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're hydrated, healthy, ready to go. Make sure you post your watch list. Make sure we see you there in the morning. Wait, no. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scribble Arts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Yeah, I said hide chat. I messed up on that one. You know what I'm saying? I messed up on that one. Amen. 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 Ding. God bless you. Uncle. Cornmeal. Hey, man. I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Hey. Yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, just know I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the planet we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, they talking, but let broke do what broke do. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clapping. It's a call, baby. Uncle answers all streaming platforms. God bless you. Shout out to Cult. Push-ups. The market has done nothing all day. I wonder what those credit spreads would be at. I closed them cause I was getting nervous. I was down, but then I'm up and now they're back down, but not too much. I could have made 200, but I got one. And I don't know when the market will go be done. Either way, I'm in a cult, I'm having fun. So I'll let you know, please don't. I don't know. Okay. Boeing's ratings affirmed by S&P outlook at negative. Oh. Great philo. STFU. Okay, you're in a great mood for Friday. Are some of y'all like that though? Like actually, like do y'all get like aggressive? You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like on Friday, are you that guy when people hang out? You know what I'm saying? Like are everybody able? Like is that what happens? Like it's like okay. I was about to start class. No, hey, like you know, like some people can vibe with it, but then some people are like actually like like nah, shut the fuck up. It's like you should like that's only acceptable if you're like above the age of 60. I get it. You see what I'm saying? Like you've lived enough life where like you could be pissed off and like you're old, you can't move the same. Like that grumpy old man, I feel heavy. That's fine. I let old men do whatever they want, and any old man or woman, I'm like that's fine. I'm like, you're allowed to be mean. You've lived long enough. That's great. No grumps here. That's good. We don't like the grumps. That philo was for you. It's a good philo, man. I'm telling you. I hope it hits. I hope you're ready to go. That's my pops. It's my dad. Yep, I think so. I think everybody has the parents, grandparents. Everybody knows one old grump. But if you're like 20 years old, if you're like 30 or younger, and that's just bad vibes. It's bad vibes. You can't be that pissed off yet. Fund manager? Nah, fund manager. Great feel. That was the great philo famine of 2021. I'm honored that we made it through. It's Raising Cane's Friday. Ooh. You distract the annoying guy because they're too polite to walk away. I feel you. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll have to talk to people for a while. I don't want to be mean, but then they'll be like really negative. But then if it's too negative, I'm like, I gotta go. I'm sorry. Sports analogy got you confused. It like applies to everything in a weird way. Like the sports, like you see it, it's hard to explain. Hold on. I'm looking at properties. Amazon barcoded. A little, and not as bad as Zoom. Zoom was weird. It's the point of showing up if you ain't showing love. Goals 2030. To God be the glory, baby. Hit them with them toes. Hard. We love you, Yao. Yeah, holding it down for a long, long time. Amen. 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 It's the point of showing up. If you ain't showing love, tell me I can't do it if it's already done. I had to get it started before I had all the funds. You like Ford? I do. For the long term, it could be good. Remember, we added some Ford shares right before the run up, so I think it's decent. Sava crashing. Robinhood hybrid auction created confusion for some investors. Wait, they had a hybrid auction? Song in a minute. The whole drip tape won. That one's a classic. What do you think about buying rentals east of Reno in anticipation? The properties in Reno have already gone up a lot. I mean, anything around those Tesla factories, it's usually good, especially if there's, a lot of jobs coming into the area. Water thoughts. Thanks for the content. WTER. Don't know much about it. Alkaline water. I don't know. AWK. I mean, any water companies are really good, but I don't know. Is this like a consumer beverage or is it in water supplies? If it's water supplies, I like it. If it's consumer beverage type thing, I'm not too fond of it. On ASOL, they're down 20%, and they had good earnings. Semiconductor, Alpha and Omega Semis. Kind of looks like Qualcomm, so they still have a run up here. I don't know much about them. I think there's a lot of other bigger spaces in there. I mean, you're going to be going for growth on there, but it looks like all the chip makers are all going to run kind of in unison with each other, especially as the data comes out little by little. Happy Fridays. You got the volume turned up. You could barely hear me. Hello? Hello? Long-term deposit on Monday. Mm-hmm. Let's see. No games today. I still need to go to the bathroom. That's the first thing we need to get out the way here. I'm seeing if the market, or wait, don't we have I think we have a news briefing starting. Free long-term alerts. You will get your text when we do. We're going to make the deposit. I don't know if I'm instantly going to make a trade. So we'll see. Pins for the long term. I mean, big fan. Big fan of Pinterest. I'm excited. I haven't had a stock that's gonna be more of a, the female demographic. That's what I mean. Believe me, I like Ulta, but I think Pinterest has that advantage there to get some of the female commerce market. So I'm really interested in Pinterest, but we missed out on it for a while. So I think it's still pretty expensive up here. But if it does come down, I mean, even at this range, it's a little bit better. Market inflation expectations demonstrate confidence in the Fed policy. Can I work for you after finishing college? Get some real estate leads. I think I answered this before. Snap selling off. Check out B selling works. I thought about the demographic with that name. Oh yeah, Pinterest is all, it's a majority woman, and it has like, I mean, but they, that's a great consumer market, kind of like Ulta. I mean, our Ulta's already went up 50%. That would be a good one if that one came down. I would like more. Yeah, 44%. I only got 2 shares in the long term, but it worked. It worked. In wholesale, are you only flipping the contract? Yeah, well, that's where you make the money. You're getting the right to purchase the property, and you're selling that right to purchase the property. It's like an option contract, right? You could exercise the shares technically, but you're not. You're just selling the contract to someone else. Corsair. We saw that for a while. I've always liked them. I would just let the earnings do its thing and see, but I'm not gonna play it just for earnings. Just started the real estate course. Let's go. Hopefully we see you in the calls. I mean, as you figure out whether you're going to do flipping, wholesale, or agents, those webinars with everybody on Wednesday, there's a lot you could take from it. And then, if you do go the agent route, there's a lot of people out there to, that have already taken that, and they could help. So it's a good network. Well, make sure you stick with it. Are you supposed to be in? You don't have to be, but it will help for sure. And, definitely try to zone in on what you really want to do with real estate in general. Flipping, wholesaling, or become an agent. Yeah, if you're going to be an agent, and then make sure you stick to whatever the pre-licensing is for your state. Just run through that as fast as possible so that, obviously pay attention. But the sooner you get that done, the sooner you'll be, it's very, very easy to get everything up and running. It takes about 45 days. Yeah, Cali, easy. 45 days, and our course has the cheat sheet, for the pre-licensing and all that. So you could just make sure you start the counter now and get it done, and you'll be good. Could you become an agent at 20? Yeah. Lending Tips became an agent at 18. I did at 18 when the first time I went about it. I didn't renew my license, though. A lot of people I know, you could start as early as 18, and then that's the best part. If you start at 18 or 20, think about it. By the time you're 30, you're going to have 10 years of real estate investment experience. This is all in the real estate course. Yeah, there's a lot in the real estate course. We made it. It's a very good starting point. We try to make it as accessible and cheap as possible. But at the same time, real estate is a self-employed industry. So you have to, there's a lot on you to get up and actually do it and stay disciplined with it. Palantir, I like. You go get the real estate course. I mean, if you use it, you know what I'm saying? If if the course could help you determine where you want to go with it, but at the same time, as long as you have like some dedication with it and actually, give yourself an hour a day to approach it and actually head towards it, you'll be good. But you got to really do it. At 40, would you recommend real estate license or coding? Whichever one genuinely gets you up out of bed. You know what I'm saying? Whichever one is going to be more exciting, either coding and learning code and, sitting down doing that, or, interacting with people and dealing with them. said doing coding at 40 would get you out of bed. Nah, you've never done coding then. If I just want duplexes or rentals, should I become an agent? Either become an agent or get a good friend that's an agent. But the question is, because becoming your own agent, you could save money. But then at the same time, it's like you still have to, you'll have to do the work. But then if you don't like relying on people, like sometimes that's what I hate is that I have to have other people put in my offers for me and deal with it when, sometimes I just want to deal with it. Sometimes I want to, but then I also, a lot of times, like I don't like filling out the forms and dealing with people and leaving messages and going back and forth. Agents are really hard to deal with. When you start seeing some of these real estate agents, like they won't answer their phone, then they'll get back to you. Some of them don't give a shit. Like it's just a random, anybody could get into real estate. So, you have to be prepared to deal with a lot. There's a lot of paperwork, essentially. Tips for becoming an investor. I failed my test twice. I'm mainly doing the agent part for larger capital. Investing is all about finding a deal. Investing in real estate is literally like picking stocks. That's it. You know how, think about, you find a stock, you buy it, that's it. That's all, and then you're holding. But real estate, if you find a deal instantly, you can make more money, and there's no such thing as a regulated real estate market. So now you can, if you find a deal, you find a deal. I mean, that's it. Like that house I bought in the beginning of the year, I just got I got the what's it called on it, another comp, and then I got like a little mini appraisal on it, and I already got an offer on the house. I didn't sell it yet, but someone's already offering. That was on the market, and I knew that the houses was going to be worth more money, so I just bought it on the market in that area, that location, everything else. Yeah, Pin's getting a candle right here, but that one, I bought it at like 500,000. The latest offer on it is like 720. So, and that's in like 6 months. But the idea is if you want to invest and you find something worth value, all you got to do is buy it. And then again, we even have it in the course. It's just how do you get the money now? And the point is if you find a deal like that, it's easy to get the money. Again, and now with the cult, thankfully we've grown very, very large, and we have more and more people here now. Like you have a dope network where you can have people help you with it and source the funds. Again, the other day I needed money to do a different sort of deal. I needed a different type of loan that I didn't have already access to, and I was able to find it in 24 hours. So that's where once you find the deal, it's just money right there. So like becoming an investor is about putting in the legwork to go find a deal. And the problem is most people think they don't know how to do it, but they do. And then a lot of times people underestimate how much work goes into it, and they're kind of lazy with it. Like you literally have to just go, over and over and over and over and over again. That deal fell through. I mean, the lady wanted more money. I said, no, thank you. I'm not interested in it. Because then again, you raise the price on me, my deal goes away. I don't want the same. It's not the same house anymore, right? It's like offer. Snapchat at $9 is different than Snapchat at 90. It's still the same company, still the same house. It doesn't mean it's not valuable, but for my deal and my gains, it's really different. So that's where if you could find a property, it's just about going in and, really contact people. And then you have to deal with, it's very difficult in this market now because it's just not the same, people know they could get a lot of money now. A couple years ago, a year or two ago, it was really, really different, but it doesn't change the fact that there's still deals available right now. But if to become an investor, there's no qualification, there's no licensing, there's no nothing. It's literally just about knowing numbers. You know how this works. house is worth X amount. If someone's going to sell it to you for cheaper, or if, it's like it needs a little bit of work or whatever it is, you're able to figure out where the value is. And then, that's money right there. But a lot of people are not going out and seeking. Seek and ye shall find, or they will begin to seek for the deal and then get, quickly discouraged after, go spend a weekend just getting shit on from people saying no, people yelling at you, not finding a deal, everything gets sold. It turns into a whole event. Because you lose money if you buy it and its value goes down. Yes, but it's hard if you, again, that's only if you're going for a really crazy deal, or if it's not like if you're overpaying. But if you find a true deal, really has a true discount, then you'll be good to go. It's Friday. Yeah, the lender will let you know if it's a good deal or not, usually. That's one of the easiest. It's the best. That deal, the lady, she raised the price, and I said, screw you, lady. Screw you. That's what I tell her. You know? Let me see. He screwed you, offered what you wanted. I think you respectfully declined, kind of. I'm waiting for this, what's it called? I'm waiting for Saki to come on. We got a press briefing. I want to hear some of these updates. Oh, wait, it's someone else. Karine Jane Pierre? Did they release Saki? Interesting. SPY's coming down a little bit. The dollar could be everything else, but even in general, I mean, we came down today, and you're finally, it's getting support I think you got more support on the upside this morning. I think Saki's on vacation. Sava was a bad report today. That's what somebody said. I think they had a bad update on what was going on. SPY coming down a little bit here. They're going to announce the midterms variant. Going off sympathy from ANVS. That sucks. She's supposed to come on right now, but they're lagging heavy. They're supposed to be at 120. And then Brainerd speaks tonight. You need proof of fund before getting into escrow, or just an earnest should suffice? It depends on the property. Depends on the property and what they ask for. So like some people, they'll take your offer before they expect or do anything. They ask for a proof of funds. Anvis had the first bad news on the Alzheimer's. So did Sava. Real estate property schedule for Monday. Let's go. It's hype. I mean, it's an interesting what's it called? It's an interesting real estate market we're in now. That's why, I mean, I'm kind of saying, I would, get out there, make sure you guys look at some houses, or at least maybe look for some deals, because a lot of people just got discouraged. So a lot of people stopped hunting, essentially. So that's why it's like, and then there's a lot of supplies hit the market. Like so far in summer, we've got to see a lot of houses. It's like low-key kind of crazy. Yo, where'd that house just go? Apple. That pen. Apple is positive now. Wow. I mean, Tesla. Mobile home. Saw over 20 houses in person this year. That's crazy. That's good, man. That's good. That's good. Did you close on another one yet? What happened since the last one that you backed out on? On APT during Saki. We'll see. I'm closing on Monday. Let's go. Solid move on Apple. Square's on the low now. Again, PayPal's been selling off. Wait, did Square already report? I forgot. Didn't Square already report? Maybe that's affecting PayPal. Yeah, I would keep my stocks even if the market so crashed. They report August 5th? Okay. Data Quell and Square same day. So I just came back to say happy Friday. The bank dividend dates does not move the stock much. It does, especially the ones that are giving out dividends now. But remember, there has been some regulations with a couple of them, so it's not, they haven't been getting the same reaction more or less, or some would get it less than others. And AOV. Yeah, Square is selling off heavy right now. Yo, check Square news. Square's picking up. I don't know if it's just selling off again. PayPal is down a lot. I talked about that connection there today. V still hunting. Apple wants to get the tech moving. But Amazon's flipping. PayPal sympathy at 260. Oscar Friday. God bless you in the call. Thanks again for all the knowledge and everything you do. God smiling down, baby. Amen. God be the glory. Horn. Let's go. We love it. We love it. Do. I'm in a call. Hey. LRCX, where my Oscars at, baby. All the Oscars. Oscar Friday. The Oscars are hostile takeovering Friday. Hey, love you all. We love you. The Neo call. I have Neo puts. Old ones. I'm just going to wait. I mean, I think little by little, Xi Jinping is going to do the work. You know what I'm saying? We got ZZ on our side. ZZ, I made the grinding look easy. Square's outpacing PayPal. Democrat leaders struggle to find enough party support to extend eviction moratorium. Telling you it's gonna be crazy because if they don't get that, then it's gonna switch over into what's it called? Because then they could either retaliate with the budget bill, or they're gonna try to, or they're gonna try to retaliate with the CBO, the debt ceiling, or it could get real personal. But SPY is coming down right now. SPY coming down quickly. Actually, kind of crazy there. The SPY is selling off. So you got some stuff like Apple holding, but the low ticker, and then Amazon, PayPal, Square, some of those bigger names are starting to sell off. Look at any plays. Just the NVIDIAs and the wins. Yeah, look, is that those ones we got today? Yeah, those win puts have already gone up today. Very surprising. Yeah, win hasn't moved, but those puts went up 20%. I think that's saying something, and where are the NVIDIAs? NVIDIA, I'm down 20% on those. Yeah, I'm trying to see which ones, how they moved. Still only 11:30. There's such weird strike prices. I'm going to go for another set. Bro, that not fill me? You guys snaking the chain on me? It's like, dang, y'all snaking the chain on me like that? I grabbed another set. Those are going to be my my weekend escalation plays. I like the wins are already up, but I think Nvidia, you got a hint on them this morning. No, I'm just buying those straight up. SEMO on the high. Man, I think their news conference about to start. Everybody came in. But do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. My bad. No, I was looking at something. I grabbed another Nvidia put. So I grabbed Nvidia puts for next week. I grabbed another set. I spent about $160, $70. And I got, because my other ones I bought this morning went down in value. So I got ones a little bit closer to the money. And then the win play, I already have two. But that one, notice, win has not even, the stock didn't even move. Look at the difference. They both didn't move, but win went up 20%, but then mine went down 20%. The thinking behind NVIDIA is there's any escalation. I'm thinking the chip, again, we did a chip bill to kind of go against China a couple months ago when all this drama started. And then there was updates on China not giving them the review for their ARM deal. Or was it the ARM or whatever deal? So I think NVIDIA might have a little risk here. And, you know, they had a lot of momentum here, a lot of calls. It didn't break that 200. I'm thinking the chips might be exposed to it or any of the positive momentum. It's kind of my weekend play. And SPY's coming here towards the low. It could be priced in today, but the premiums are down. So the premiums are slightly up, but after that move, the premiums are pretty much the same price as yesterday. So if the stock doesn't move coming into this, you know, you've seen these next week plays, they'll get clapped instantly. Oh, you're saying the merger failing in general? Yeah, that some people are aware of that, but I'm even more kind of just more attached to the headline of it and the China aspect in news more or less. All righty. SPY coming down, news conference starting.
That's my mask from yesterday. I was wondering where that went. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. I have a couple things for all of you at the top. Today, the president and the vice president...
She seems a lot more chiller than Saki. I already like her. I already like her.
And ongoing
she got some good vibes.
Prevention, preparedness, and response activities. This was a follow-up to the meeting the president convened last month with cabinet officials, governors from Western states, and private sector partners. During today's event, the president highlighted the heroism of our firefighters who undertake dangerous work to keep Americans safe, and he discussed the actions his administration is taking to improve emergency preparedness and keep Americans safe. The president and the vice president then received an update from the governors about the situation on the ground. They discussed what their administration can do to support state and local response efforts and ensure the federal government's response is a quick and effective as possible. Driven by extreme heat, prolonged drought, and the changing climate, as well as decades of forest management decisions, the 2021 wildfire season continues to outpace the devastating 2021 season in terms of large fires to date. Already this year, FEMA has approved 20 fire management assistant grants to help states pay for the cost of fighting these fires. The president has been receiving regular reports on how wildfires are impacting communities across the country, and he will continue to closely monitor the severity of this situation. Cuba meeting today that the president is having. Since the historic protest we witnessed in Cuba on July 11th, the president has been watching the events closely. As we have stated before, he's made clear that Cuba is led by a failed and repressive regime, and that communism is a universally failed ideology. That's why, from the start, the president has said that addressing this moment was a priority for the administration. We have said many times that Cuban Americans are the best ambassadors for freedom and prosperity in Cuba. As part of that, today, the president will host Cuban American leaders at the White House to discuss the demonstrations and the administration's response. In addition, we also announced yesterday that the president is nominating Cuban American Frank Mora to be the next U.S. ambassador to the Organization of American States, a vital forum where we have and will continue to regularly urge the countries of the hemisphere to support the fundamental freedoms of the Cuban people. And I know you love these. This is our vaccination update. They're so great.
Spy coming
We're always
down.
happy
You're
to
getting
share
a new
them
low
with you.
here, so watch for
today
Amazon
we
or anything
recorded
else to
over
give.
500,000 new shots in arms, the highest number since 1st of July. And the average number of people getting their first shots each day is up 30%. Over the past week alone. And this is the third week that states with the highest cases have the highest vaccination rates. Every day, Americans are making the choice to get vaccinated. This is an encouraging sign, but we need everyone across the country to have the conversation with someone they know who is unvaccinated about getting the shot. This is how we will stop the spread of the Delta variant and, as we all know, save lives. Finally, I have a quick preview of the week ahead for all of you. The next week, this next coming week, the president will continue engaging with members of Congress to pass the bipartisan infrastructure deal, which will deliver historic infrastructure investments that will drive economic growth and create good paying middle-class jobs. Also next week, the president will meet with Dr. Eric Lander, his science advisor and director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, about his plan for preparing for future pandemics. On Tuesday, the president will deliver remarks on the administration's progress delivering vaccines to the world to fight this pandemic globally. On Friday, we will deliver remarks on the jobs report. As you all know, it's the first Friday of the month. And lastly, President Biden will then travel to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where he will remain over the weekend. Alex, please take it away.
Sure. So I know we have a hard out at 3:10, so I have a couple quick questions on Congress. First, the eviction moratorium. Lawmakers are scrambling to find a legislative solution, but Speaker Pelosi said today that she'd like to see the CDC extended. I know you all have cited the Supreme Court decision as the reason Congress needs to deal with it, but why not just extend it, have that legal fight, and give Congress a little bit more room to work?
So as we've stated, Alex, and to your point about Pelosi, you know, the Supreme Court said that it could only be extended with congressional authorization. That was their decision. That's how they were able to strike it down, and that's what they said needed to happen. And so this bill that Pelosi is asking for, this would meet that requirement if successful. So this is important. It's incredibly important to move forward. And so the administration is going to work together with leaders in Congress on potential avenues to extend the eviction moratorium to protect these vulnerable renters and their families. We understand how critical that is, how important that is. It has been a lifeline to so many Americans here. So this is a public health concern, as you can imagine, that we think should be supported by both Republicans and Democrats. So we support the Speaker's effort, and we will do everything that we can to move this forward.
On voting rights, can you tell us any more information about how the president's meeting with Schumer and Pelosi on the sort of efforts around voting rights?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. That was it? Okay, so, as you stated, the President and the Vice President are hosting Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer at the White House today, later this afternoon. And they're doing this because they want to make sure that they continue having the conversation on protecting the sacred right to vote, because it's such it's an incredible priority for them. The President and the Speaker, the Leader Schumer, are regularly in touch about this, but they wanted to have this meeting in person to talk about the next step. This is both personal to the President, as we've talked about many times, having fought for voting rights his entire life. He spoke about it in Pennsylvania not too long ago, just a couple of weeks ago, and he's going to just continue having those conversations.
And then one more on the CDC document that was just leaked. The Washington Post obtained the CDC PowerPoint that suggests that the situation surrounding the Delta variant is more dire than the administration has characterized it. I wanted to read a few quotes from it. It said, quote, "Given higher transmissibility and current vaccine coverage, universal masking is essential to reduce transmission of the Delta variant. Quote, Delta variant breakthrough infections may be as transmissible as unvaccinated cases. And quote, risk of infection is reduced threefold in the vaccinated population." And so President Biden has repeated over and over that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, but this PowerPoint seems to raise questions about that. He's also promised to level up with the American people, so his comments yesterday, was he being completely upfront about the challenge from the Delta variant? This PowerPoint would suggest it's a little bit more dire than he laid it out to be. And why wasn't that PowerPoint made public? Why did it have to be leaked to the public? And then lastly, I mean, why aren't we seeing universal recommendations for universal masking? Why is it just in areas of high transmission when the CDC seems to be suggesting universal masking is needed?
Okay, Alex, that was a lot. No, I appreciate the question. It's actually a very important question, and we need to, and I'm happy to address all of them. So since May, I just wanted to step back a little bit. Since May, the CDC and the administration have been crystal clear about the increased risk of the Delta variant in our pandemic response. And so I just want to run through a couple of examples, because this is such an important moment that we're in fighting this pandemic. So in May, out of the concern of the spread of Delta, we restricted travel to India where it was growing. That is something that we did in May. And so that, as you know, that was many months ago at this point, or a couple months ago at this point. In the month of June, doctors from the admin blitzed local constituency and national media with over 400 media interviews with a clear message. Delta is a serious threat, and getting vaccinated is the clear solution. So that was in the month of June, for the month of June. Throughout June, the President, Jeff Zients, and our medical experts spoke dozens of times to the threat of Delta, the threat that Delta poses. On July 4th, the President made clear that COVID-19, quote, has not been vanquished, and Delta is a powerful variant. This is what the President said on July 4th. And in light of recent reporting, it is worth noting that Dr. Walensky said 8 days ago that the Delta variant is the most infectious respiratory disease she has seen in the last 20 years, her 20 years of her career. Our message has always been clear throughout. We need more people to get vaccinated to stop the spread of this variant, and so we have to continue to make that effort. Vaccinated and unvaccinated people infected with Delta have higher viral loads, meaning more virus in their body than with previous variants. The last two did not have that, and so this is what we're seeing in the Delta. High viral loads mean you are more likely to spread it. So in the rare occasions that vaccinated people get Delta in a breakthrough infection, they may be contagious. And this is what we heard from CDC this week. And so the most important takeaway, and I want to be really clear about this because this is critical for all of you who report about this and for those who are watching, we should have, the takeaway is we should have from this guidance and any follow-up reporting is actually pretty simple. We need more people to get vaccinated. That's the answer. We need more people to get vaccinated. That's if we want to stop the spread of this variant and avoid mutations, we can. So we just need to get more people vaccinated, and the good news is that the vaccinations, the vaccines work. So we got to get out there and make sure people get vaccinated.
Corinne, the president said for the early months of this administration that those who were vaccinated and wearing masks and doing all those steps could look toward the 4th of July as that independence opportunity. We now know the CDC is basing some of this new science on a 4th of July party that happened in Massachusetts, where the Delta variant was predominant. We saw that vaccinated people were passing it and so forth. Does this give the president pause about making recommendations about what the public can do? Because he encouraged people who were vaccinated to gather on the 4th of July. A group that did so is now sort of a poster example for the CDC of what can happen with this variant.
I mean, you know, Kelly, the president has always said he's going to follow the science and he's going to listen to public health experts. That's what we do, right? That's why we are all following the CDC guidance on masking. And so that's our North Star, as Jen has said earlier this week. Look, the job of all of us in this room is to communicate the truth about where we are in the pandemic. And this is something the president has said from day one, and also highlight how we can get out of this pandemic. So the vaccines work, that's the truth. We know masks work, that's the truth. They save lives and prevent spread of this dangerous Delta variant. So we need to help in communicating the actions we are telling the American people to take and getting vaccinated and wearing a mask. If you're in an area where there's lots of virus circulating, it's more contagious, you have to wear a mask. I know I have one more question that I actually didn't get to for Alex that I want to make sure that I answer, which is the CDC release more data publicly, or this data. So just wanted to say that the CDC's first and foremost priority is getting the American people information as quickly as possible. And so that's what they did on Tuesday. They got it as quickly as they can. They're going to be releasing this data today, as you know, and it was clear that vaccinated people had the ability to transmit, and action needed to be taken quickly. And that's why they did it. They did it ahead of releasing the data, and they're going to do that today, as I just mentioned.
Part of this is also in terms of getting information out. Like, why are the doctors not here in the briefing room to take our questions? Why have we not had a COVID briefing? When we got some update from Dr. Walensky, that was a phone briefing, provides information, but the public is eager to know more about what the Delta variant can do.
You know what, Kelly, I would argue that we had the President of the United States speak to this yesterday. He gave a more than 30-minute speech about where we are as a country. I mean, he is a trusted voice. He's the leader of our country. No, but we heard from him, right? We heard from the president yesterday. We heard from the president about the Delta variant and vaccinations in general the day before yesterday when he was in Pennsylvania, when he was supposed to talk about Buy American, which he did, but he led off talking about the vaccinations. We have had our doctors on your networks, on many of the networks that are here, talking, probably all of them, talking about the Delta variant all throughout these last couple of days. So they have been out there, they have been talking about it, and yeah, we heard directly from Dr. Lewinsky herself. You know, so this is something that we're going to continue to do. We're going to continue to make sure that we communicate directly with the American people, and also work hand in hand with local governments and state governments as well.
Thank you. Just to follow up on all of that, you mentioned the CDC's data that was released on Tuesday. I think the question is, why doesn't that guidance match the internal memo's guidance? Because on Tuesday, they updated the mask guidance to say you only have to wear it in places that have high or moderate transmissibility. The internal memo that was leaked says, given higher transmissibility and current coverage, vaccine coverage, universal masking is essential to reduce transmission. So one, why don't the recommendations match? And two, should the American public anticipate updated guidance that includes universal masking and also new guidance about large gatherings and how many people should gather given what we are seeing from Provincetown?
Well, as you know, Weijia, we do not make those types of, decisions from here when it comes to the science, when it comes to guidance. That comes from CDC. So the questions that you just asked me, I refer you to CDC about the slides and the what you saw in the slides specifically. That comes from them, and they will have that specific information for you that you're trying to get here. I will say, though, I think the most important thing, and I don't want to get away from this, because this is what's the most critical thing here, is that people need to get vaccinated. That's the answer. If we want to make sure that we curb this pandemic, that we curb the COVID-19, that we win this fight that we're in, we have to get people vaccinated. That's why the president calls this a pandemic for the unvaccinated. We have to make sure that we take care of each other, and that they not just take care of themselves, but take care of each other. And we're talking about our kids who are 12 and under who can't get vaccinated. We're talking about our grandparents, right? We're talking about older people in our lives that we want to make sure are taken care of. And so that is, if anything, should be one of the main reasons people get vaccinated, to make sure they take care of their families and their community.
Has the White House reviewed the CDC's internal memo on slides?
I don't have anything to say about that. I could look into that.
The analogies are helpful to understand, like, that the Delta variant is as contagious as chickenpox or more contagious than the common cold or Ebola. Are these things that they're going to present to the public to help us understand?
Well, the data is being released today, I believe, right? Right? So it'll be available. It's being released today. Yeah.
And one more just follow up on Kelly. Of all the weeks not to have a COVID briefing, why this week?
I mean, I know that's the question you all are asking me, but the doctors have been on national television all week speaking to this, answering the questions on your networks. So they've been out there talking about, they're not hiding. They're actually having the conversations with anchors and hosts and answering the hard questions about the Delta variant, about the CDC masking. And so they've been out there. They're not hiding. They're actually speaking to this almost every day. And we heard from the President of the United States yesterday for more than 30-minute speech that many of you were in. So,
thank you.
Okay, Peter.
Thank you. Building off of your point, the vaccines work. Then why is the president asking vaccinated people to mask up if there have been just 0.0035% of the 161 million fully vaccinated Americans who have had a breakthrough case?
Let me give you the facts about the Delta variant, and maybe this will help Peter. It spreads more than twice as easily from one person to another, and it's spreading rapidly. It is really just across the country, and that is just the fact. 2 months ago, only 1% of COVID in the U.S. were Delta. Now more than 80% are Delta. And so this is where we are today with this vaccine. And so we are listening to the experts, the CDC guidance, and this is what they are telling us. If you live in an area that is highly contagious and that has high levels, they are saying, they are giving the guidance of wearing a mask to protect yourself and to protect your community and your family. That is the guidance that we're getting.
And some of the preliminary stuff we've seen from the CDC says this new guidance for vaccinated people to mask up is based on data from people who got sick partying in Provincetown, Massachusetts. Has the White House seen any proof that COVID is spreading, vaccinated people are spreading COVID who are not going to big parties?
Here's what we know, and I'm just going to repeat again. We need to get people vaccinated. That is really the answer here. That is what we're seeing that's what we're hearing from CDC. That's what we're even seeing from these slides, is that people need to get vaccinated. That is how we fight the Delta variant. That is how we fight COVID.
And then last one, the president said yesterday it is still a question whether the federal government can mandate the whole country to get vaccinated. He said, I don't know that yet. Does that mean he has asked the Justice Department to see if it's legal to make everybody get a vaccine?
So when
She
he
said,
said that across about the mandate across the country, you know, I would encourage you to read his statements and make sure you read the contents of his remarks. So a national vaccine requirement is not under consideration at this time. That's where we are with that.
But has he asked the Justice Department to see if it's even possible?
I don't have any more to add to that. Okay.
A lot of questions, obviously, about the super spreader event in Provincetown. More than 800 cases, 74% of people there are fully vaccinated. So doesn't that at least suggest that maybe breakthrough cases aren't rare?
But that's not what the data shows us. That's not what we've gotten from CDC. We know that it is the breakthroughs that do happen with vaccinated people are rare. And so right now, what the CDC has told us is because they do know that there are some breakthrough cases, we have to make sure we're masked. And so again, we just have to continue to make sure people get vaccinated. That is the answer. That's how we got to move forward. And that's what we're focused on here at the White House.
So we're supposed to see that as more of a one-off event?
No, that's
outlier?
Well, what I'm saying is that what we're focused on, our message is very, very clear, is that we want to make sure that people get vaccinated. That is, yes, that is one event, but what the CDC guidance tells us is that the breakthroughs have been rare. This is what the public health officials have said. Like, yes, there are breakthroughs, but they have been rare. But the problem is that it is now contagious, right? And so that's why they're asking us to wear a mask. Where before, with the last two variants that we've seen, we weren't seeing that. We weren't seeing vaccinated people pass that along. And so now that has changed with the Delta variant. That is how serious this variant is. That's why our message continues to be, please get vaccinated.
On the eviction moratorium, Speaker Pelosi in her statement said that only $3 billion out of an allocated $46.5 billion has actually gone out the door. So what is the administration doing to help get more money out the door faster?
Yeah, so that's a good question because that shouldn't be happening, right? We are aware that the monies are taking some time to get to some time from, it's already out in the States, some time getting to where the folks who really need it, the renters and lawmakers. So what we have done these past couple of days is we made an announcement last week that $1.5 billion of that ERA went out in the month of June, and that was the most that we saw in the last 5 months. And so we continue to work to make sure that people are being made aware that this is in existence. Look, this shouldn't be happening. States should be making sure that these monies are getting out as quickly as possible. And so just this week we had a day of action to promote the availability of the rental assistance, which reached tens of millions of Americans. Last week, the Treasury released new data, which I just mentioned with the $1.5 billion. And then, so what we know is that these funds can continue to be dispersed to renters and landlords until 2025. And so these emergency rental assistance are so critical, they're so important. And so we're making sure that we continue to work with local governments to get that out.
Yes, I think people are applying. We've heard tens of thousands of people have applied. Yeah. They're just waiting for the funds to be dispersed.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's why we're encouraging the states to get that out as soon as possible. They have it. They need to get that out. Yeah, go ahead.
Kareem, given the seriousness of the Delta variant, are there conversations in the White House or between the White House and scientific advisors about more lockdowns, partial lockdowns, or anything along those lines?
So that is something that, I know this was asked to me yesterday. The way we see this is that we have the tools in our tool belt to fight this variant, to fight this vaccine. And
you sound like power, girl.
We are not going to head towards a lockdown. We want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can because after passing the historic rescue plan, we have the resources to make sure that doesn't happen. So our role, again, is to make sure that we get people vaccinated as quickly as possible. Look, these vaccines are free. They're easy to get. They've never been easier to get vaccinated. So that is the number one thing that we're trying to do, is making that happen. We have the resources to do that. That's what we've been able to do this past 6 months. We've been able to get more than 160 million people fully vaccinated. 80% of that are are people who are over the age of 65. And so that's what we're going to continue to do. And so our goal is to make sure that we are not headed towards that. That is not going to be the direction that we take, because we have the tools to prevent that.
You said yesterday that the federal new requirements for federal workers could be an example for other employers. Can you just explain, will federal employees' data be collected when they submit their vaccination status, and will the federal government be paying for the tests that they take if they do not attest to being vaccinated?
So the agencies will pay for the cost of regular federal employee screening tests. So that's how that's going to move forward. And they're going to implement, the agencies are going to be implementing this program themselves. So they'll be in charge of that, how that moves forward. And so that's kind of how that's going to be dispersed, the program.
Just on another topic, lastly, the New York Times is reporting and others that President Trump pressed the Justice Department last year to declare falsely that the election was corrupt. Do you have a reaction to that? And would your Justice Department, the Biden Justice Department, do anything about that?
So President Biden has been clear that he believes it is absolutely vital to have a Department of Justice that is free from undue political influence, and these revelations underscore why that's important. Go ahead, Phil.
Ms. Crane, just to follow up on Mary Alice's question, her number, at least percentage-wise, was right from the CDC study. It says about 74% of 346 cases had been fully vaccinated in that cluster. So just to clarify, it's still the belief of the administration and the public health officials that breakthrough cases are rare on that.
So what we've been told by CDC and what we know from our public health expert is that they are rare. But here's the thing, and this is what we keep trying to say, is that we got to get people vaccinated. That is what we have to focus on. That is why we're seeing the Delta variant, and so that is what we're working on as an administration. That's what the president talked about. He talked about incentives. He talked about ways to do this in a more robust way, and this is the way we're going to be focused on, is making sure people get vaccinated.
So that actually, that was my follow-up, which is, it's very clear that those who are vaccinated see fewer symptoms, hospitalizations, death. There's no question about it when you look at the data. How concerned are you guys that people see a headline like that about breakthrough cases, or a headline from the slides about transmissibility, and it undercuts your efforts to say vaccination is the answer, vaccination is the solution?
Well, I just talked about what we've seen the last couple of days, the rise in numbers of people getting vaccinated. And so, if anything, we're seeing people are out there who are unvaccinated clearly getting vaccinated. And so that's critical, that's important. The numbers and the data shows that. And so that's what we're going to continue to do, is making sure that people continue to get vaccinated.
We were all being tested every single day. At a certain point, we were not being tested. I'm curious what the current status of staff, White House staff testing is, and whether, given this news about transmission, there are plans to ramp up that testing.
So we're going to continue to follow the guidance that's been let out, that's been handed, and so all of that is going to be determined. Our testing is going to be determined by the White House Medical Unit. We continue to get tested here. The staff does. So does the president, and so that's what we're going to. That's how we're going to continue to move forward.
So when you say guidance, is that I think the current guidance is only if there are symptoms. If you're vaccinated, is that the current status?
Yeah, but we've also have stated in the past, like when a staffer's around the president, they get tested, and because we're around the president of the United States, we get tested pretty regularly. That's something that we have shared in the past. There's nothing new there, and we're going to continue to follow what the White House Medical Unit entails for us to do as staff and for the president.
On the eviction moratorium, why did the White House wait until yesterday to publicly inform Congress that it was then we needed to extend it legislatively?
So let me just first say about the eviction moratorium, because this is, I think, really important. We know that this has a disproportionate effect on those Americans, both most likely to face evictions and lacking vaccinations. And President Biden would have strongly supported a decision by the CDC to further extend this eviction moratorium to protect renters at this moment of heightened vulnerability. But like we've all said today, unfortunately, the Supreme Court has made clear that this option is no longer available. So the Supreme Court's ruling stated that clear and specific congressional authorization would be necessary for the CDC to extend the moratorium through July. So one of the things that I do want to say that we have been doing, we have had this whole of government effect effect to get the word out about the availability of the rental assistant and to support grantees to ramping up their efforts. And so that is our focus, because we know that getting that funding to renters and landlords is incredibly key and important. So we've been doing that since day one, and now what we're saying right now, and what we have been saying, is that we're going to work with Congress to make sure that we're able to extend it. We support Speaker Pelosi in her efforts, and what she is trying to do actually speaks to what the Supreme Court laid out in making sure that there is a continuation of the eviction moratorium.
Right, but the Supreme Court ruling was more than a month ago, and you waited until this week to tell Congress that they needed to do, and you effectively jammed them 2 days before the moratorium ended.
We've been having conversations with Congress for some time about this. This is something that we have been working with them with some time about how do we move forward. And so this is we're going to continue to do that. And we appreciate Speaker Pelosi's efforts, and we're going to work closely with her on getting that done. And again, from day one, this administration has been working to make sure that we really take care of the most vulnerable in this country who's been affected by COVID-19.
There was some confusion over military service members being mandated to get the vaccine. The president said yesterday it was all about timing and recommended the DOD study it. The DOD later put their own statement out. But what do you mean it's all about timing when he also said that the numbers are going to get worse before it gets better?
So I'll say this. The president is asking the Department of Defense to look into how and when they will add COVID to the list of mandatory vaccinations for our armed forces. Anything else, I refer you to the DOD.
For both civilian and military service members?
I just know it's the Department of Defense. That's who he's been talking to about getting that done.
Okay, and then just on a separate note, it was reported
She said,
that Senator Sinema, a key Dem swing vote, said she will not be putting off August vacation plans to vote on your $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill. What's your reaction to that?
Look, I know that this has come up, and I just want to be really clear about this and what Sinema actually said. And so, I'm not going to clearly negotiate or anything like that at the podium, but it's important to be clear about what the senator said. She is going to vote to proceed with the debate on the budget resolution. She expressed reservations about the top line, which she's been clearly clear about, and other senators have said the same, but she's not standing in the way of moving this process forward.
Thanks, Dean. You've been clear that the position of the administration is around the importance of getting vaccinated, but I had a follow-up to Alex's question earlier, because a lot of Americans do not know if they are in an area with substantial or high levels of transmission. So while you are trying to get vaccination rates up, is it the position of the administration that local officials in those affected areas should bring back mask mandates?
Well, local officials are going to look at the vaccination rate in their area, and they have the flexibility to put that into place, to put mandates into place, as we've seen across the country. That is not our role here. As the federal government, we are not mandating mask wearing. We're following, again, CDC guidance, and we encourage local governments and states to adhere or to take a look at the guidance and make sure that they keep people safe, right? They keep their community safe, and they keep people in their state safe. So that is what we encourage. And at the same time, I'm going to be a broken record on this, because this is true. This is the case. We have to make sure we continue to get people vaccinated.
And a question with respect to Cuba and the ongoing policy review. I know there's a meeting today, but has there been any movement on actionable steps specifically?
Okay, I just had to poop, and then I just kept listening. It was nice. I liked her, honestly. I liked her a lot better than Psaki. She didn't. I mean, they both answered the same way. She just she sounded like a therapist. Her voice was very soothing. It was very much easier. She didn't seem like she was she didn't seem as crazy. What I'm saying. How did you like her? I mean, I liked her in comparison. You know what I'm saying? In comparison. I mean, that's it. If you gave me, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't really like certain ice cream. I guess it's like sherbet. I don't really like sherbet too much, or caramel. But if you add, I prefer sherbet over a caramel. Ice cream. If we're talking ice cream, it's I don't know. It was just she just didn't seem. Then why don't you marry her, huh? Yeah, okay. Yeah, like pistachio. Like it just depends. Like it just depends. That was nice though. I think the moral of the story is okay. So there's that. But Delta, I mean, a lot of people are getting worried about Delta. It looks like Delta now, the contagious factor, is what they're talking about. But it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Because you already have there's a couple of articles swirling around right now, that people are talking lockdowns in the United States already. I think a lot of people are getting worried that it looks a lot, it looks a lot like the, like kind of what we started last time. But, I think some people are just getting nervous. It will happen by September. Maybe, we'll see. I mean, again, I think it's still a little premature, but you definitely have, you definitely got people talking about it now. But you have to realize, remember, we locked down early in March, and then we had a mini open and close in August 2020. So it's a little bit different of timing, more or less. But some people are getting worried. I smell opportunity. At what point do you think the markets will care about Delta? I think we'll find out in the next week or so. I'm sure in the next week or two, and then depending on what happens. But, I really think it's also, there is part of the, something like Delta helps with the vaccines. They're clearly trying to make the push for that. That is it seems that's like a number one goal from a lot of governments right now. So I think that they're trying to do their things on that. So like that, this is getting people to react essentially. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's pretty. Today's an interesting day because you have a lot of things happening today. There's going to be a lot of politics over the weekend, and depending on how it plays out, it's going to be. I'm not surprised. August is going to fill us with a lot of excitement, a lot of opportunity. I think the market's going to have a lot of back and forth news. Oh, I didn't send those houses. I had that whole time. I don't think the ban on China is more of as a big deal. The ban on China, it's a big deal. I mean, in and of itself, it may seem small, but it's part of a bigger story. The storyline is continuing. So literally, we went over it. I could even show you it. There's literally a storyline for China. Like, take a look here. This is literally, it starts with Friday, July 23rd. Then hour by hour, as you start to go in, there's one action. Then the next day, China starts making an order. Then the government confirms. Then we start saying that they, what's it called? Then we started to say that, remember, we condemned China for the hackings. And then the next day, people start going crazy. Again, you have the 4% on Beijing or in Hong Kong. And then day after day, then you have Evergrande, the world's most indebted developer, again, and they're related to China and equities. It's just one day after the next, there's a big story. So, like, in and of itself, it may seem like it's not much, but at the end of the day, it's, what you saw today it just adds another one here. Friday, July 30th, this is what we got today. So we're gonna see what happens. I think it's gonna be very exciting. You feel tinfoil. I wouldn't get tinfoil. I would get objective. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a way where you got to see what are the priorities and what it could affect. instead of, you could come to a conclusion of 10 very easily, but the real question should be, what is it going to lead to? What sort of impact, what is the impact? And that's where we come into play to be able to take advantage of it economically. So, I would just be, that's why every single thing going on, you should just see where things are going. That's why even like last weekend or 2 weeks ago when we started playing some of like Clorox and all of that, you were getting a hint of what was happening, right? Even with China and all of that stuff, you're getting an idea of where it's moving. So you could come to your own personal conclusions about anything. And I'm not stopping you from that. God bless you. But at the end of the day too, though, stay aware of the fact that, if you're noticing certain things, try to figure out where the puck is going, essentially, and what it means for, the effects, and then timing. One thing I will give you that I've learned this year and that I'm noticing, the government is going back to normal pace. Back in the day, government used to move really slow, and that's what you're seeing. Don't get it twisted that, we were seeing things happening fast, but essentially what's happening now, the pace is going back to normal politics. I mean, it took 7 months for Powell just to admit progress, right? So imagine what's going to happen here with all this little stuff. We've known about the variants and mutations in Delta for a while, if you think about it. So, pay attention to that pace, because the pace to which it operates is the pace to which it's going to affect the market, essentially. Think about the headlines as they come out and all of that. Oh, so, yeah. It took 18 months for Congress to declare war on Britain after the war started. What do I mean is that tinfoil moves faster in your head than it will actually play out. I think, said simply. So even if you are correct on tinfoil, and even if there is some sinister plot and anything happens, at the end of the day, you're going to think about it faster, and you picture it happening faster in your head than it will actually take place to occur, especially when you have your, the current, administration, the trend that it's been on over the last year or so. You've watched the pace, controlling the pace, controlling the narrative. I mean, you're watching it take place. So that's, I don't know. I think that's what I'm saying, pay attention, but don't get lost in the sauce and understand the timeline here. That's why I'm even saying now you start to hear little seeds planted of what's being discussed. Like even now, some people are floating around this idea of a United States lockdown. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen on Monday. You see what I'm saying? It's about looking and, keep that in mind for if we do get more developments, you will watch it play out in a certain way. Question, how do you feel about Monster? Now it's good, but I think it's just a Bitcoin proxy play. I think MSTR is just going to be one, as long as Bitcoin keeps doing good, depending on how that plays, it's going to move hand in hand with that. Earl Nightingale, strangest secret in the world, or lead the field. You guys are beefing. Bro, I really is it bad? I don't want to instigate. I want to facilitate discussion. I feel like some of y'all who argue in the chat, and just attack each other. Can I just put you guys on the phone and just can we and just have our own debates and but I feel like we'll get in trouble. I don't know. I feel like you guys will say something crazy, but then maybe we do that after hours. Maybe we do a private I want y'all to debate honestly. Just that's it. I can moderate, and we'll just call it y'all because y'all got opinions, y'all attacking each other, you know what I'm saying. I think you guys could find out, if you're here for the same reason. So you have more similarities than you think, because the cult is an acquired taste. But I think let you guys kind of debate it and do the thing. But unfortunately, I feel like a free expression of opinions could lead to some of us getting in trouble, though. Unfortunately, we could do it. We might have to do it private. It could be toxic or absolutely beautiful. I think it'll be both. I mean, that's just the point. I mean, that's it. And that's the thing though. If you're gonna just go and debate, just to like talk shit on somebody. Like, what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Like, I like it. Like, if you don't know, I like certain debates. Like, when I say something and some people are like, well, this, like, that's why, like, I don't, if people just hate for no reason, it's stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? But, like, if you could debate me and talk to me about an idea and come with, like, actually give me information to try to, help me make a better decision or change my mind, something like that, if that makes sense. There's no debate. That's just talking shit. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think some people are just talking shit. I think y'all either need to, you could either see where the goal is with your shit talk, or if you are really trying to, I want to see two people with difficult minds to change. I want to see what would happen if they're in this. You know what I'm saying? Or you could just shut up. That's a great option too. It's a great option too. There's a lot of different options, but either way is good. Sumo suits. My debate, we're enslaved. Josh is too politically correct with the anti-vaxxers and Trumpers to not lose his listeners. No, he agrees with these insane people. Nah, man, I'll gladly say fuck all of y'all. It's not. I think it's any side that leans to extremes and hatred and violence, whether you are agreeing or disagree, like fuck you. It's not even like it's on both sides. I mean, it's not. I'm not really. If anything, I'm too politically incorrect for a majority of the finance world. For a lot of people, I am more, I think there's a nice middle, and I think a lot of people fit really good into the middle, and I think you could use critical thinking, and you could be fair on it, but on any extremity. That's what I'm saying, to boil the situation down to a Trumper or a non-Trumper or a liberal or non-liberal. That's where I think it gets polarizing, and that's where the problem lies, as opposed to, just in the middle. I mean, I'm not really, unfortunately, I'm not afraid to lose listeners, as much as I would be afraid to get clapped by the establishment for, just pushing the envelope a little too much to try to address both sides. That's the issue. So, what I think is, and I think the truth will always shine. It may take some time, no matter what. I believe in that. And at the end of the day, too, I am a very, I believe in God and the power that He holds. So I'm not, I'm a real more Fati type of guy. What's gonna happen is what's gonna happen. So yeah, I'm not too really, and I think I believe in educating people. So as long as people have education, they could do that. That's what I'm saying. Even debates, anything of this nature, there's a difference between attitude that's trying to learn. Some people in here, that's why I don't like it when people try to like polarize and isolate and, label people this or that, just because there's genuinely some people who have an attitude that they want to learn. They don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? When both sides are talking and arguing, there's genuinely people who they don't know what to believe and they want to learn more. So that's where, I think just that attitude of people who want to do it, that's the key. So very, very simple. What was I going to look up? Win. Oh, Win Chicle. That's what I was saying. Those premiums are holding. I think Win in casinos, that one may get on that list. I doubled on Win, right? I have two because I averaged down the first ones. Yeah, okay. I'm down on the August 6th, but I'm up on the other ones we got today. Can't educate if you kill one side with conversation, fight back with good ideas, but if good ideas are silenced, well, you're out of luck. That's the problem, I think, right now, because like that's what I'm saying. Some stuff, like, it's just too risky to discuss. And then at the same time, I've also been an enemy of that, in the sense that, I've silenced people for just being overly negative, because it's hard to get a discussion there. So it's a very slippery slope with that. But it's just a matter of, you need the right format to do it. But you also do need a lot of people, like we have to find the balance. I do it. I mean, I don't disagree. That's why I try to keep it open, but you have to realize, some people, it's not at one point, it's just not there. It's just that attitude of learning or like a real discussion. It's hard to have a real discussion and listen to both sides of the conversation when people are genuinely, they're not focusing on getting to the conclusion. There's no hypothesis. There's no real thesis to it. But so, a lot of things nowadays turns into attacking. But, I've tried my best to find a way to allow it and find the right way to foster that type of discussion while at the same time, protecting everything else with it. But, I am a fan of it. I'm a fan of a real discussion on both ends and a true freedom of speech. But, the culture we're in right now on both sides, I think both people will fall. Again, if I could admit to it, I know a lot of other people, it goes on both ends. Because I do try to give people an opportunity, if that makes sense. It's not like people are, it's just like, it's kind of like halfway through. It's kind of like, okay, I get it, if that makes sense. But yes, good faith actors. Takes two. I agree. It's kind of like the prisoner's dilemma. Why do you think it's so hard for humans to show love? Maybe because people haven't had love shown to them. I think that's why would you? I mean, I used to be very angry. I mean, ain't nobody showed us love, bro. Like even now to this day, I could look around and see, I'm like, damn, we don't get the, it's this and that, but that's the problem. That's why I think, it's on you to start that trend. Because I mean, think about it. I did not have anybody help me in stocks. I never had somebody give me an opportunity. I never, even real estate. I thank God I knew a couple of people, but I had to get in there. It wasn't the same. So, but it's like, that was my initial problem with like helping people is, initially you'd be like, dude, nobody did this for me. Nobody was like this. I had to do it like this. And then essentially wait till you start helping people too and showing love, you will get taken advantage of. And then that's stage 2 of it. But it's a weird cycle. So that's either way though. If you know the answer, it's pretty easy. I mean, love answers all, and you've seen it. You'll see it. That's why you if you do the right thing and you plant a good seed, you reap what you sow. It don't matter. That's it. It's sometimes you see the effect, the cause and effect relationship. It rationally doesn't make sense to show love to people. Like rationally speaking, to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, you should probably focus on yourself and not worry about anybody. Because you will deal with this conflict. That's why, a lot of people will say they're like radical religions, but the most radical thing is actually the Bible, because love your neighbor as you love yourself is the stupidest, most radical, craziest concept in the world. To actually irrationally go after that concept, to love your neighbor as you love yourself, is the most irrational thing in the world. So, because think about it. If, someone was going to die, if you would save yourself. So if you're going to treat somebody with that same respect, I mean, think about that just in that sense. So, but this is good. This is a good philosophical debate. You see, good questions. You see, we have a good topic with it. But I mean, some of y'all feel me, some of you don't. But let's see, it's a weird philo encore. What do they mean by neighbor? Anything with thought. Your neighbor is not your next door neighbor. It is not your. They're not separating by geography. The idea is you really know what you're related to on a species level. We are the only humans or the only animals with the ability of critical thought. And, that's why blood is so important. If you have blood and you have thought, that is your neighbor right there. He said, thoughts? Yo, where the thoughts at, Josh? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, China has made a clap in every weekend for the last 5 weeks now. We don't need to agree on everything to disagree on some things. Yep. I think it's just how we want to be agreed with and disagreed with. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like a sense of mutual respect. It goes a long way. You know, again, love your neighbors, you love yourself, where, you know, I wouldn't expect everybody to like the same things I do, but, you know, what happens, it's that communication when it turns into, you know, if you come at somebody with your fists closed, like, you know, imagine go walk up to somebody on the street with both of your fists clenched, you know, what's probably going to happen? You know, it's that kind of logic there. That's why, you know, just respect and love goes a long way. It's not like you need to like help everybody out in the sense like I love you. You don't need to cuddle them and shit. But having general, you know, it's hard though. I mean, it's one of the hardest things in the world. That's why, you know, they were reiterating it within religious texts from all sorts of religions for a very long time, just like the aspect of faith, because it's very hard. It's something that needs to be constantly solidified and aware of. Chest to the sun, relax. It's good. It's good. It's hard with family and their medication, all that. Yeah, man, the world is, it's a very complex thing. You know, there's some basics, like, right, you look and love your neighbors, you love yourself back then, compare that to today, you know, and all the different influences. But I mean, I think certain battles for certain people, and as you learn to deal with it, you know, it creates it's a little challenge in its own way, but it's like, I think God gives certain battles to certain people. You know, you could call it toxic, but I think it's just mainly, you know, I think you have that battle for a reason, in the sense that, you know, you wouldn't have it if you couldn't handle it. And it's just like, and as you learn to handle even the hardest of situations, you will see the doors that it unlocks with applying this concept. That's where I'm grateful. You know, I've dealt with some difficult ass people, even before, like I've dealt with people before that, even on the stream, like, I don't think you guys realize it. Like, there's been some people, I always say it because I'm like, I don't even like share it, but it's stuff like that when you learn to, like, you get handed a situation that is extremely difficult and you learn how to deal with it. It really opens up doors, because now, you know, it's you're a lot stronger in that aspect, and it's not going to have the, you know, the same effect where, you know, it's very difficult, but unfortunately that's why, you know, appreciate the moment's absence of pain, because some shit is very difficult. August and September seasonality, it usually gets a lot more aggressive, and it's looking like that. Bond volatility is definitely going to pick up historically over the last decade. You see the most bond volatility in August and September. So I really think it's going to be key. The Newegg died. Hawkish August. We'll see, though. I mean, August was an interesting moment even last year, right? I think June, July was more bad during 2020. Yeah, it was, August was actually really, really good. And then September, you saw all of August give up. So I wouldn't be surprised for a 1-2 punch like that. Either August will be really good or really bad, and then September will reverse it, if that makes sense. That's crazy though. But this is what I'm saying. Like, look, the talk of lockdowns now domestically here in this, it's getting more attention, which I think is quite interesting. I think it snuck its way in there today. September. I remember we sold off. We didn't get September. We sold off right before in September. I remember we had some pretty good sells there. Yeah, September. I remember we sold off that weekend before. We sold all those options. We took a lot of profits on September, and it did not hit the same. But you know, different days, different moves. God willing, we'll be able to have some guidance and clarity. But I'm really excited for the opportunities, though. I think we're going to be able to see a lot. I mean, it's just it's better when we start. It's looking like a lot of what we've already seen, but it's kind of clear we're running into something that we haven't seen before. Again, this is just, it's still only been about 15, 18 months since everything really happened. So that's where it gets good. It gets good. I'm excited, baby. Let's go. It will be. Post-election, August, Septembers are really bad. It will be. I mean, there's a lot going. I mean, again, even the politics of it, just this weekend alone, everything from the evictions to the budget, now down to even the virus and then the infrastructure bill. There's a lot that has to be in play. And then China. I mean, you have to realize Jerome Powell followed China. Think about it. China did a pseudo step towards tightening or easing, right? Remember, China did the reverse. That was at the beginning of July, the RRR cut. And then what did we do? Powell made a slight move towards the opposite direction. Even though it was very small, it was still in that. So as we start to pull apart between China and us, you know, I think that's where we get some opportunity created. I mean, it's very economical, and quite frankly, it's been flowing really, really on key with it. That's why I think we got, and I'm, you know, zoning in on how we're going to be able to profit off of it, mix of short and long-term contracts. It will be good. And then property, get a house. Hey, man. Time keeps on slipping into the power. What? Just a lot. No other bigger news. I did watch the new Space Jam. I liked it. Y'all were hating. Y'all were LeBron hating. Fat red on TLT. A little bit. Oh, we gotta land this. Space Jam was good. You a hater. You a hater. We overlay with the dollar. It gets confused. Dollar's staying up, but if anything, TLT is still high, but the dollar dropping here. This is going to be your leader. I'd even watch over the weekend here. And again, my plays over the weekend, I'm doing the win ones that we got this morning. I doubled down on the NVIDIAs. Market on close, $1 billion to sell. Check your posture. Very good. Chest to the sun. I grabbed a NVIDIA, I think next week put. Okay, I sold the August data dogs because you guys remember I averaged down. I averaged down on these Septembers. So these ones had more time, but then I got 50% on the short terms. I sold out of those at 57 cents. Or 56? That's weird. But I took 50% on that one so then I could hold the other ones into earnings without that much pressure. I just bought more. I had a big position on it. I had $1,000 in it. So I got the average down pretty much. You see, I lost $150 on this one, but I was able to pretty much make $200-300 off the average down. So now I could just ride this one in there. It kind of makes this one free. And then it's a pretty big position still for September, so I didn't really need it. And then I got some other ones that we added today. Oh, what happened to this SPY play? I should have held it. Oh, they're back to 4. So I would have got all $300 on that SPY play. I only had 100 because I was scared in the morning. I didn't want to test it. Spotify, screw you. XOMs need to come back. Oh, that TTD. I got 20% on that one. How much did I receive for that one? I got $300. So if I buy back at, only make like $60. $50. Oh yeah, I closed it out. No, I don't need to average. That one is a premium sell with earnings, but it goes both ways. But we remember that's been going back and forth. So I closed that. That's another premium sell. It's only $50 profit. But hopefully you guys have been. I'm just trying to make, because now I only have one loser. It's the Sam one. And then all I have to do is, what's it called? I'm clean. I want to make sure all my credit spreads. No. I'm freeing up my capital on the credit spreads so that coming into Monday, I could sell a bunch of them. Because I've only lost one in the last month and a half. So if you think about it, the only one we've lost on now, and I haven't even booked the loss yet, is Sam. Still got 1,700 down on that one. But the TTD is, 20% just sitting there. I'll take it. I want to do bigger premium sells is what I'm kind of eyeing there. But there's a lot of capital tied up in that just with the premium sells because they still take like $3 to $5 grand each. So now I'm slowing them all down. I've taken only profits on them. I mean, you got to think about it. It's better than letting the cash sit there, and I don't want to open myself up to too much risk. Expedia. Expedia is down 2. 50's better than none. Oh, I don't, bro, I'm telling you, it's slowly adding up like really, really big if you think about it. Just if you do one, if I'm doing at least 3 to 4 of these plays a week, just getting extra $100 to $50 on any of them or even a couple hundred, it slowly starts to just, especially if I could control and make the other plays free, you know, get 100%, make it free, then we're getting still exposure. It really starts to pad the stats for us, or at least give us, you know, less pressure, more or less. Damn, 10,000 in credit for that. Damn, for 400. Okay. Filled me. I sold a credit spread on AMD. This one's a little bit bigger. I sold a call credit spread for August 20th. I shorted the August 120 AMDs, and then I bought the 130 calls for August 20th, and I got 48 cents a contract. 10-minute rig. That's an interesting move. Yeah, that was a credit. So remember, we had the other AMD plays, but I shorted the August 20th 120 calls, and then I bought the 130. So essentially, if AMD stays below 120 by August 20th, the next 2-3 weeks, then I'll be able to collect $480. Or if not, I'm not bearish on AMD. I'm thinking AMD is just, it's rocketed up a lot. I think it could still go up, but I sold like, you know, that's a 2-3 standard deviation move at this point. More bearish neutral. So AMD could still stay up here and I'll make money. It's just like the opposite of Walgreens. I mean, it's ran up at such a crazy pace. So now it's kind of, it's chilling out. It's just going to cool off. That one's 9,000 in collateral because it's a big spread. Yeah, so a lot of the plays I've made this last month, they've had crazy collateral relative, you know, $100 to $3,000 risk for $100, whatever it may be, but the probability is much in your favor. So you have to balance it. Again, none of this is a recommendation. Don't do them if you don't know what to do with it, but you know, that's why getting to watch them, hopefully you get to see. The probability is very, very high. That one's probably I mean, what's the credit to collateral on that one? So I made $480 credit divided by 9,800 collateral. 0.4 minus that from 1. Probability is about 95%. Yeah, there is. I mean, and you have to think about it. Break even is like 120.48. So that's almost like another, it's like another 15, 20% after running that. You get more premium keeping the spread smaller. We could see. So like if we did, like let's try this one. Oh, do I have to do 100? What would the collateral be on this? It'd be double the, no, it's about the same. Yeah, it's about the same. And that'd be on 100 with way higher commissions. Spread on the win. I like the win puts. Again, we saw those today. The fact those held up, so I just need that old one to come back to life. But the ones we got today are decent. God, Lee, love the call, baby. It's Friday. Oh, man, the market's almost closed. Right off. AMD's expiration is August 20th. U.S. Treasury sanctions Cuban police over recent violence. Now, I think we might even get a neutral week. It depends all on the policy and the updates. And then even then, if there's no bad news over the weekend, we could go. We could shoot up. As long as no news will be good news this weekend. What Wells Fargo offers crypto for wealthy clients. Hold on, this is on Insider. Recently began high net worth. Is this old? It's private placement. Advisors will have a call about it. If you know which fund it is, my DM is open. DD Rip. That's old. Oh, DD. Nah, man, I'm not buying it. DD, I made the grinding look easy. I made a DD only down 50% since IPO. They're trying to short squeeze. You're not short squeezing China. Everybody's selling. This is a sell side imbalance. It's not a short one. I don't think so. I mean, maybe I don't even know. Dude, that's it. You're gonna short squeeze in, and Xi Jinping's gonna get mad. He doesn't want the price to go up. I mean, you could technically short it. I don't. That's a difficult one. That's a difficult one. Oh, look at the time. Look at the time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. So we make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or we come through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here in the San Diego International Airport. It is about 80 degrees and sunny. We're going to be landing the second link terminal. I tell you, that's your nightly Watchlist main channel layover, but about 82 or 86 degrees and sunny, a little bit of wind, a little bit of clouds, but overall beautiful as usual. Going to be a nice weekend. So we make this final approach. Again, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. That's it. The day is wrapping up the week. What's going to happen? What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Oh, man, there's a lot. There's a lot. Woo! Get ready. Get ready. Maverick. 9 or 10. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. The title, no, that news is actually, it's real news today, that China, the United States, the SEC has stopped all of the reportings, or they will now allow any China companies to IPO unless they have certain data requirements. 1 minute! There it is, baby. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ding, 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. We did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the day. GG. God bless all. That's it, GG. That's it. GG's in the chat. Hold it down. Oh, 1.7 thousand likes. Y'all came to play today. Horn. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Wow, that's it. We did it. We made it, babe. That's it. So listen, I'm not going to tell you to, go to the first link in the description. I'm not, where's the stupid description thing go? Remember now how they do it now? Where'd it go? Where's the damn description? All right, there it is. I'm not going to tell you first link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. I'm not going to tell you about the watch list or anything. It's Friday, okay? I'm not going to tell you all of that. It's right there if you need, but I'm not going to tell you, okay? What I am going to tell you, XLF after hours. Oh, whoa. End of the year rebalance. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. But listen, man, before you head out, it's the weekend. I really hope that you enjoy the weekend. I hope you enjoy the fullest extent of it. Enjoy yourself. Be safe out there. Okay? Stay healthy. Exercise. Do what you need to do. Don't expose yourself to too much danger. Be wise. But overall, my friends, what I need to tell you is I love you, and God bless you, and thank you for being here. I don't care if you liked me or not. I don't care what it was. You gave me the opportunity, and that's all I'm grateful for. So if you put me on in your car, your speakers, your office, your work, wherever you're at, we love you, and I appreciate you. I know a lot of Chads out there, they feel the same way. You let Chad shine. You let me do my thing. We love it, so thank you. Shout out to all of the members out there rocking the badge, baby. They holding it down. They support the channel. They look beautiful, everything. So we love it. God bless you guys. Thank you for doing it. Shout out to all the people on the Stream Alerts, the first link. We love them, and they support too. And very, very simple, man. Man, it's very, very simple, man. All the people out there. It don't matter whether you got a badge, whether you got Stream Alert. None of it matters. None of it matters. What matters, you came with a good attitude. You held it down. You kept it respectful. You gave us an environment where we could talk. You know what I'm saying? You weren't a little baby about anything. You didn't attack people. You didn't be frivolous with your claims or demands. You know what I'm saying? And we love it and we respect it. So thank you for creating that environment. You know, again, we never expected anything. So the fact that some people showed up how they do and they hold it down, they show love, we really appreciate it. It means a lot. And it leads to a lot of fun and a lot of knowledge throughout the weeks, baby. So God bless y'all. Amen. Amen. But that's it, man. That's it. You're done. You're done for the day. I love all of you. Amen, Alex. May your chest forever be to the sun. You know, check out everything in the description. Fill out the prayer request wall. Let me and my mom pray for you. We like to do that. Cheer on your brothers, man. Pray for everybody. Show some love. Show some love. I know they ain't show you love, but what are you going to do? Oh, y'all don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. So I'm going to leave it there. That's it. I'm going to leave. That's it. It's the weekend. I don't have anything. I can promote anything I want to you. You know, but we don't want to sell anything to you. I don't want to promote anything. It's just that it's the weekend. We made it, baby. August is going to be blessed. All right, so the bell is rang. Jesus, the Bible, Jesus, Jesus again, the Bible, Jesus. All right, we just got to, that's it. We got to get the clock out Chads out of here. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they clock out at 1 p.m. We got to, that's it. Everyone, can we get a Jesus in the chat so we could get to our weekend activities? Can we just get Jesus in the chat? Can y'all say, just put some Jesus in there? You know, some people, they go, that's it. They get rebuked right away. They're like, what the hell is this shit? There you go. Amen, amen, amen. Amen. God be the glory. Amen. Amen. I just start speaking in tongues. There you go. There you go. There you go. Amen. Amen. So, what's up, man? What's up? I need to go pee. Let me stretch a little bit. Let me move around. Let me see. Let me get a drink. I mean, we got Friday, baby. We got Friday. Give me a lemonata. Arriba. Okay. So they gone? Do we get rid of them? Man? How y'all living? How y'all living, man? How y'all living? What's up? You know what I'm going to ask you, right? Oh, we made it this week, man. It was a good week. We had a lot of fun, a lot of excitement. It's going to get crazy. You see, I feel it. I can feel the craziness coming out from people in a good way, though. It's a good craze. I was like, ooh, everyone's like, ooh, it's good. So tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what's the plan? What are you going to do this weekend? I need to know. Long weekend in Canada. You're seeing my niece. Tell me, what did you smoke? That was a limonata funeral at Arlington for my wife's grandfather. Well, rest in peace, man. God bless, though. I don't know if I can say enjoy it. I know it's a weird thing. Reflecting on PHILO, taking my last summer, then party. Last final. Gonna go work out, do dishes, clean the house. Ooh, clean house, baby. Clean house, clean minds. Going skydiving. Woo! Ooh. B-Day tomorrow, car shopping at the worst time in history. Go for the sedans. It's Benny Beach's birthday! Hard! Let's go, baby. Amen. Happy birthday. So go for a sedan. The SUVs are expensive. Sedans are cheaper right now. Some real estate and jiu-jitsu, cleaning my house. My girl won 100 on the Starbucks ad. Let's go. Girls and I anniversary, house hunting, property sale tax coming up. Work, baby. Hit my protein. Go. Do Real Estate Express. Make a weigh-in for my TikTok. Let's go. I know Daniel, he's about to weigh in, do a competition to jump a homie's boat with a couple of thoughts. Okay. B-Day tomorrow. Going to reflect on all my success, spend it with the fam. Writing my 4th offer for a buyer. Let's go. Don't give up on it. Let's go. Keep working. Play some golf, but going to be hot as fuck in Georgia. Rolling loud or just rolling the Volvo? Okay. Hey, everyone loves the Volvo XC90. That shit slaps, bro. That car's fly as hell. I love the XC90. Bro, that shit is gangster as hell, bro. I'll tell you, that's one of I love Volvos, surprisingly. Sell my Suburban, paying my truck off. Too smoky here to do much outside. Where are you at? Are you in Canada? Uncle Sneak Peek before the meet. Ambition. I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna record it. You're gonna record it, and then play it. It's just I know what your plan is. I know what your plan is on that one. Let's see. Let's see which one we got. I know he's gonna record it. I don't know. I don't think there's any of the other release we got. You'll see. Tear up, that's my lucky time. You were enlightened, my friend. I love you, Josh. I love you. Am I doing anything fun? I have to go to San Diego. Well, I'm already in San Diego, but I have to go to like downtown San Diego. Then I got to go back up to the beach. I got to look at a couple of properties. Gonna see my mom. I got another family event that I'm gonna be doing. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna be doing a lot of driving this weekend. I may have to go to LA, but I'm gonna try to avoid that one. But then I'm gonna be just driving and then family. That's pretty much it. But it's a lot more. I do have a schedule here for today. It's gonna be good, fam. That's it. I'm a mama. I'm a mama's boy, bro. That's it. That's what I do. Mama's not freaked out about your sister getting COVID. Nah, she's not. My mom is like, she tried to get it. She keep going outside. My mom, she talks shit on all of us. She says, stay inside. She said, habba dabba dooba. She said she was trying to get it. She'll be fine. She said she will be surfing next week. Don't worry. She said she'll be surfing next week. I said, that's probably facts. That's probably facts. Probably facts. I said, I feel you. So that's good. I said, I was going to go up to San Fran to help her out. We were going to go up there. Some people, me and a couple of my family members, we were just going to go up there and like help her. We were like, what are we going to do though? We're just going to get sick. So, I gave her my credit card. I was just like, order whatever you need. I was like, just start ordering shit. Go get some healthy food. Go get some Whole Foods delivered to your San Francisco ass door. That was like, y'all got Whole Foods everywhere. Just get some good food and sleep. Someone's mentioning gonna get those school blessings. Keep it up, man. That's good work, man. Instilling that as you're helping him do some good things at a young age, and the fact that he has that desire to, that's awesome. I don't know if that's some dope beep. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's it. That's a dope. I like it. Absolutely enjoyed your program. Well, thank you. I hope you did. That's why you're still here, though. That's it. You might be part of the real cult. This is like at the end of the day on Friday. Everybody, there's people right when it hits 1 p.m. they leave. I didn't mean that in a negative way. I'm like, why are you still here? But that's good. That's good that you're here. But that's this is usually like the this is where it gets like really what I'm saying, real culty out here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my voice is still doing pretty good. I was clapped in the morning. I think my body was tight in the morning off the workout, but I feel a little bit better here. So we're doing good. We doing good. This is a place to be after 1 p.m. Oh, we chilling. No, it's not the place to be. It's like, because like it's specific. It's just very specific. It's just for the people. You came out close. That's good. Hey, man. See, it's good. If you're real cult, it's for you. I'd like to. Think about it. We get to. It's like recapping the week, but without the stocks. We get to just take it in, relax a little bit. See. I love it. I love and I could thank you again for being here. A lot of the people who stick around this long before the bell, after the bell. I know you guys right there with me. So we put in a lot of work. Think about it. We spending all these hours here. So it's good to just talk, relax a little bit. That's why you better enjoy the weekend, man. Better enjoy the weekend. That's why we do it too, man. We started doing this in the middle of quarantine. You know that? Because y'all were tripping the fuck out. Y'all know, I was like, y'all better enjoy your weekend. Y'all remember when Fridays used to be so hype, and then we had to do these. We had so many COVID traditions. Oh man. But I still think it applies. I still think it really does apply today. That's why we're kind of feeling a little bit deja vu. Weekend video. I think I'm gonna talk about some stocks here. I'm probably gonna shoot the video when I drive, because I'm gonna doing a lot of car driving today. Someone said take the Lambo. I'm scared to take the Lambo outside now. That's it. Last time I took it outside. That was the first time I drove it in 2 weeks, and a motherfucker hits me. Like, what kind of shit is that? That's it. I'm gonna Camry it up today. Call it a day. That's it. No, I need to play Halo Infinite. I'm gonna try to. If I could get back home early this weekend, I will see. With that. But I'm gonna talk about some of the top stocks I want. I mean, I'm gonna mix in probably a PHILO in there. I think it'll be good. We serious about the Chad debate thing? I was for a little bit, but we'll see. I mean, we need to find a good platform for it. Maybe on Twitch. I think if we go on Twitch, but we'll see. XLM, I like it still. I like all of them. I mean, inflation is still a key. The fact, the one thing I like about inflation right now, or the market, is the fact that you have go look back at the videos 7 months ago. The fact that I have not I do, but in general, I could see it. The fact that everybody is debating between whether or not this is going to be like the 70s or not, that's a W right there. That's all I need. The fact that that's even a serious conversation is amazing, because if you said that same thing in 2019, 2018, 2017, 2020, that would have never, that you would have looked like an idiot. So I think the whole inflation in general, and then the cryptos and all that, it still stands. But why are you asking me some finance? That's a weekend, man. It's the weekend now. I see. What's up? You got girl problems. What's up? You got in trouble trying to sell drugs? Like, what do we got here? We got any good advice? Advice column? Can I be like Quentin? Can I be like the funny? Can I give you guys funny advice? Does anybody have a funny story? Does anybody have a funny dilemma? You're like, yo, my cat moved in with me, and I found out my cat wasn't really a human, but we got engaged, and now they want to take my money, but it's a cat. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the shit we read sometimes. That's why I'm like, what? Lakers talk. Ooh. What if I'm hooking up with someone that doesn't like me back seriously? I mean, that's like a day trade. If that's the difference between, trading the momentum versus trading, the company because you like it. So, I mean, I don't think it's not that deep, realistically. I mean, you could walk away. It's fine. I mean, I personally wouldn't deal with that. I don't like, I'm kind of weird when it comes to that. Like, if I don't feel like if it's not reciprocated the same, I'm just like, I'm an angry little person. I couldn't tolerate that. You see Westbrook, not that guy, pal. Do I like beer? I used to hate beer. I still I'm not like I could have a good beer and I could be like, wow, that tastes good. But I had a beer phase right after college for like a month where like I would genuinely, like, I was doing it like, I say like white people because we didn't grow up like that. We never grew up like, I never saw that to the point where I would have it with like dinner. I would have like a meal and just knock back a Blue Moon or something, and it was good. I had a beer phase, and then I just slowly, I think more gym though. I don't like how it dehydrates me, so I haven't really sometimes every now and then I'll have it with a meal, but I'm not like the biggest beer guy. More or less, I like tequila. It's the healthiest one if I do drink, but I'm not like 1 p.m. let's get that tequila. That's not. I just don't like alcohol. Like, it's just not my. I don't really care about it in the sense it's not like if I know a lot of people who drink. We do business meetings, stuff like that. Go out to dinner. People drink all that. I don't really care. I just genuinely don't like. I just get dehydrated easily, and my body it just don't hit with me. It's so weird. I've been really loving mushrooms lately. Well, in all seriousness, be careful. I mean, I know a lot of people, you see me go back and forth with that, but genuinely, you know, that I could give you the funny advice and the serious advice. Be careful. Did I tell you that story? I could tell you some crazy shroom stories of these are real. I know one kid, I will never forget it. The kid still hasn't, like, he did something. I forgot what it was with what he did, and then I think he did a little bit more than just shrooms, but he hasn't been like, he's still in a mental hospital to this day. Like, he just, you know, there's always those. And then I know a couple people. I knew one guy. He worked at the CAA. Do you know what the CAA is? Not the CIA. CAA. It's like one of the biggest, like, Hollywood. Like, they represent everybody. And I knew this guy. He would microdose. And he worked at one of the biggest Hollywood things. Like, he was moving up. Like, he was doing so good. And, like, he was microdosing for, like, 6 months. That first 6 months, it was great. You know, he was doing great. He was, like, on top of everything. He would even try to offer me it. This dude would just sip it in his water. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, you want some? He's like, no, it's fine, dude. It's just a little bit. Like, you feel, he's like, I got all this energy and then everything. And then, yeah, and then it eventually built up. But, I mean, last time I think I heard from him a couple months ago, he got fired. It's not like, it like didn't drive him crazy. It just, you know, it's like the growth stocks. You go, you run up, you have a peak with it. I mean, and then his brain, and then now for him to get up and to actually do stuff, I mean, it was a really quick turnaround. You know, it's drugs. Like, it's just your tolerance, all that. But be careful with it. Do your thing. I mean, it's not, I won't tell you my stories because that's we'll save that one. We'll save that till when it gets legalized. Maybe he was already losing it and shrooms were his way to cope. Well, either way, it ended up to the same place, but now it really, he was, I don't know. I think he was doing good. Just, anything habit forming. Cool meetup stories. I saw Nancy at the restaurant a couple weeks ago. I did drink water today. I'm drinking a lemonade right now too. That's it. That's all we got for, what time is it? We got like 10 more minutes. 10 more. Yeah, Pelosi. She was at the restaurant I was eating at. Her and a bunch of people apparently, like 2 weeks ago. I was like, damn. Birthday just in case. It was very, very weird. She was randomly in San Diego. One year, no weed. Wow, it matches up with your badge, baby. Ooh. Hey, Nancy, I have your action figure. Amen. Ask what her next. No, I didn't see her till like after. I thought I saw, like, it was just an old lady. I didn't realize till somebody told me afterwards. So we left and they're like, yo, that was Nancy Pelosi. And I was like, what? I was like, that old lady? I was like, no way. I was like, that's crazy. TB. What's TB? TB. Have I ever gotten really faded? I mean, I went to college. You know what I'm saying? So, TBA, Taba. What does he say? TBA, Tiba. What word is this going to be? Taba. Is this like Hangman? T-Bat, T-Ba, T-Tank, TB. That's it, yeah. Bo TBA? No, he just put T. Tabagon? To be announced. TBN? TBN? I missed the earlier ones? The fuck is this? Oh, wait, no, he said BOTBAN? 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 What's a botban? Botban? What's happening? You're on 3 devices echoing through my house. Hello. In a world where Josh is on 3 of your TV screens. Bot, ban, Bot banned you? He got banned by the bot? Banned by the bot? I'm so high. Yeah, that's crazy because you're not even, the stream is over, my guy. Hello, wake up. It's a dream. There's no stream right now. We have shit to do. Wake up. Hello. Why are you watching an empty screen? He's like, damn, John, this is crazy. I don't even know what's happening. This is why I smoke. It gave me the realization. You see that? Oh, shit. Now, see, that's why I smoke, because it reminds me what I got to do. I would have never known. Can I ask you guys that? Why do people, like, have to tell you when they're high? Is it because I'm from California? Is that what it is? Because, like, nobody ever does that. Like, I remember even I would go to meetings, people would be high as shit, and you would, like, know, but no one even talked about it. You know what I'm saying? No, but it's like, why would you, like, tell people? Yeah, it's like you're bored. That's why, like, you're not high enough then, I would say. But I've never understood that one. That's why I always make jokes. I'm like, okay, I get it. You're edgy. And it's not a pothead thing. I know so many potheads, and, like, you look at them, you could tell, but, like, they wouldn't be like, it's not like, yeah, I'm high. Like, you burning one right now, ain't you? Even if I was, I wouldn't tell you. That has never crossed my mind. Maybe it's the Arab in me and I got beat too much. I don't tell people, like, I'm not like, hey, man. What's up, man? Let me talk to you about this real second for a minute. Man, I'm high as hell right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I'm just asking though. It's cool. No, I'm sure, you know, it's, I feel like the stream would be fun. I'm not encouraging it, but but some of y'all, I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get, like, what's going on. I'm just trying to get it. Like, I don't know. It's just. It's good, though, I guess. It's funny. I like it. It's funny. That's all. We'll start messing with some of y'all. What's up, girl? I'm hot. Wait, what? I got candles. I like candles. I hit Target up yesterday. I bought 2 candles. I'm not ashamed. That's it. I'm not ashamed. Say what you want. Say what you want. Say what you want. I got some nice smelling candles. I light that shit in the bathroom. I put one in the kitchen. Oh, man, I love candles. Going in the crib right now. That's how you do. I need to go light one right now. Get a nice candle. Oh, yeah, we stay on Friday. Friday streams are great. Thoughts on leaps on SPY. Cost me $13K, 2 years out. People telling me bad move and buying calls on SPY. No bueno. There's a premium on it. I mean, a leap on it right now. I mean, towards all-time highs. It could be decent, but what I would do in that case, not a recommendation. I would probably cut it in half. Start with 6K, wait a quarter, and then go from there. Wait 3 months and then go, because, again, the leaps are great, but whenever the leaps go down, you will get crushed on some of them. I mean, we saw it with our Ubers. Like, I'm down 50% on Uber leaps, but, you know, we got some of them free, but still. Happy birthday, Josh. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. LT do the rocking back and forth with the gummies. I didn't see that LT story. I never got to see him when he was actually tripping off of that. I can't believe that happened to him. I can't believe that happened. I was like, man, that's weird. I said that's what you get. That's why you never ask anybody. Like, you gotta be careful what you ask for. Careful what you ask for. Seafood, I love seafood. Seafood's my favorite until I saw that Netflix documentary. But to be honest, it really hasn't deterred me. I slow down for a little bit, but I like some seafood. Yeah, Nightbot bans you if you put like 3 emojis. See? He got him. Catch your own and feel less guilty. He said, don't eat the animal. Go fucking hunt the animal down, rip him from his home, and then slaughter him and then eat him, and you'll feel better about it. I'm like, what? That's not good. That don't sound like it's going to help me. If I have to go pick out this fish, I dehome him, and then I start hunting him. I'm like, hey, man, I'm sorry, but I feel a lot better doing this than just eating it at the restaurant. I think Josh gets enjoyment out of ignoring my question. Well, listen, brother Matt, I definitely would not, but now that you've said it, now I could get the enjoyment out of ignoring it. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just like this is trolling 101, right? Because once they know what bothers you, then they're going to keep doing it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even know I was ignoring you at all. Like, you know, where I'm just talking, we're having a conversation. Now you're like, oh, yeah, Josh really gets enjoyment. So then I'll fuck with you for a little bit now. Then I'll be like, what'd you say? Oh, my bad. Oh, I'll read the ones above you and below you. And then you'll be like, what the Some people are like, wait a minute. Don't forget. No, I didn't mean to ignore you, man. My bad, bro. You're good. You're good. Bluefin Bite? Is that a restaurant in San Diego? Josh makes you feel some sort of way. It's not me. It's not me. Trust me. It's a mix. I already have weird natural behaviors on my own. So then if you feel like, if you come in with a certain mood or depending what happens, it's just like it mixes and it creates like a different, like, oh no. It created it's just like, that's why sometimes it's just like, nah, like I'm telling you, it's not. That's what happens sometimes. It's weird. He said, why am I listening to you today? That was hilarious. That was actually hilarious. The entries, it starts with the news, man. It starts with the news. Need some Josh clapping energy. Oh, man. I don't have the energy to clap as much. I haven't even you have to realize, like, I'll have to clap like 50 people in a row. And then, like, one person you clap, they've been waiting for this battle for their whole life. So they take it really, like, personal. You know what I'm saying? They got all the, think about it. I have to, like, divest my energy into, like, different people, different places, different activities. And, like, for them, it's like a one-on-one. And they're like, yes! Like, I'm like, dude, how do you still have, like, okay. I'm like, you win. You win on energy. Like, that's it. You have so much more energy, but it's good, man. Do you always trade credit spreads no matter what, or do you switch it up depending? I'll switch it up. We ignored the credit spreads for a while. Switching since. So, but I like them in this environment where it's kind of not moving. If the momentum's not going crazy, it's chill. 5K. I'll make a video. I'm gonna make a video. You'll see. I'm gonna miss doing this when school starts again. You'll be good, man. You'll be good. Life is a long journey. Y'all better enjoy school, man. If y'all go to college, if you are going to school right now and you just don't enjoy it, I'm gonna slap you. Okay? Like, you're living your best moment right now. You could do whatever you want. You could just do so much. You could literally just do so much. You have so much freedom. You are just living your life. You're in a social environment. You're going to be forced to talk to people. Like, you could do so much. So do it. That's why, but just enjoy it. Be peaceful about it, Don't be like a little kid where, like, I can't wait till I grow up. Like, you are growing up now and you're in school. So, like, you got to enjoy it. You got to enjoy it and appreciate it. Man, my nails are long. This is going to piss me off. I can't leave until I cut my nails. Yeah, this is awful. I look like I got one of those crack pinkies. You know what I'm talking about? You know how old I was when I learned that? I learned about the crack pinky when I was, like, fucking, like, 7. I went to I went to this Arab's house with my parents. The coke finger, the coke nail, dude. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. I'm with my parents. They take me to like this like these Arabs houses with like, you know, one of their Arab friends, right? And they had like a kid. They had an Arab kid, and he was older than me. And then like he had this huge pinky nail, and I was like, why do you do that? And he didn't explain it to me, and he just kept showing me it, and he thought he was like so cool with it. And then I finally I was like, what is this? And I kept asking, and then I finally got to the bottom of it. I was like, what? Like, that's nasty. I don't get that. Nah. I was like, aren't y'all supposed to love G? I was like, damn. I was like, I'm too young for this. I gotta go, G. Why do they do that? They grow out their nail, the pinky nail, so that they could use it for drugs. That's it. They turn their pinky nail into a spoon so that they could spoon drugs, and that's it. It's disgusting. If you ever see somebody with just one long pinky nail, I would be, you know, I would be skeptical a little bit. I'll be like, all right. I call it crack nail. That's nasty. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. Oh, you didn't know that? He's like, that's crazy. All my friends, they cut their nails except their pinky. That's wild. They're like, oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Try scoop some jet fuel. He did it for a Rello splitter. That's still nasty. I'd be like, all right. Yeah, that's still nasty. Okay, whatever you say that. Whatever it is. That's fine. Just whatever. You do your thing, bro. You do your thing. just do your thing, man. That's all. Live and let live. I don't care. I mean, it's always interesting to know. Shout out to Law Term and Good Health, baby. This is your sign not to gamble. Unless you're going to go to the casino this weekend. I mean, that could be, but even then, casinos suck. Man, I've never snorted jet fuel. Bro, I barely could take a full scoop and still fall asleep. It's crazy. We glad you caught this. It's good, man. It's good. It's a good weekend. Y'all better enjoy it. Okay? I hope you enjoy it. It's going to be a chill one. You know, can we get some good vibes over the weekend? Can you just make sure, like, you just enjoy it? Like, enjoy life. Like, honestly, like, for real. Like, whatever it is you're going to do this weekend, like, actually enjoy. You say microdose the jet fuel? Oh, my God. I just stick it in my water a little bit. I just a couple sips at a time. It's great. I feel so awake for the last 72 hours. Or actually 3 weeks now. But still. Girlfriend, I took Monday and Tuesday off. Ooh. Enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it. But you gotta enjoy life. Seriously. Just like relax. Like whatever it is that pisses you off, I just want you to just not get pissed off. Like I'm saying, like if you watch political news and like watching political stuff makes you angry, I just want you to at least be able to say, God is good. God is in control. This shit's whatever it is. But, like, you know, I'm still breathing. You know what I'm saying? And then maybe it's like Trump shit pisses you off, or people who are like anti-vax people piss you off. Just say the same exact thing. You know what I'm saying? Just like don't let anything, don't matter what end of the spectrum you're on, just like don't let it disturb your peace, and actually, you know, take a minute to just enjoy basic shit. Like become a tourist. You know what I'm saying? Imagine you just showed up wherever you're at. You know what I'm saying? Imagine you were just living. Imagine you were a tourist in your city. Or like you're like, wow, you're like, imagine you're like, what the fuck? Whose computer is this? You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, this is crazy. You'd be like, whose computer is this? You walk up, be like, whose house is this? Be like, okay, you know, lay on the bed, enjoy it. Just be a tourist. You know what I'm saying? Whose cult is this? When did I join a cult? This is amazing. That's it. It only took Chad like 2 or 3 messages to take it to far left field. So thank you. Thank you. See, all I had to do, I made a couple examples. Y'all started like, oh, who's called it? Then someone's like, who's beep? Yo, who's beep, beep, beep? And then y'all just take it to like extreme left field. I'm like, okay, all right. All right. We were doing so well. I mean, that's it. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. But please enjoy it, okay? Just enjoy it, live well, run towards the goal, man. That's it. When am I doing baptisms? I'm not a good swimmer. You know that. I've never been baptized. I've only had the ghetto baptism. You know that? I've only been baptized in a pool with my dad. That's it. He said, I'm pastor. There you go. I baptize you. That's it. Don't worry. That's the only baptism we've ever had. I've never been like formally baptized. I only got the ghetto pool baptism and it worked. I felt the spirit upon me. That's it. That's all. I was like, I can't swim. He's like, don't worry. There's like kids and everything else too, but that's it. Yeah, man. I was at like a Holiday Inn pool and I got baptized. It was a real ghetto baptism. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't like family. I didn't get pictures taken. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought it was a different experience. Yo, I was thinking about that the other day, bro. I made a joke to somebody. It was like a real estate. I was talking to someone there, like asked me like where they could stay for certain places, and I was like, oh, there's a new place. It's called a Holiday Inn, and I was just making a joke, and they looked at me like I was insane because I just kept running with it. I was like, yeah, no, Holiday Inn's really good, and like you should go. And then they were looking at me like I'm insane. But I'm like, when did Holiday Inn become like bad? Like, y'all don't remember in like 2004, Chingy was making songs about Holiday Inn. Like, Holiday Inn was dope. Like, they got a whole free advertisement in that song. And I'm like, what happened? Either what was wrong with us or what was wrong with today now? I just don't get it. Like, at one point, you had all of society like, what you doing? Him and me at the Holiday Inn. And everybody's like, you thought the Holiday Inn was dope for a second. I'm telling you, really thought the Holiday Inn was like the Waldorf Astoria or something like that. You were like, yo, the Holiday Inn. That was the peak. Nowadays, you say that and people be like, ew, the Holiday Inn? Ugh. I'm like, man. We at the hotel, Holiday. Like, dude, how did that happen? We're not going to talk about that? Like, how did Holiday Inn make this push into entertainment with like, this was before social media. This was before, like, you had, like, these paid promotions. How did they breach everything with social society? Like, dog, we had Holiday Inn, Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. So I'm going to leave it there. Y'all can think about the Holiday Inn this weekend. Y'all can relax. Please enjoy it. I love all of you. I hope you had a great weekend or a great week. Now we have to fight through the weekend to get to Monday. So keep your eye out on some of the news, but not too much. I'll have it for you too. If you got any other questions, shoot me an email. Comment on a video. If you want video ideas, suggestions, you want me to talk about something, you know what I'm saying? Just run it up. We got you, baby. But stay blessed. God is with you. To God be the glory. Don't forget why we're here. Why we always show up, why we keep going, and truly, no matter what, whatever plan, I hope y'all y'all are excited about just all the potential that could happen. But at the end of the day, God willing, baby. God, you know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God Allah. Amen. Woo! Near. So that's it. I'm going to get going here. I love all of you. Enjoy the weekend. I'll see you over the weekend. And peace out. Oh, hey. Yeah, I want a pony. Okay, enjoy your weekend.